Good morning and welcome to the International Autism Summit 2025. DJ, you want to say hello?
Hello.
Hello, everyone. This is my favorite little buddy, DJ. He is 15 years old this year. Wow. And what kind of shirt are you wearing?
A Spectrum Sailing shirt.
What? Spectrum Sailing? Have you gone to the Spectrum Sailing camp?
Yeah.
You did? And what did you think?
It was awesome.
What did you do at the Spectrum Sailing camp?
I had fun.
You did? I'm so glad to hear that. And I bet Spectrum Sailing will be so excited to hear you say that too. Well, we wanted to welcome you with a special welcome this morning. And you can come up and say hi to anybody anytime today, when you want to, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon or evening, wherever you might be joining us from around the world. Welcome to the second annual International Autism Summit presented by me, Sarah Bradford, also known as SJ Childs. That is my author name and podcast host name as well. And it's my absolute honor to bring you this meaningful gathering today. To our brilliant speakers, your voices, insights, and lived experiences are the heart of this summit. Thank you for being here to educate, inspire, and advocate for our neurodivergent communities. To our incredible sponsors, your generosity fuels this mission and creates opportunities for real change. And we are so grateful for your support. And to every single one of you in our audience today, parents, educators, self-advocates, professionals, and allies, thank you for showing up, for listening, and for walking this journey with us. Your presence here today is part of a movement that's reshaping the future for autistic individuals around the globe. Before we begin our day of learning and celebration, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge those that we have lost. Friends, advocates, loved ones in our community whose light touched our lives, but who are no longer with us today. Whether through illness, tragedy, or other circumstances, we honor their memory and their impact. So if you don't mind, if we could start with just a moment of silence to honor our friends that aren't here today. Thank you so much. Their spirit continues in the work we do and the love we share. So as we step into this powerful summit experience, let's remember these three things. Progress begins with compassion, change begins with understanding, and unity begins with listening. Let's make this summit unforgettable, lift each other up, and build a world where neurodivergent voices are not just included, but celebrated, and a place where we all belong. I'm so honored to have you all here today. As we go throughout the day, you'll hear so many amazing speakers. Please feel free to leave comments, say hello, tell us where you're from, where you're coming in from. We already have some people saying hello. Hi, Jacob. It's so nice to see you. Also, throughout the day, I'd love for you guys. Hi, Adam. Adam's over in the UK, and we're just so glad to see our friends from around the globe. While we're going throughout the day, I'd love to invite everyone to go over to sjchilds.betterworld.org. There you can find a link to our silent auction. And our silent auction, you'll find products, services, and experiences from our speakers today. So please take the opportunity to go over there and look at the things, bid on the items that would be useful for you and your family for your special autistic individual in your family who you can support, please go over there and see what types of items, books that you might be able to get so that you can progress your knowledge and understanding. So please take advantage of all of these experiences, items, and products over at the silent auction throughout the summit, and see what you can provide for your family, and also know that you're giving back to such an amazing community. And so great to be here. I'm expecting some co-hosts to come on throughout the day. They're kind of unscheduled, so I'm not quite sure when they'll be coming on or off, but we'll see them, and that'll be a great, they bring great energy to the summits. I'm so excited that we're live today on so many platforms. That's going to be really interesting to just give this information to a wider audience. And that's really just my intent, is to bring these wonderful speakers the information they have to share to the people who need it. And isn't that the hardest part of all, being a business owner and doing things on your own, or finding the people who need to hear this? So please, if you know other families that would love the information, that would really help support their families, please send them the links to come over. This is a free event for everyone. I would love everyone to share it on their pages and with friends and family as much as possible. We are still a little bit early, so that's a great thing going on. I've never complained about being a little bit early. We're just running right on time. Our 9 a.m. speaker is, let me clarify, 9 a.m. Mountain Time, everyone. So somebody did mention me and say, oh, you probably should have put the time zones on the schedule. So I apologize that I didn't do that for those of you who might be wondering about the times. But I'm in Mountain Time, and I have learned from years past that scheduling things outside of my own time zone is a disaster. So unfortunately, everyone else has to follow along and just come with me to my time zone. So here we are in Mountain Time. I hope everyone is enjoying this. It's a beautiful day today here in Salt Lake City. It's supposed to be in the high 60s. And although I'll be inside, I can look out the window and see that it's lovely. But please go in the comments if you're here as an audience member. Tell us where you're from. Say hello so that we can see you. Make sure that when the speakers are on, if you have questions, please post them. And I'm happy to bring your questions up after the presentation so that the speaker can answer any questions you might have. Always go and support their pages, their profiles. Let them know what you loved about their presentation. If they have services or products that you're interested in, please get in touch with them and let them give whatever help they have available to you, because that's why we're here today. We're here to share resources. We're here to share education and information. And I just hope that you all know that I want to be a beacon of hope and a beacon of voices to be able to spread the information that, is meaningful and with intent to help support the autistic community and all of the amazing individuals that make up this amazing community. I'm so excited to get things started. Looks like we are 6 minutes early still, so we'll just keep on chatting with you. And hopefully we have a co-host that shows up soon. If not, I will bring on our speaker about 3 minutes early, and we will just come up and chat about the summit, about what might be, expected today, what things they're looking forward to. And like I said, a lot of our speakers are going to be people who have things in our silent auction. So please go over to sjchilds.betterworld.org, press on the silent auction button to go see those things. We have Wally Media Group. Hello from Columbus, Mississippi. So glad to see you guys come. It's just so exciting when you see your friends across the globe and across the United States come to support and show up for these amazing events. Our first speaker is in the back. I'm going to bring her up if she's okay with that and say hello. Hi, Leah.
Hey,
it's so good to see you.
You too. I'm here from sunny Florida.
Oh, wonderful. And how's your weather today? Sunny?
Yes, it's been really nice. I'm in the middle of the state where we don't get a whole lot of breeze. And so I was telling somebody yesterday, like, this feels like more spring than we've had in years. So it's been very nice and cool, but not, in Florida, you can go from like cold to like hot, like the next day, like where you're uncomfortable, and it's actually been pleasant. I'm almost a little afraid to say that, but it's actually
I know,
pleasant.
right? Don't jinx it. No, that's not the truth.
Right?
Last week, at the beginning of the week, Monday or something, I went and got a car wash done, and I went into the gas station and I said to the girls, "No, don't be mad at me. Don't shake your fingers and be like that girl because Wednesday was a snowstorm." And I knew it was coming, but you still got to wash your car, And so I just kind of had that joke with them. So hopefully they weren't saying, "Oh my goodness, that girl washed your car. Look what we got." Hello, Cassie from Kentucky. So good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. It's so nice to see everybody coming in. What are you looking forward to today for the summit, Leah?
Oh my goodness, just the lineup of speakers just is so exciting. I have 5 children, all of whom are neurodiverse, myself included, and so it's just really exciting to see all the resources and people that have lived experience and also professional experience. I find that every child is so nuanced, right? And so you have this really challenge of like what works for one didn't work for the next, and you're kind of always exploring how did somebody else do this or what worked. And I find that just listening to things like this is so helpful. There's only so much time to read so many books, and when you can have these small little like give me the best of what
Yes.
I think it's going to be really exciting. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and I love what you said, the word explore. I think that's really a really key word to kind of to focus on, exploring and curiosity, really being curious about what type of support needs does your child or adult or student, coworker, whatever level we're talking about. What kind of supports do I need to know about to give them? How can it, where do we get all the information? Like you said, so this is so great to bring everyone together like this. Looks like Jacob is in Detroit. Thank you so much, Jacob. I'm so glad. And Jacob has some stuff over in the silent auction as well. He has some employment coaching. So please go over and check that out. We'll of course get to Great Leaps soon enough. Jenny is here from Arizona. Thank you so much, Jenny. I'm waving to you from Utah. Hello. So great to have you here. Well, we're closing in on our starting time. So why don't we just kick things off 1 minute early, and we'll be 1 minute early at a time. I love it.
This is maybe the only time that I'm ever 1 minute early.
Right? This is going to be such a great day. It's just been on like we're already on top this morning, so we're ready to go. Once again, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for coming and supporting me and all of our speakers. Thank you to our sponsors who supported and to everyone who donated for the silent auction. I'm going to turn the time now over to Leah. She is going to tell you about her amazing resources and company that she has. So without further ado, I'll see you back here in a moment.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Good morning, everybody. Very glad to be with you here from sunny Florida. My name is Leah Galione. I am the director of Peak Literacy. Peak stands for Providing Equitable Access for Kids. So I run a nonprofit. We work with 175 local youth in schools, outside of schools, and from home, homeschoolers, middle school, elementary school, high school, we run the gamut. And so I'm really excited to speak with you about a behavioral approach to reading. So I'm going to jump right in here and just hop in. So one of the things that I want to talk about first is, how do we change behavior, right? There's lots of different theories about behavioral change. Many of you, I'm sure, have experience in this. But what I found is when you think about behavior, the most impactful interventions to enhance student performance involve some kind of immediate correction and modeling under what I call like this umbrella of encouragement. And so just as an example, I'm just going to show you this. So what would you do if these were your kids, right? Are you going to just be like, oh yeah, like don't do that, like, hey, come back? No, you're going to go, you're going to shout, you're going to say, hey, stop, no, we don't do that. You're going to pull them back or run back into the street to go grab them, right? That's what we would call an example of immediate correction, right? Kid darts off, runs into the middle of the street, yank them back, you immediately correct them. But if that's all we ever do, no, don't do that, don't touch that, stop that, turn that off. They never learn what you do. So part of behavior modification, and we'll get to how that impacts reading, involves just encouragement, that umbrella of encouragement with immediate correction, no, stop, and modeling. So what would this look like? So let's just say, for example, I have, the child that runs into the street and I say, no, stop, right? And then they come back, you grab them and you say, like, you can't do that, bud. Like, you scared me. There's cars, there's traffic, you're scared, mama. And so, but then the next thing I would do would be modeling, right? Once we're aware of a problem and or undesirable behavior someone has brought to our attention and immediately corrected, then we have to purposely modify that behavior enough times until the new habit becomes automatic. So this mom is here modeling with her kids how to cross the street. Look, this is what you do. You're going to look left, you're going to look right, you're going to listen. Okay, there's no cars, and you're going to cross the street. It's not just safe to say, hey, this is a crosswalk, right? Because we all know drivers, and I'm in Florida. So you have to actually learn to look and hear. Okay, so this mom is modeling how to properly do that. So I use just a 3-step process, and I use this in training all of my volunteers, all of our students, in how we do reading. It's just a good behavioral principle that says, I do, we do, you do, right? The demonstration, watch me, I'm going to do it. This is how mama crosses the street. Okay, guided practice. Let's do it together, right? You don't just let your kid without holding their hand. Most of us have make our children hold our hands as we cross the street. And when they're younger, right? When my 21-year-old doesn't like to do that anymore, surprisingly. But he knows how to do it himself, right? So we check their understanding and they do it by themselves. So I like to come across with the premise of all students can learn, right? All students are capable of learning. All students have the right to programs with appropriate content over time under effective motivational conditions. I believe that the teaching talent that we have to help all students learn to the potential exists today. We have more resources than ever before in the history of time. And it exists there. It's just a matter of access to that talent, right? And each child is an individual. They're not labels, they're not objects, they each have a name. And we need to teach in a manner that ensures success, right? Giving kids improper or irrelevant interventions is not right. And so we have that capacity, without that knowledge out there. And so we need to use it. So what does success look like, right? First of all, first impressions matter, right? for those of you that are in education, the way that you come in the beginning of the year, right, sets the stage for how things are going to fall in place after that. So the first few minutes with students are important. You own those first few minutes. Their impressions matter. So the behaviors, even outside of the classroom, if you're in a classroom or a school, those are being watched by students. So you need to do what you say and say what you mean, and make that first impression with the material that you're using, as well as their interaction with you, a positive. Comfort is essential, right? You can't learn, forget it. I'm 51. I cannot learn anything in a hot room. I cannot learn anything when I'm hungry, or even be kind when I'm hungry, right? And noise, headphones, making sure the child, before you sit down to do any kind of intervention with them, no matter what it is that their comfort is essential. I touched on this just a minute ago. Relevancy at all levels matters. The materials must be interesting and age appropriate. You cannot give neurodiverse students boring interventions. You cannot give at-risk children boring interventions. There's, like we talked about, there's so many materials out there that are interesting and age appropriate that work. We need to make sure that when we present things to the students, we're going with a win. This is a big one, okay? Pay attention to attention span. Average adult attention span is 12 minutes. For our neurodiverse students, that's even worse, right? And so when we make interventions last longer than is appropriate, we lose the kids. So, and we've all heard, a minute a day is more powerful than an hour a week. I've run a couple marathons, not recently, but I have before. And, I didn't start running 26.2 miles day one. I didn't start that day two, or even day three, or week three, or month three. We built up a little bit each time. And so those kind of things of just building and starting with success, which we'll talk about in a minute, is really, really important, to listen to what the child is mirroring back to you. We need to avoid frustration and boredom. They're natural punishers, and we all respond to punishment in the same way, which is escape behavior. All punishment leads to escape behavior. Success breeds success. So we're going to start with something that they can do. I see this very, very often when kids come to me, middle schoolers who are reading at a, first grade level. They're defeated. They think they're stupid. They think they can't do it. And so, because when every piece of material that they're given in school is something that they can't do. So we have to start at a place where they can have success, so that they can we breed that success, that we build on it, and we emphasize it, right? Nobody ever got upset about getting 100 on a test. So we want to push that success, be careful of overemphasizing failure, recognize frustration, act accordingly, and you want to praise. And that praise, when you praise them, it needs to be honest and specific. Kids will recognize that really quickly when you give, a dishonest praise to them. So. And then be willing to change your plan or curriculum if after a fair trial, right? After a failed trial, it's determined that the plan isn't working. With 5 kids, I mean, none of them is the same. What worked with one, we've done private school, homeschool, public school, online school, every kind of learning that you can imagine, we've done it, right? And I couldn't do the same thing that I did with my first that I did with my 5th, because they're a different child. And so when you determine that something is not working, don't be afraid after a fair trial to go to your plan B, or I'm on plan Z, I think, with my own life as well right now. So, okay, so all students can learn, but they might not learn in the same way as you do, or like I said, your first child did. So B.F. Skinner was an American psychologist. He's considered the father of behaviorism. And one of his graduate students tells this story about the rat knows best. And he had trained a rat, and the rat's behavior didn't extinguish exactly as the book had shown. And so this is what he said. He said, I took the cumulative record of the rat's unusual extinction to Dr. Skinner, this is one of his students, and asked him how this had happened. How could the rat do this when the book showed a very different extinction curve? And Skinner answered, in this case, the book is wrong. The rat knows best. That's why we still have them in the experiment, okay? So all students can learn, but they might not learn in the same way as you do. So let's talk about changing reading behavior. The power of a 1 degree shift, adjusting 1 degree in your life. So just take a quick second and assess your good and bad daily habits, right? Seemingly minor as they might be, you could wake up one day and you might be, like, wait a second, how did I get here, right? So some of the things that you want to try are keeping those small steps in the right direction. Just like we talked about before, don't run that marathon. Start small, start with walking, start with walk, run, build up, right? So 1 degree, power of a 1 degree shift is more powerful than, trying to run around the mountain. Okay. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Great Leaps. Now, look, there are a lot of interventions. This is the one I use because it's a behavioral model of reading, right? We talked about an umbrella of encouragement with that behavior modification of immediate correction modeling, right? So it works for a large variety of readers. It helps struggling readers catch up, and it's a fluency piece to reading. And what we're trying to do, fluency is the ability to read with speed, accuracy, and proper expression. And when students can't recognize words accurately and automatically, fluency suffers, and then in turn, reading comprehension is often compromised. Fluent readers will read with automaticity without struggling to decode each word. And when students read with 98% accuracy, their fluency and confidence increase, and this results in higher reading engagement and better comprehension. So, Great Leaps works, like I said, on fluency, accuracy, rate, prosody, and oral reading. It works for a large variety of kids with challenges: dyslexia, ADHD, mild autism spectrum, choppy readers, robot readers, English language learners who are conversant in English. We use this program with. Behavior is the core. Student data drives the development of their interventions. So they're carefully gradated so as to readability, interest level, and length. They're age-appropriate stories. So they have elementary stories, middle school stories, and high school stories. No high schooler wants to, read a baby story, right? They want to read content that's interesting to them. But the problem, the struggle is, what books do you give them at that age if they're not reading at that level? And so these stories are appropriate. Kids love it. It's research from the behavioral science of reading, and it's results driven. So there's 4 components that we work on every time a student comes to us. So we have phonics, sight phrases, stories, and depth of knowledge questions. The phonics section works on those phonics decoding skills so that they learn to blend individual letters. And each child is placed at the appropriate starting place for them. Here's where I love this, is that when your placement is really, really important, because like I said, we want to start students at a place of success. So we're not going to start them where they're going to start actually making gains. We're going to back up to where that student is successful when they're reading. And then about 4 to 7, after about 4 to 7 lessons, that's when we start charting that growth of reading, because that's where they're really starting. The second section that you do, this is done every single day in a 12-minute session. Phonics, phrases. The phrases are important because we all know there's words in the English language that just you can't really, you can't decode, right? They're just weird words, right? You've got to work on how to There's sometimes referred to as the Dolch sight words, but they have to be read automatically, smoothly, and with ease. And so we work on those. Stories are carefully ordered from simple to more difficult. And like I said, they're designed to help students not just learn how to read, but how to develop a love of reading. There's no pictures, they're not content-based stories, and they're written in conversational English. This is one of my favorite stories about pie. I love pie. And then the depth of knowledge questions. So one of the things that you may hear from parents of neurodivergent kids is like, they can read, they just can't comprehend. They don't know how to think about what they've read. And one of the things that I see lacking in a lot of curriculum is that they go to these deeper, higher level thought processes of like, what was the author's purpose, right? Well, like they don't even know how to think about what they just read. And so these depth of knowledge questions that Great Leaps offers as a guide just really help them develop those critical thinking skills, helping them form sentences, paragraphs out loud. It's our chance to elicit expressive language and build their vocabulary using higher level words and context. The objective is really just to encourage their thinking and help them grow in the ability to express those thoughts. Because if they can't think a sentence, then they can't speak a sentence, and then they definitely can't write one. So this is kind of a piece that includes comprehension, of course. There will be questions about the text, but really the key piece in this that I think is most helpful is kind of getting them to really draw those details out so then they can think about, yeah, like, well, what would be the author's purpose? You have to be able to think about that first, right? So, and it all is done through immediate correction and modeling. So here's what this would look like in this particular story, excuse me. So each of these sections is 1 minute timed. So on your screen, you have a timer. The student does not see that. Why? Because it's not encouraging. It can be stress provoking to know that they're being timed. It's not that you're keeping that from that, but you're not pointing it out. So the instructor has a timer on their end. They ask the student to start reading. The student starts reading. Pie. I ate a peach, and I would, if they say it incorrectly, I would click on this word and say peach. I would give them that word and say peach. That's immediate correction. They keep going. They're going to read. You keep them going. That during that cold read, that 1 minute timing, all you do is just keep them reading. Immediately correcting their errors. So the student keeps on reading all the way through. If they get to the end before the 60 seconds is up, I stop the timer. If they don't, wherever they stop reading when the timer runs out, I don't go, I don't go, time's up. I just say, okay, I'd say, okay, Sarah, stop reading there. Okay, so I would double click where they stopped reading, and then the work is not done, right? Because all I've done is immediately correct their errors. Now we have to do that second piece of behavior, model. I do, we do, you do. Okay, so what that would look like is if Sarah was reading and she had missed the word peach, I would say, okay, I'm going to have all the words highlighted on my side that they've missed, because every time she missed a word, I've highlighted it on my end, but the student doesn't see any of that on their screen. And so I would say, okay, Sarah, let's go to this line here. Listen to me first. This says, I ate a peach pie. Let's do that together. And Sarah and I would say, I ate a peach pie. Great. I'm going to slow down to match her. And then, all right, Sarah, say that for me again and share it by yourself. And Sarah would do it by herself. What is that done? 4 times they have heard the word correctly. Once when I immediately corrected, and 3 times when we modeled, I do, we do, you do, mapping in their brain. Okay. So I would go through 2 to 3 lines. So if Sarah had, 7 errors throughout this whole passage, I'm not going to point out the errors, one, because that's discouraging, and we are an encouraging curriculum. So we're going to encourage her. Great job, Sarah. Let's go over this line here. We don't point out the errors. We just go over the line. Then we would go over 2 to 3 lines of errors. That's all. And when when we're done with modeling 2 to 3 lines, even if she had more errors, we're going to move on, right? Because the whole intervention, we have to get through those 4 seconds and the 4 sections, and the whole intervention is no longer than 12. We schedule for 15 minutes. The whole intervention where they're working is 12 minutes. So tomorrow, if Sarah has 2, and this is all done by the computer program, it'll tell you where you start the next day. But just so you know, Sarah's on exercise 6. Tomorrow, if Sarah did not read all of these words within the 60 seconds with 2 or less errors, then tomorrow Sarah comes back and she does this exercise again. And she reads and we do the same thing. It's very calming for kids to kind of have that. They know what to expect every time. They know how long the intervention is going to last. They know what they're going to do. They know what's expected of them. And so for neurodiverse kids, that consistency really, really helps. So after this, so we would start with the phonics, and we would do that same, we start with the phonics. We do the phonics, the same approach. I do, we do, you do, marking errors, going to, excuse me, sorry. Now I hit it. Here we go. Then you'd go to phonics, and then you'd end with stories. Then after the stories, then that is when I'm going to ask Sarah some questions about what she read. Okay. So this leads to what is an error. So an error is when a word is incorrectly read. You're going to say the correct word and mark it as an error. If they take more than 3 seconds to say the word, you're going to give them the word and mark it as an error. Why? Because here it's not encouraging for Sarah to sit there and go, I ate a peach pie. The time's running. We're getting that data for that cold read. She doesn't know the word. Give it to her, mark it an error, keep her moving on, right? If they skip a word, that also is an error. So you redirect them to where the word that they were on, and you say, oh, you skipped a word, come back, and they read the word, and you mark that word an error, even if they say it correctly, because part of fluent reading is reading without errors and without skipping lines or words. And same thing if you skip a line. So back to our graphic. My fingers are going too fast this morning. So what is not an error? An accent or dialect. Actively sounding out a word is not an error. And if they also immediately correct, so you'll hear this a lot when students are reading, they'll say, I ate a peach pie. I didn't use my fork. So when I corrected myself, instead of saying pouch to peach, I corrected it and said peach. That would not be an error because I corrected it myself. So if I had marked that an error, I would just unselect it. Okay. So those are not errors. So, oh my goodness. Now we've done it. Now I got way too far back. So those 3 sections, phonics, phrases, and stories, are done every day. I just want to walk you through just really quickly here, and then we'll go to some questions about how you use Great Leaps. Great Leaps comes with a 14-day free trial, so you can try using it. But you're going to go to digital.greatleaps.com. You're going to sign up. You'll get a free 14-day trial. And what will happen after that is once you sign up, you'll get an email, you'll validate your account. And if you want to try this with one of your children or one of the kids that you work with, you will go to the login section, and you'll have 2 devices. You'll log in. I don't know why this keeps jumping back on me. Sarah, can you help me out here? You'll click the login button. Here we go. And you'll see there's 2 sections. There's a teacher section and a student section. So on one device, you'll have, say you have 2 iPads, teacher is on one and the student's on the other. You're going to log in as the teacher. You're going to put your username that you put in, and then you're going to put a password. Where do I get that password? Well, the password is here. When the student logs in, they'll put in your username. Mine is Mrs. G, so they put in your username, and then there's a student code. And once they give you that student code, or you can do it yourself, then you put it in, and then it puts you to the correct student, okay? And then you're ready to go. It's going to walk you through the phonics, phrases, and stories. Each one is highlighted blue. Great Leaps does a training. I do trainings for volunteers in our community. We have about 15 to 30 volunteers that go through training a couple times a month. I'm happy to have any of you sit in on any one of those trainings for free. You can contact me. Always happy to help when it comes to getting kids reading and how we might be able to do that. My contact information is here. This is my website for my nonprofit. Like I said, you can see Great Leaps. I just help out in training some of the people as an implementation specialist for Great Leaps. And what I do with that is talk to libraries. Hey, I want to start doing this. I want to start using this intervention so we can get more kids reading. How do I do that in my particular context? How do I take this to an entire district? How do we use volunteers? How do I use this in my professional business with OTs or anything like that? So it is a one-to-one intervention. It is not something that students do on their own. It is not a group intervention. It is one-to-one, and it's really great. We've seen really great success with that. So I'll leave this up here, and I might have even ended a little bit early, but I'd love to answer any questions or anything.
Yeah, that was wonderful. Thank you. Those are some really, really great tips. I know that there's some homeschoolers and some, other people in the comments that do work with their kiddos. So I'm sure that they were listening. I don't see any questions. If you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the comment section and ask Leah about any of the programs she has. We did have a couple other hellos. Say hello to Christy in San Jose. Hello, we're so glad to see you. Ambrose, who's in Georgia, thank you so much. And I haven't talked with her in so long. It feels like we need to catch up. Oh, I just love these guys. Autism Journey with Elijah. Good morning. I'm so glad that you guys have come along. And hopefully you got some great tips for Elijah this morning with this presentation. Please let us know, Lori, if you have any questions or anything. Thank you, Jacob. Jacob says, great presentation.
Thank you.
And we have a good morning from our co-host later today, Amy. So hi, Amy. So good to see that you're here. And it's exciting. It's exciting to see all the people come and show up. No, these are great opportunities. And I went ahead and over in the comments put the silent auction information so that people can go over and bid for the Great Leaps program subscription that you generously donated to our silent auction. Thank you so much. Do you want to tell people about that?
Yes. So the year subscription is a year. The 14-day trial is the same thing that you get, but you get it for a whole entire year, and you can use that for one student, or you can transfer it to a student. So maybe you have a student that uses it for 3 months and makes gains, and then you want to use it with another student. You can use that same digital license for an entire year. And so it gives you access to the whole entire reading program for 1 year.
Oh, I love that. So important. And, reading is something I think that a lot of us that maybe were early readers or read easy take for granted. And something that, and I know in my family, I'm kind of like the wordsmith, the great speller. And so whenever, how do you spell this? It just comes right out. I have like this list of all of the things in my brain all the time. But it's really difficult to watch, my husband or my daughter who have dyslexia struggle to just, oh no, did I say that time right? Did I get it backwards? Just questioning and always, having to double check themselves and things. So I think that any kind of supports that we can get, and boy, is it the truth that learners are so individual, and teaching and learning can be so complex, and strategies put in place are so important for the success for these kiddos. And I love the positive approach rather than the deficit approach. I think that pointing out deficits just across the board for everyone doesn't make anybody feel good.
Right.
And
Yeah.
yeah. So I really love those tips that you gave, and kind of how to not go over the errors and to really go over the line it was just brilliant. It was just really, really good advice for those early learners. And, even kiddos that are older who, like you said, have come to you at a later age and then are just really struggling. And so, yeah, we never want to see that happen with our kiddos.
Yeah, it was shocking to me when people will sometimes ask, like, how do you get like middle schoolers to get online and do this every day? And I'm like, they don't want to not be able to do this, right? But they're embarrassed, right? And they just need that remediation, and they need that encouragement of somebody showing them, like, you can do this. When the program Great Leaps has been around for more than 30 years. It was a paper version before this. And Ken, the author, Ken Campbell, he was in a self-contained classroom, special needs trained in behavior at the University of Florida. And he was in Marion County, and he was really frustrated at the tools that were provided to him. And so he started just writing his own stuff. And so he got successful, and he just happened, there was a leading University of Florida professor at the time, Dr. Cecil Mercer, and he came to Ken's school, and he overheard one of the kids say, he came into the principal's office and said, "You've got to move the assembly time. I don't want to miss my reading lesson," right? Which is not something you always hear people say every day, right? And so Dr. Mercer was like, "What are you doing?" And so together and conducted these trials, and that's what took him to international success. And all the for years, all the special education instructors have been trained in Great Leaps at University of Florida. It's used all over the world. It's a really, really great intervention. So
I love that. Thanks for bringing this to us today. This is a wonderful platform to share this with, a wonderful audience. And please definitely reach out to Leah, to Great Leaps. I'm going to put her information right back up really fast so that you can see that. Get her email address, leah@peakliteracy.org. Give her a call. You can go check out their website. And I also put the website, the digital.greatleaps.com. I hope that was correct.
Yes.
Over in the comments. So please go and check that out as well. Go to the silent auction and bid to get a subscription. So help your early learner out, or, your child that might be struggling. So this has been so wonderful. I'm just so grateful for your time, your wonderful resources, and your ability to come and share with us. So thank you so, so much.
Thanks so much for having me. It was great being with you all this morning.
Absolutely. Come and join us. Yes, please come and join us in the comments and go on over and be a viewer. And we will talk to you soon. Thanks, Leah.
Bye, everybody. Thanks.
Wow, what a wonderful presentation to start us off with this morning. It's so important that we have the tools and the resources in place to help our kiddos, our teens that are struggling. So this is a wonderful way to get us started this morning. We are so lucky to have wonderful speakers today, wonderful sponsors who have generously sponsored for support of the summit and putting this event on. I do this with my whole heart, for real. And I have no expectations other than the hope that everyone gets what they need out of it. And if there's stuff you don't need, leave it for someone else. It'll be for someone else that needs it. Let them take it and let everything settle and feel great with it. So I'm so glad to get this morning started. Our next presenter is here in the backstage, so I'll be bringing her up as soon as she is ready to go. If anyone is interested in going over to the silent auction, please do that. Please go over and bid for that Great Leaps program subscription at sjchilds.betterworld.org. Click on the silent auction link, and you can go right over and see all of the amazing things that are available and that have been donated from our speakers. And what a wonderful support system. So I am excited to bring up our next speaker today. She is someone who I have known now for, feels like 4 or 5 years we're going on, maybe. I don't know. It's crazy. Time flies, right? But she's someone who I just, I love her. I know I probably say that a lot to a lot of people, but really, truly, she's been about our family. She's done coaching with us. And I just truly believe in her so much. And so I'm more than happy to have her be a part of this with me today. So without further ado, and before I just start tearing up here on the stage, I'm going to make her come up here so I don't cry alone. Just kidding. Hi, Diane. It's so good to see you.
Hi, Sarah. You too. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's a little bit tunnely. It sounds a little echoey, or but I can hear you like clearly.
Okay. All right.
It's fine.
Okay. All right.
You know, one of my favorite times is the time that you and I got together with our girls and had pizza in a park and just sat and got to know each other, and to be able to see each other in person. Oh, that's like such a gift that I just never take for granted. And I'm always so grateful for, to be able to connect with people that I meet online and be able to see them in the real world. It's amazing. So thank you so
it
much.
was. Yeah, no, thank you for having me. That was a really fun time. I can very clearly remember that. And it was really extra special because we had known each other like online, because it was probably a couple years after 2020. So yeah, we got to know each other kind of through, I think, maybe Facebook, and just connecting through when you're still in Utah and when I was in Utah, and that worked out great. You've been an amazing person to know over the years, and I really, really appreciate how much of an advocate you are for the neurodivergent community.
Thank you so much. And you know, it was so much fun when Spectrum Sailing came to town and you were working with them and got to meet DJ and Anna. Well, you had met Anna, but got to meet DJ, and he was here. He started off this morning. He came in and excuse me, and wore his Spectrum Sailing shirt to show everybody. And he told everybody how much fun he had at the sailing camp. So another amazing item over in our silent auction. If anybody is interested in getting some cool sailing swag, go over and look at that and make a bid on those items. Before we get started, just let me see if anybody else. We have one more hello. Oh my goodness. And I have to give a huge hello and a big, huge hug to this beautiful, beautiful woman, because this is I like to call sister-in-law. This is my sister-in-law from my first husband. And I'm just great friends with all of my old sister-in-laws. Actually, they're beautiful, wonderful, amazing humans. And so thank you for coming and supporting me so much, Alicia. Love you. Wow, I'm so excited to get this off and running, and we're right on time. Do you have slides that you need to put up or anything? If you're ready to go, we'll put those up for you. Yeah.
I will put them in present mode.
And we will be off and running with Dr. Diane Hudson here any moment.
All right. Are the slides up? I can't
Not
see
yet.
anything.
Oh,
Okay.
as soon as they pop up.
Oh, I know why they're not. Yeah, give me just a moment here. They were totally up on my computer.
Oh, isn't that how it goes?
Yeah, I was like staring at them, waiting, wondering what's going on next.
Yeah, and if any of speakers that are going to be on later, if you're here, if you want to send me your things ahead of time, I'm happy to. If you already did, Diane, and I didn't, I'm so there we
did
go.
not.
Wonderful.
There.
Well, I am going to remove myself from the stage and let Diane take over. Thank you so much again, and I'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah, again, for hosting this, putting this together, to be able to have opportunities like this, to hear from other amazing speakers, advocates, and to be able to put it all together kind of as a provider, as a parent who works with other parents. I just really appreciate this opportunity. So thank you very much. So what I wanted to talk about today is a topic that's quite near and dear to my heart, autism spectrum disorder in girls. It is something that I think, as many of us are aware, is not always as frequently, as readily, as easily diagnosed as autism in boys, males. And that is shifting, it is changing. We are learning a lot more about the subtle nuances of autistic girls and how they present a little bit differently. In order to say that's what this is why sometimes things might be hard, and here's what you can do about it. A lot of times autistic girls feel a lot more left out. They aren't noticed. They're kind of on the fringes of social groups. And for a lot of autistic girls, being able to say, that's okay, I'm autistic, that's what this is, here's what I'm going to do instead. That is a really, I think, important and valuable space for them to be in. What I wanted to talk about today specifically is the idea of friendships and navigating social situations. It is something that comes up for all girls, and for autistic girls, neurodivergent girls presents just a slightly different way with different challenges that, as providers, as parents, we can set situations up so that it is a little bit easier for them to make connections with others. So I'm going to dive into that today. This is just a little bit about me, so that you can have a sense of who's talking at you right now. I have worked with people with disabilities for over 20 years. I started as a school psychologist. I have a master's in special education. And then about 10 years ago, I switched over slightly, or took like a slightly different path, and began working primarily in the area of supporting autistic individuals. And that led me to getting my BCBA. So I practice here in Wyoming. I also am licensed in Utah. But what I really love to do is to be able to just provide information for families, whether or not, we're in a client-provider relationship. I support people individually. I have groups that I run. I've done parent supports. And I also, you can find me on social media as well, kind of just tips and tricks kind of a thing. I really, really strongly believe, and particularly in our climate right now, that advocating for autistic people is essential. My clients, the friends that I have, the family that I have, every single one of those people is a very valuable human being. And I really want for every client that I work with to become as independent as they want to be, as they are able to be, to know themselves a little bit better. And finding community and belonging is so, so important. And that's kind of what we're going to talk about today when we talk about friendships. This, I think, regardless of if you are neurodivergent, neurotypical, finding people who are delighted that you are you is what lights everybody up. You know, when you walk into a room, or your child walks into a room, your student walks into the classroom, and you are so excited that they are there, that can make all the difference to any human, right? And when we talk about friendship in particular, friendship connection, there has been a lot of, in the past couple of years, talk in the media about the idea of being connected to people, the epidemic of loneliness. The US Surgeon General identified that as a high concern, because we know that when you have connections with other people, your life, your physical health, your mental health improves, whether that is one close friend or whether that is, you know, a group of acquaintances. Socializing with others in the way that it makes sense for you matters. It increases life satisfaction. So you are less likely to feel depressed. You're less likely to feel anxious. There are also like physical changes in your body that happen when you have close connections with others. And that includes lowering your blood pressure. Typically, people who have friends maybe might be generally trending towards healthier habits, maybe more physical activity, maybe healthier eating. And you'll notice that as I go through this presentation, I speak very specifically about friendship for you, because what we're going to find, and any parent listening to this is well aware, that friendships for your autistic child, in particular your autistic daughter, do not look like maybe what you thought they might look like. So what is a good time for, you know, one particular autistic person when they're hanging out with their friends may not be for someone else. So friendship for you is really the way that we're broadly and narrowly defining what's important. What we know across all genders, all ages, is that friendship is hard, period. That's the end of the sentence, right? It is not necessarily something that comes easily to everybody. And even when friendships seem easy and pretty low key and pretty comfortable, everybody has bumps in the road. A lot of times it's, you know, maybe communication, misunderstood communication, or maybe you have a friend who doesn't live in the same area as you. A fair number of the autistic girls that I work with have friends in their neighborhood, like in their town, but they also have formed connections through gameplay, through online access to kids in other states. And those are really important friendships for them. So aside from the fact that friendship can be hard, it also, for autistic girls, can be made a little bit harder simply because of the way that their brains are wired, right? They may not have the executive functioning skills to plan out an event, organize people, organize themselves or one other person, follow through with that plan. Those sorts of executive functioning skills play into friendship. They're not just related to school. A lot of times we talk about executive functioning in school, but we actually use those skills all day long in all kinds of settings. Some autistic girls might have extremely specific special interests. And in doing that, on the one hand, you could totally find other people who are so into the same thing as you that it's an immediate connection. It also means, though, that if you are having a hard time finding those people who are also really into horses, are really into cars, that also means that it might narrow your options for connections with others. The autistic brain is actually wired in such a way that the areas of the brain that typically light up when we're engaging in social interactions, they're not as potent, they're not as intense. And so autistic people, girls and boys, and non-binary, they will just naturally be a little bit less interested in social interactions. I'm speaking broadly, there are always exceptions, but I thought that was really interesting as I was really trying to dive into why might this be so hard. It's not just an issue of want to, right? A lot of my clients in particular are like, I just don't get friendship. I don't get all of these different ways I have to interact if I don't respond correctly. Like the nuances and the unspoken rules around friendship are everywhere. And for people whose brains thrive in a more black and white, A or B, X or Y type of learning scenario, all of those gray areas can be really tricky and feel very, it can start to feel very disheartening over time. Difficulty reading other people's behaviors and intentions then also kind of makes you question, do I even know what I'm doing? Do they like me? And it can be a pretty big snowball rolling downhill quickly. And so we want to identify what can we do about that. We also are very aware that autistic girls mask more than autistic boys. Masking, camouflaging causes significant stress. And also for a lot of autistic girls and women, if they do not mask, they're not going to, society is not set up to help them be successful if they don't mask. Let's just say it that way. We have a lot of education to do around including people with different brain wiring, neurodivergence into everyday activities. Neurodivergent girls who mask, in particular, in the area of masking or camouflaging, there's the idea of assimilating, where you're trying to fit in with the group, and that leads to you feeling like you're pretending. That particular part of masking is related to increased depression and anxiety in 11 to 14-year-old girls. So girls as young as 11, so we're talking elementary school autistic girls who may or may not even know that that's the brain that they're working with. They're already at higher risk for mental health issues. The data, most recent data from the Centers for Disease Control identified the average rate of depression for children at 4%. These are some older data for autistic children, but those data we're identifying about 7.7% of autistic children also had a mental health diagnosis of depression. So that's about twice as many. And if you think about all of the different ways that depression presents, it just is something else for us to keep in mind, and why it's so important for us to support friendships and connection for autistic girls. So I kind of alluded to the idea that neurodivergent friendships could be a little bit different than what you might be expecting as a parent or anticipating as a teacher, or even as a provider, maybe figuring out, gosh, perhaps that group I set up didn't quite work for these girls. I wonder why. Neurodivergent friendships can look very different. They may be based entirely and only on special interests. It may be the way that girls connect with other girls. For example, if there's, in the town that I live in, it seems like every year the local musical theater does like a Taylor Swift tribute show. And I would bet there's a whole bunch of girls there who maybe would have never met each other except for that interest, right? Neurodivergent friendships can be with people older or people younger. So a lot of times, maybe a middle school girl might feel like they have more in common with someone in late elementary school. Or if their special interest is extremely deep and very intense, maybe there's an adult who has that exact same level of knowledge and they feel like they can have really great conversations with them. Neurodivergent friendships do not have to encompass an entire sleepover. A lot of times, as we know, autistic people have varying levels of comfort with sensory issues, the idea of time, preferred activities. So you don't have to have a friendship where you always have a sleepover. You could have a friendship where you go and play on the playground for like a half an hour, and then that's how your friendship looks. Parallel play and shared activities are really important in neurodivergent friendships as well. So if I'm with someone and we're both knitting, or we're both talking about gardening, those are as valuable as friendships that we see in the movies, right? Where we're sharing our deepest thoughts and feelings. That may or may not happen for an autistic girl, and it's okay. If you have someone that you can connect with through shared interests, shared activities, that is really where these friendships can begin. So what are we going to do? As parents, as providers, as teachers, we are, sorry, I'm just checking my time here because I don't see it on my computer right now. We're going to really try to support these friendships so that, as Sarah Hendricks said, real me is allowed out in times of complete comfort and acceptance. Being able to unmask, to be able to connect with other people is exactly what is going to help decrease some of those mental health challenges, to be able to feel like you're connected to someone else in the world. And we want to try to create as much space for that as possible. So if you are working with a neurodivergent girl, keep in mind that maybe big, like large group sports are not really potentially going to be your daughter's thing. Maybe you're looking more for small groups, one-on-one, individual sports that are part of a team. For example, maybe like if your daughter enjoys like swimming or skiing, those are possibly activities that they could do as part of a broader team, but that they still participate in individually. We talked about the length of time. I don't need, a 7-hour play date. I maybe just need like an hour or so. That could work as well. Think about, as a caregiver, what can you offer for your daughter that would be familiar for them? So because meeting someone new or having social interactions can be really stressful, particularly if you're a girl and your perception is that people think that I should be friendly. That's a whole nother topic for another day. But as a caregiver, what you can do to decrease those barriers for your daughter is setting them up with familiar people in familiar places, doing familiar things that they like, shared interests. Shared interests for autistic girls could be having a craft night, doing puzzles. For younger kids, maybe their stuffies are having a tea party. Anything along those lines could be an option. I struggle with this idea a little bit of what to teach because I do feel strongly that as a broader society and community, we also need to slow down and have everybody else learn from autistics and be inclusive and not require everyone to fit this neurotypical mold. What I really like to have my clients do, and I work with parents on, is really helping my clients identify their strengths, learn about their autism, what works for them, what are they interested in, what are they really good at, and applying those in an area so that they can advocate for themselves, right? So if I'm in a really loud setting with my friend, can I say, do I feel comfortable enough to say, hey, it's really loud in here. Can we go into a quieter room in the library? That requires, you know, definite unmasking and definite work to know what it is lights you up and makes you happy. But I do feel there's extreme value in that. Facial expressions, body language, what is friendship? All of those are skills that you can teach, alongside of the importance of making sure that someone is comfortable in their own skin and knows how to advocate for themselves. Safety skills, social media, how and when to get help if needed, are also actually sometimes, a lot of times, really good to teach explicitly, because there's a lot of potential gray areas in there. And if a scenario is not black and white, there is a chance that an autistic person might not identify it as a concern, a safety concern, and may not ask for help when needed. So those are important skills as well. When you are looking for a group for your daughter, peers, how are we going to set this up, right? What do I really want to try to do? If you look around your town and look for groups that might be based on specifically your child's interests or talents. So that could look like, for example, our library here has actually just started to do an every other week D&D group. And I will tell you, that is a hit. There are some kids who look forward to that like nobody's business, but you don't usually find that, right? That actually was started in our town by a group that works primarily with neurodivergent kids. So I would encourage you to check out the library. Libraries seem like very common areas where you're going to be able to see, like today our library also has like a baking challenge. The activities there might be more aligned with your child's interests. Dance classes, art classes, things that maybe there's a history museum that has some sort of talk coming up about something that's of interest to your child. Finding those groups that are based on your child's special interests or talents kind of sets the stage for them to feel more comfortable and possibly make some more connections. Sensory-friendly events can be really important. Groups with other neurodivergent girls. A lot of kind of the example that I gave, right? Some of my clients are like, I just don't get this friendship thing. And for them to have other neurodivergent girls in a group with a neurodiversity affirming focus, they're able to say, hey, this is what happened. I didn't get it. What do you think? And they can ask for advice. What do you think I should do? That happened in a group I had earlier this week, actually. You want to just be able to, within those group environments, find folks who are willing to be flexible and able to be flexible with your child's needs, with their sensory needs, tolerance for length of time, size of group. And sometimes you might find yourself needing to make those groups. Those are actually some of the best ones that I've seen. Those homegrown, parent-led sorts of things are pretty cool. So I've got some references and resources, and the references were just kind of, where I got some of my data. And Also, the resources, I'd like to draw your attention particularly to a couple of these. The autisticgirlsnetwork.org, if you haven't been on that site, is really impressive. They have a ton of information. Yellowladybugs.com.au, that's a site out of Australia. They also focus on autistic girls. Again, very up-to-date information and ideas. A couple of another website to look at is autisticadvocacy.org. And the book Women and Girls with Autism Spectrum Disorder, to kind of give you, particularly if you're a neurotypical parent, or if you're a neurodivergent parent who is not autistic, might give you some insights into perhaps how your daughter, niece, granddaughter, cousin, how their brain is operating. The last resource, one of the last resources I want to share with you is on the bottom. This is a parent conference that is happening online in May. It is free, and there are a ton of additional resources there. I think it's happening in a couple weeks from now. So, finish out these couple days, learn what you can, and then check out that website to kind of go into a little bit more depth if you want to, or expand your knowledge. But that's also a really great conference geared particularly for parents. So I wanted to make sure to plug that. And that is run by Endicott University, I believe. And then finally, this is what I do. My website is abc-pathways.com. And there's a QR code up there on your screen. I am going to really jump back into virtual girls groups. During COVID, that was what we did. And then we got to do them in person. And I know that there are kids who are not close by that we could connect with each other virtually. And so that is what is starting to happen full force this summer. In particular, I'm looking at a middle school girls group. Scan the QR code to join the wait list, and you will be getting updates about when registration opens, but also you could hop on the email list for just updates, suggestions, emails, encouraging notes, things that really help out when you are parenting, teaching, supporting an autistic girl. So thank you very much for your time. Thanks for taking time out of your day to hang out here with me this morning. Sarah, I am going to stop sharing. Or no, I can keep sharing and see you.
We can keep sharing. We can stay here together and people can still get it if they need to. And I went over to the comments and put your website so that anybody in the comments later on can go back up and see that if they need to and grab that website. And I can tell you firsthand, can you hear me better now? I can tell you firsthand that the girl groups are really valuable for our young girls who want to find meaningful connections. Diane puts her heart into it, and you can tell it's always a safe place to be. I think that's one of the most important and best compliments I think all of us could ever get, is that we are safe individuals to be with. And I think that's a really important thing to say. Well, it's so nice to have you here. And thank you so much again for all of the wonderful work you do and for always providing such great resources for families. I mean, I've taken advantage of them myself, so I can tell you that they are really amazing. We have the opportunity today to really reach such a wide, broad audience and really share with them, our truths and our stories and our experiences. And so I really hope that everyone, is enjoying it. We did have a couple of other comments. Like my I need to get myself a regular mouse, because when I get excited, I get a little bit like my fingers get sweaty, and then my mouse doesn't want to work. And so if I'm goofing around over here, it's because I'm trying to get these to show. Here we go. We have a good morning from Michelle Demers. Also Leah, who was just up, said great information. Thank you so much, Dr. Hudson. And then we, of course, have your website and everything so that people can, hopefully that I typed that up correctly, so that people can go and get that information. We're really excited. I think following you is our good friend Scott Herman and the Spectrum Sailing Group. We're really excited to hear from them this morning and get them up on stage and chat with them. So we have some more. Here we go. Another Cassie said, fabulous info. Love the presentation. It's so nice to get feedback from our listeners and viewers. So we know, that we're bringing all of the good stuff. So I love to hear that. Scott, I see you're in the back. Do you want to come up and say hello to Diane real quick? We'll bring you up really fast and you can say hello. Hold on. Let me get my fingers working. Think.
Hi, Diane. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you all doing?
Oh, we are hanging in there here in Charleston. Everything good for you guys out west?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to hear what you all are going to talk about for Spectrum Sailing. I know it just keeps growing. I'm really excited for you guys.
Yeah, Emma's with us now, and we did some real research, which I think you guys will be interested to see. So really positive stuff coming up next following the great Diane Hudson.
Love it.
Wow.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I knew that, it was perfect timing for bringing you up, Scott. Exactly. No, we're really grateful for all the work that both of you, all three of you really do. I had just a 5-minute chat with Emma to get to know her just for a second yesterday. I love her energy, and I can tell she's really going to bring a lot to Spectrum Sailing. So that's just so wonderful. Diane, it's always a pleasure to see you, to catch up with you. And if you guys are good and ready to go a couple minutes early, I'd love to get you started and we can get going. You good with that too, Diane?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
See y'all soon. Take care.
Comments and perfect. Oh, so wonderful. Thank you guys for being here and agreeing to do this on all the crazy time schedules. And
I know these time zones are a little bonkers. No one knows what time is what. So
I know.
We're all on the same page now. We made it, and
here
like we're in the same room. So
yeah, exactly. And you didn't get to see DJ earlier today, probably because he came and did the opening ceremonies, but he wore his Spectrum Sailing shirt and showed everyone. He absolutely loves it. He wears it. He does color changes his outfit. So he does like red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple every week is his. Okay. And so, that's his blue day. Blue day is always Spectrum Sailing. So you're always once a week in our house.
You'll have to remind me his size and I'll get you our new color for this year. I'll shoot.
Oh, great. Absolutely. Yeah, no, he just absolutely loves it and told, everybody about his experience and how much fun he had. So I'll have to send you that little clip so you can enjoy it.
Yeah, those are our best salespeople, really, our sailors, right? So we could talk about the impact and all the positive things, but really what matters is what do the kids think when they come and work with us and leave our camps, and how do they feel about it? So,
well, without further ado, I'm going to turn the time over to you. I will bring your, do you want the slides, this slide first, or did you want this one first?
Spectrum Sailing is
we'll start with the presentation, and then like 3 slides in, we'll play the video. So I don't know if I'll be able to switch or if you want to.
Yeah, and you can just tell me play the video, and I can switch that out for you too. So I'm going to add this back up here and take myself out of here, and I'll see you guys in a minute.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, welcome everybody. It's exciting to start early, right? And we have such a great group here. So just wanted to get started, introduce ourselves. Today we're going to talk about social emotional growth and how we've done that through an inclusive sailing program nationally. My name is Scott Herman. I'm the executive director and founder of Spectrum Sailing. We're the only national autism sailing program. And I'm here today with Miss Emma. She can introduce herself.
Hey everyone, my name is Emma. I'm a occupational therapy graduate student, and I've been working with Spectrum Sailing really since January, some last year going to camps, but on a research project to highlight social emotional growth through their program. So excited to be here as well.
Awesome. So a little bit about us. As I mentioned, we're the only national autism sailing program, created out of necessity, really because of my own son. So Daniel, my son, is 16 now. When I moved back to Charleston, South Carolina 8 years ago as a sailor, I tried to get him signed up for sailing program, sailing camps. We had we have 5 programs in Charleston, met with all 5, and none felt comfortable bringing in a child like Daniel with his diagnosis. So after a year of having him sort of sit on the sidelines, my wife and I decided we would start a program. So we started that program here in Charleston. Year 1, we had 70 kids apply for 10 spots. We pretty quickly realized there was a massive demand. And after 4 or 5 years of running that just here in Charleston, sailing programs around the country started reaching out to us and asking if we could come run similar programs in their location, which is sort of how our travel program was born. We have a number of staff and volunteers trained through our proprietary training program, which we'll get into, on autism and water safety. Water safety is a huge piece of what we do, but also making sure that we leave better trained staff behind when we leave each town.
Okay, now we'll play the quick video.
Yeah, here's a video, kind of gives you a quick little overview of what our camps are like and how we do what we do.
Autism sailing program. It's a 3-day camp. Kids come in and we have a lesson that we learn about, whether it's parts of the boat, points of sail, tacking, jibing, and then we take the kids on the water and they get to practice what we learned in the Chalk Talk. They really are learning why these boats work, how to make the boat work, how to drive the boat, what's making the boat sail, and how to work as a team while they're on the boat together. This is one of my favorite, testimonials or successes from camp. We had a sailor with us, and he's a great kid. Day 3, it was really hot last year when we were in Chicago. And so the kids, after sailing, went down to the dinghy dock and would put their feet in the water and kind of cool off. And the mother and I were standing here over by the picnic table on the other side. And as Eli walked up, he was walking through the front grass of Corinthian, here, the front yard, to the doors. And I was talking to the mom, and Beatrice starts like crying and saying, he's pointing at her son. He's never done that. He's never done that. And I thought, I turn around thinking he's doing something bad, right? And he's just walking through the grass. I turn around, I'm like, Beatrice, what is that? She says, he's never walked barefoot in grass. 16 years old, it was too stimulating for him. He's never done that. And she was crying over it. Like, look at what he's doing. Now, I don't run a camp to teach kids to walk through the grass, but once he was sailing and once he felt like he could do anything, when he got off the boat day 3, he had just sailed the boat for the day. That day walking through the grass didn't bother him. You know, it put him in a different place. And those are the types of stories and those are the types of things that come from sailing and from our camp that really aren't sailing related. But once you see those things and you see these kids from day 1 to day 3, it makes you realize, well, how can we not run this camp? How can we not continue to grow this and give these kids this chance?
So most people don't believe me that water is actually Chicago, but I know it looks like the Caribbean there. We had a really good day for video, but yeah, so that was just a little snippet from our camps. That's all of our camps. We'll get into it a little bit about how they kind of all run the same way, but we're getting our slides back up. But yeah, so that gives you an idea how our camps work. I think we're having a little bit of
Sorry. Oh, there it is. It was being a little slow to come back up. There we go.
Okay. There we go. Yeah. So a quick overview about our camps. It's a 3-day camp for autistic youth. This year we'll be in 12 different camp locations. We'll have over 250 kids sail with us. Our ages range from 10 to 17. This actually slide needs a little bit of an update. Like I said, we're in 11 cities. That is actually true. We're doing a double in Chicago. The demand has been so strong. We're actually having 2 locations in Chicago. So we're adding Jackson Park, if anyone here knows the Chicago area. So we're adding the South Side to our programming. We're traditionally held in local community sailing clubs or yacht clubs. We use our local sailing instructors, which we do our online training for. So we're leaving instructors better equipped for autistic youth in the future. And then really how we fund our programs are all through community grants, companies, corporate donors, and then individual people who believe in our mission. Here's our locations for this year. We are through Pensacola. So we started in February in Newport Beach. We've done Jacksonville, Pensacola, and Houston. Our next camp is in Toledo, and then we spend a little bit of time in the Midwest before we come back down south to Florida, Sarasota, and then we wrap up the year every year in Charleston, South Carolina. Emma, do you want to comment a little bit about why you focused on sailing for your research?
Yeah, so kind of where I started was just with recreation as a whole and some of the barriers that autistic youth have to accessing recreational programs and activities. So when I first went to my first Spectrum sailing camp, I was really looking at the activity of sailing and what was so special about sailing for all kids and these kids in particular. So one of the big things that Spectrum sailing does is uses keel boats, which are sailed by a small group of kids, forces them to kind of work together and build natural friendships and feel proud of what they've accomplished. So just by the use of this boat and the nature and the environment that we're setting up, relationships are really being formed just off the bat. The other thing that sailing offers is just the environment on the water, whether that's supporting regulation and focus or just like sensory interest. There's a lot of sensory input while they're out on the water, whether that's sound, movement, and motion. And then lastly, just the act and the sport of sailing itself provides a structured outdoor space for children to learn new skills and to develop social emotionally. So there are a lot of things that sailing offers that kind of work towards some of the outcomes that I was interested in looking at through my research and things that OTs are working on every day in the clinic that's happening in these natural environments and kind of more fun recreational spaces. So that was what drew me to Spectrum sailing. And I'm excited to kind of tell you guys a little bit more about my research and the study that we just are wrapping up now. So the purpose of my research was to explore how inclusive recreational experiences support social emotional development of autistic youth and to really guide future program improvements and accessibility, not just within Spectrum sailing, but within other programs and recreational activities. So we had 43 participants that participated in the study. That was 18 autistic youth and 25 parents or caregivers. Both perspectives are very valuable in this study and in this population, just learning not only that we're impacting the youth, but also the impact that we're having on the parents and families as well. So the study was conducted at 4 camps. Scott mentioned them earlier. And it was a mixed method study using both surveys and a caregiver focus group. So I'll talk a little bit about both of those as well. So for the outcome measures to better understand the impact of camp, we use the American Camp Association's Youth Outcome Battery. So this is a validated set of surveys designed to measure growth in youth development settings. So we chose 6 of these 11 domains, including friendship skills, independence, perceived competence, teamwork, affinity for nature, and problem-solving skills. These all seemed both appropriate for camp and the kids' age group and the things that we were hoping they were gaining. The survey involves just a simple 5-point Likert scale. So starting with a 1 was meaning that the behaviors decreased, going all the way up to a 5, meaning that they increased a lot. I want to point out that a score of a 2 would be no change, meaning that these domains or outcomes did not increase or decrease, and 3 is going to be increased a little bit. So we'll go ahead and look at some of the results and what we found. So the red line on our bar graph here is going to be the score of a 2, which is why I pointed out that a 2 would indicate that there was no change. And then looking at our bar graph, we have in the dark blue is the child mean scores, and the light blue is the adult mean scores. So you can see just across all 6 domains that both parents and children reported an improvement in friendship, independence, competence, teamwork, affinity for nature, and problem solving. So this was definitely a positive to see these outcomes. We do want to acknowledge that those scores are indicating a smaller change or improvement, and this could be due to the time period of the camp. It could also be due just to the longevity of the study. So the surveys were conducted 1 day after the 3-day camp. So there's a lot of things that we can consider here, but overall these outcomes can point us in the right direction for future research and just learning more. And then on the other side of things, we also had our parent focus group. And so this really allowed us to understand what those findings meant and were they accurate based on what parents were saying. So some of the themes that we identified through the parent focus groups, and I'll just read some of the quotes from parents here. The first is participation, fostering confidence and competence. We have a quote here from a parent saying, he didn't come home thinking he was an expert the first day, which was amazing. He felt a lot more confident about that, getting the success of tying those knots. I've never seen him do that before. So a lot of accomplishments, and I would say a lot of parents sharing their kids accomplishing something for the very first time ever at the ages of 10 to 17, whether that was initiating a conversation or tying a knot for the first time because they hadn't been able to tie their shoes ever. And so when we look at some of these quotes, we start to realize that maybe our surveys didn't capture everything that was really happening at camp and the really meaningful changes that do come from the experience. So our second theme was meaningful opportunities for friendship and peer connections. We have a parent referencing a little girl group and getting somebody's phone number to text, as well as a parent sharing that their child found their people and felt like that sailing was their thing. So overall, helpful feedback there. And then our last 2 themes are structured routines, promoted independence and regulation. So this was another big piece of what parents were sharing during the focus groups, just in terms of them knowing our schedule, and we'll talk about this in a little bit more, really help them gain independence and responsibility throughout the week. And then lastly, the natural and sensory informed setting, supporting regulation and well-being. And we had a lot of parents commenting just on how calming and magical the water is with their children, and how this was just a completely different experience from school and being in the classroom, and how that made the kids feel very at ease and relaxed. So those are a lot of the main key findings from my research. And so now we want to talk about how did Spectrum Sailing get here, and what are some of the things that they do to promote that social emotional growth.
So what we do at camp really has sort of evolved throughout the years, but there's a handful of things that we do at every camp that kind of gets us. This approach, I think, is what really lends to the type of impact that Emma was able to record during her study. So these are a few of the items, and we'll go through them one-on-one here as we go through the presentation. 8 to 10 sailor ratio. We have a minimum of 8 adult volunteers at every camp with 10 autistic youth. So we stack the deck in our favor for adult to kid ratio. There's a lot of reasons for that. One is we want to create an environment where every kid feels like they're being supported. We want to make sure every kid has a chance to be successful, and that starts from the classroom. Also from just a safety standpoint, whether it's elopement, we all know, the drowning numbers with kids, autistic kids, particularly in the water. And so having more adults available to help with the group is important from a safety perspective. But also, I think the kids really grasp this group of adults as peers and that we're all in this together, right? Emma mentioned that we use different boats where kids have to sail together, unlike a typical young sailing program where they put one kid in an opti and kick them out in the water and have them figure it out. You can see in this picture, I mean, there's 2 adults on each boat with 3 kids, and those 5 individuals in that photo are responsible to make the boat go, and they have to work together as a team to make that happen. And all that comes back to our adult relationship or our adult ratio with those kids. So in the study, we had caregivers report how confident they felt because of the staff that we have. All of our volunteers go through our training, which we'll get into here moving forward. But really all of that goes back to us creating this inclusive space where every sailor has an opportunity to be successful. Structured routine is obviously something that a lot of autistic kids really thrive in. We have a very set schedule, so much so that if appropriate, we even have printouts we can put on the board for a visual schedule. Most of the time we don't have that up, but if there's a sailor that is preferred, we can put it up on the board. But every day we start with, a cheesy dad joke from Mr. Scott, and then we go into our talking about the weather. And every day our kids have some sort of engagement, assignment / homework where they need to work with the group in the classroom. So they're all have an opportunity to interact and share something about themselves, whether it's their favorite ice cream or their favorite video game, or bring their own jokes to the group. We have each day, we have time for the kids to interact with each other. And I think a lot of that really has nothing to do with sailing. I hide it under the idea that we need to work together on the boat and we have to be a team, but really it gives these kids an opportunity to start fostering those relationships and feeling more comfortable to come out and speak in a public group, right, to the whole room. So that structure, I think the kids know exactly what to expect on day 2 and day 3. When they come in day 1, we outline exactly what we do and what we're going to do the next day. So we really try to stick to a routine, and that's the same if we're running a camp in Portland, Maine, or we're running a camp in Newport Beach, or we're sailing with Miss Diane in Park City. So the camp is the same every day. Did you have anything on that?
I don't think so.
Okay. You want to jump in here?
Yeah. So kind of as Scott mentioned, the online training a few times, parents' confidence in bringing their kids to spectrum sailing was definitely a focus of our discussions, and how they felt that the staff were trained and equipped with the tools to support their children independently. So a big part of this is the online training modules that Spectrum Sailing worked with Aspirit Tech to develop. And Aspirit Tech is a company that employs neurodiverse individuals in the tech industry. So they edited and kind of produced a lot of the training for us and did the behind the scenes coding and all of that. And they employ autistic individuals, which obviously aligns with Spectrum Sailing and our mission. So we were happy to work with them and are very happy with the content as well, including the 21 videos. It takes about an hour to complete, and there's a certificate awarded at the end of the modules. It covers topics starting with autism and just what is autism, what are some of the behaviors or things that might take place, and how can you respond to those in a supportive way. And then it also gets into water safety, specifically at Spectrum Sailing camps or just with autistic individuals and kids. And then all the way into what does a day at Spectrum Sailing camp look like, to really equip volunteers with what to expect. So did you have anything else to add?
No, it's a new program that we've rolled out. We're really excited to partner with Aspirit Tech. It was amazing to work with them and their team. And then we've already just started rolling it out this year. And there is the response has been through the roof. So our Houston camp was one of our first where we rolled this out, and all the volunteers were extremely thankful to have the type of training that we offered. And I think it came through with the experience that the kids had in Houston. It was off the charts. So.
Awesome. So another thing that I really noticed from attending Spectrum Sailing camps, especially from an OT perspective, was the amount of child-led opportunities and just how, like, we use the word client-centered in OT. Spectrum Sailing camp really is. Another kind of OT word that I think of is the just right challenge. So Spectrum Sailing does a really great job of meeting each child where they're at and creating that perfect challenge for them where they can be successful, but also accomplish a new skill or accomplish something new. And so camp is filled with these types of opportunities for sailors. So there's not a lot of pressure, expectations. I also had families share that during the focus group was there's no expectations, whether a kid wants to come in and sail the boat on day one and dock the boat. We've had sailors do that on day one, or they're just enjoying being out on the water. And maybe by day 3, they take over the tiller. Those are all wins in our book. And I think Spectrum Sailing does a really good job of making sure that every child feels that way and every instructor really understands that mindset as well. So that's a huge part.
I say all the time that success is measured differently for each kid. So, we had a young lady in Charleston last year who got off on the 3rd day and said she wanted to be an instructor. And we've since set up a path where we got her into a sailing program. And for her to be scholarshiped in that program, they said, well, you have to work here as a junior instructor this summer. And she was over the moon that she was had this opportunity, right? And then we have other kids who just showing up every day, being with the group and even getting on the water is a massive, massive accomplishment. So we measure success differently for every kid. And that I think translates, I don't know all the OT terms like Emma does. I don't have a bunch of letters after my name. I'm just a dad who created this opportunity, but it's funny how you see sort of the way we just set up what we do and then how it really translates into medical therapy. And we really didn't kind of know we were doing all that. So it's pretty positive. I did want to make one other comment now that I brought up scholarships, just to clarify. I don't think I mentioned this before, but all of our programming from day one has been free. We've never charged a family. So they're not required to apply for scholarships. We don't even discuss finances with families. They just have an opportunity to sign up for our lottery. So that's the way our camps work. I know I didn't mention that earlier. Speaking of our lottery, as you can imagine, we have way more kids apply than we have space for. And so over the years, we've really fine-tuned or I should say not fine-tuned, we've expanded our application process. And this actually came up in the study, which Emma will talk to, but we have a number of questions that we ask that really drill down where I can read the application and have a good idea of the type of support and the type of services that each individual sailor is going to need when they're on the water with us. Again, I built that out of necessity for us and for our program. However, it translates really well to parents. Emma can comment about what you saw in that in the study.
Yeah, this was something that I hadn't really considered being a possible strength of the program. For some reason, it wasn't on my radar, and it kept coming up in parent discussions, was just how the questions that this application or the lottery process asked really helped them feel confident and comfortable in one, choosing Spectrum Sailing Camp, but also just sending their kids there. And also they believe that it impacted how volunteers and the staff treated their kids. So it was overall just a very mutually beneficial process that I didn't see the value in originally. So I thought it was important to bring to the table after speaking with parents. It just made them feel very confident and comfortable that we were asking the right questions and looking at each child as a whole and wanting to know the best ways to communicate with them and just to know their child. And I think that's great to replicate across programs for kids and youth. Yeah.
I joke kind of like, I call it like a baseball card, but like we make like a spreadsheet on each kid with some bullet points. So each volunteer, right? So if you're going to be on boat number 2 and you have child A, B, and C, here's, a couple bullet points from the application for child A, B, and C. And then that volunteer has a good idea what to expect and what are their strengths and what are the focus areas. So we've started doing that now with our volunteers, and it really, I think, translates directly into the success of the program.
I will add to just like the open-ended questions on the application kind of allows parents to share like what they want or what, it's up to them to share. So a lot of times you'll get more like personal interest in things, which can help build that rapport between volunteers and instructors and the kids. So that's nice.
So with our peer-to-peer connections, I think we talked about this a little bit, where we pair these kids up and they have to work together, whether it's teaching each other or not. If we get a kid that comes in a little early, learns the knot at first, I say, okay, well then it's your job to teach the next child, right? So they have to work together there. They all have to sail together. There's really no other way around that. And so that is one thing that, because of the boats that we choose to use, and there's a ton of reasons why we pick keel boats, and we can talk about that at another time. But one of the main benefits is they have to work together. So it's not an individual sport. They're going to have to be together. So by pairing them up together, and also then as a group, they accomplish these skills, making the boat go, getting the boat to go where they want it to do, right? All those things that we do on the water, then they're accomplishing that together, and it really does foster friendship and self-esteem amongst the group, really.
Yeah. Another kind of interesting aspect of this that came up during this study, in Houston specifically, we were working with another researcher, and she works with she works with autism, but also like more rare genetic disorders. And so the parents in this group had brought up that this was their first experience where their kids had been just with kids with autism. They shared that typically at events or programs like this, that their kids were with kids of all different disabilities and very different experiences and ways of life, whereas this was the first time where their kids were with just autistic kids, where they truly felt they could connect and understand themselves more through the relationships and connections they were making. So that was really interesting. And I brought up the doctor in Houston because she works with very rare genetic disorders and kids with those diseases. And they have a national tight-knit group of parents and families that share those experiences. And she was so surprised that so many of the families had shared that their kids with autism didn't have that community and didn't have that network. So I thought it was kind of something that may be overlooked within the autism community and with youth with autism. So I think it's a great program that specifically, a lot of times we think it's good to expand and bring in more people, which it definitely is, but there's also a positive side to the selectiveness of spectrum sailing.
Yeah, the other thing that I've learned since we started, originally, this was set up for just to get kids on the water, but the ripple effect, I wasn't aware of when I started, but, we talk about peer-to-peer. Parents are lonely. There's a lot of parents with special needs kids that don't have peer groups, that don't have friends in their town, don't have anyone to talk to. So when we're out sailing, it's interesting how these moms and dads and caregivers form their own little support group, and they stay and talk to each other. And it's, well, who's your dentist, and who cuts your daughter's hair? Where is the best barber you can find, for your autistic son? And it's interesting how they talk because they don't really have that connection. There's remote groups and there's Facebook groups and all that stuff, but these parents are sort of thrust together for 3 days to hang out, and it really is interesting the impact. Not only do we have kids swapping cell phone numbers to text, but parents are changing numbers with each other to make sure they can stay in touch. And these people, we rarely have people come in from other cities. So when we go to Houston, it's a fairly Houston specific camp, or Jacksonville or Charleston or whatnot. So, these are parents that live essentially in the same community, dealing with the same struggles, and they aren't connected. So that's one of those real positive impacts that come from our sailing camp that have nothing to do with sailing, which is something I'm really proud of, because I know the struggles as a parent. I know a lot of you on this conference have dealt with this as a parent. And so the fact that we can just accidentally connect some parents and make their life easier is a massive benefit, in my opinion. I think we're wrapping up. So if you want to learn more about our program, spectrumsailing.org, there's a lot of ways to get involved. One, you can always sponsor and donate. You can go on our website. There's a donate now button. We'll happily take donations. The only way we can continue to offer our sailing programs across the country for free for families is by having financial support. So if that so moves you and you believe in our mission and want to make a donation, there's no donation too small. There's clearly no donation too big. So feel free to donate there. Also happy to partner if you think there's an opportunity in your community for a program like this. We're happy to discuss that. And if you can help line up some resources for us to be able to come into your town and do something similar. We do lakes, we do ocean, we do all kinds of different sailing programs. So we can probably do it almost anywhere. And then you're welcome to volunteer. Our schedule's on the website. If there's a camp coming near you and you want to come in person and see our impact directly and see how our camps work, you're welcome to do that. And then lastly, you can evangelize for our program. So if you want to leave here and tell other people about how amazing this presentation was and amazing our program is and the research that Emma and GW are doing, happy to have you talk about us and get as many people involved as possible. I recently had a donor. He's been with us for quite a long time from the very beginning. And he said, hey, I can't donate anymore, but let me introduce you to someone. And we're in the process of hopefully making them our largest donor ever. So, introducing us and spreading the word is just as important as donating yourself. So we're happy to have your support in any of those 4 areas. Emma is going to hopefully publish this study, and we are always looking for other opportunities to keep research going. So if you also have any contacts in that department, we'd happily discuss that with you as well. And I think we can go to questions.
Yay! Thank you so much. That was amazing. We have a couple things. I'm going to leave your slide up for just a second.
Sure.
And so that anybody that's still there can copy anything. Wonderful research, Emma. I love this view of this, how you can get a different perspective of why this is helping, not just this amazing program for our kiddos that, help them thrive and be happy and successful, but really like the why and the details. And I think that it's so important and valuable to share. So I couldn't be more excited about this presentation. We do have some comments, so I want to go over to the comment section to bring those up. Excuse me. We have Carole Jean, who's our next speaker. She said, I love sailing. I was on a sailing team in college. It was my favorite. Yay for sailing. It's so good for the nervous system. We also have the advanced behavior change saying autistic kids can thrive in all settings. Dr. Diane, I'm so excited about the data quantifying these experiences for the kids. I couldn't agree more. I think that it's really such valuable information. From Dustin, and I couldn't agree more. This is my husband. It was such a great experience for DJ. It felt safe and well organized and was so friendly and helpful throughout the whole process. And that is just the truth. We just really appreciate it. And we had such a great time here in Park City. Diane says, Scott runs a great training program for the volunteers. It's very thorough, and all of the adults create a very welcoming and inclusive environment. And that is so true. It really, like Scott said, it was, I'm kind of have an advantage that I have a lot of connections in this community. And so there were some parents that I already knew that I hadn't met in person that I got to see for the first time in real life, which was so exciting because we got to make the connection. So yeah. And it's just such a great program. She says, hello, thanks for the presentation. When will be your next session in Houston?
Right. So Houston, we usually go to the same city year after year. And so that was just in April. I will say there may be some changes in Texas for next year. I am very confident we will be in the Houston metropolitan area in 2026. I'm not 100% sure we'll be back with Lakewood Yacht Club. That's just some scheduling things. And weirdly, we're already talking about next year, which is bizarre, but that's the way life goes. So April of 26 most likely will be when we'd be back in Texas.
And they also asked what age group you work with. I had put up there 10 to 17. I'm not sure if that was 11 to 17.
That's true, 10 to 17. We have started looking at some pilot opportunities to maybe expand and have some adult programming. But, I've been running this essentially by myself for 4 years, and I still have a pretty full plate. So we're not at a point yet where we can take on additional programming. We're getting there. But I think we're going to probably expand into some adult offerings at some point as well.
Great. And then please go over to the silent auction because Scott was generous enough to donate some sailing swag. So if you're interested,
I'll send you a cool box of cool stuff. I mean, DJ's already modeling our shirts.
Exactly.
I can't promise what city they're going to be from, but I promise you'll get some cool swag and you'll be able to rock it in your town.
Oh, I just love that so much. We have our first co-host who is here. I'm going to bring her up so she can say hello and help. Well, let me actually. There we go. Hello,
Hi.
Amy.
Hi.
Amy, this is Scott and Emma, and this is Amy.
Hi. It's great to meet you. Thanks for so much for being here. It's been such a great presentation.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? And Amy, tell them where you're in Massachusetts, correct?
Maryland.
Yeah.
East Coast is all the same.
Yeah, right? So you'll have to find out when the camps are in your area. And
absolutely,
she has 3 amazing kiddos that I'm sure would
be,
well, I don't know if they're old enough yet.
Yeah, they're 9 and 6.
We'll get you there.
Yeah.
We'll be in Annapolis for the Big Boat Show the second weekend in October. We have a partner, Horigan, which is a sailing manufacturer that always features us at their booth. So worst case, I'll be in town then and we can chat. But
that's great.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion in adding a camp in Annapolis. The problem is the sailing season is short and the sailors are extremely vivacious there. So there are very few days they're not on the water. So we're trying to find a hole in the schedule to add additional programming has been a challenge in a town like that, but we are still working at it and we'll get to Annapolis eventually.
Oh, that's exciting. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an amazing program. And just to see the, like Scott had mentioned, the story of the mom, crying because her kiddo was walking through the grass. And I can totally relate with that experience, just to see DJ, number one, with the group of people that he normally isn't, active with a group of people, but to really just, be a part of it. And he is so exciting. Like I said, he represents every week. He wears his blue shirt and he's so happy about that. So we have here's another comment. Young adult inclusion will be beneficial to school-age children, have a lot of opportunity associated with school, but after school population have less opportunities.
Right. So that's sort of our focus, in that we know there's that services cliff depending on what state you're in and where your child falls, whether that's 18 or 22, but we'll like to, have that additional program available. We may tweak it a little bit to be able to include additional adults, but, and we actually were looking in Holland, Michigan to expand, into intellectual disabilities as a whole. But, there's a lot of things that we're looking at. We really need to find a partner in one of the cities to kind of help us with the adult piece. But it's on the list of things we're going to accomplish, and I'm pretty confident we'll get there.
I love that. And Carol Jean says, when you're in Pensacola, you need to come to Mobile, Alabama, to the yacht club too. So there's your instructions.
We've been in Pensacola 2 years in a row and the weather has stunk. So hopefully one of these years we actually get good weather. I mean, American Magic, the America's Cup boat, is based there because of the amazing sailing. And when I met with them last time I was there, I said, I don't know why you moved here, because every time I come, the weather is horrendous. But evidently they actually do have good weather for sailing occasionally. It's just never when we're in town. So we'll see what we can do in Pensacola next time.
I love that. Sam Farmer says hello from Massachusetts. And Jenny Parks says, hi, Sam and Carol Jean. Cassidy is saying hello. And I think that Cassidy, are you in Alabama too, Cassidy, or Georgia? I think so. Carol says, shout out to my unveilers and advocates. Yay. Well, thank you so much. This has been a wonderful presentation. I'm so glad that you are a part of it with us here, Scott. It's been really great information to share.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. And anytime, if you have time to jump back on and catch any of our other presentations, we'd love to have you in the audience. So awesome. Emma, it was so great to meet you. And I hope that we can catch up a little bit later and have a little chat.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. Thank you.
Sounds great. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Hi, Amy. Hey, Sarah.
Oh my gosh. So this is your first Summit with Sarah. What are you thinking?
I'm so excited. It's fantastic, Sarah. You've done such an amazing job. I can't believe you're doing this by yourself.
I know, right? It does feel a little crazy, lady, some days, but I have cats, so I'm okay. All the squares have been filled.
Right.
Oh,
gosh. I'm loving hearing all of these different perspectives and all this information. It's phenomenal. It's just great.
So, and I was a little bit, hi from Mississippi. So I was close. I was getting close down there to where Cassidy is. That's great. And Carole's in Central Alabama too. So she said hi to all our Southern folks. She has a much more beautiful Southern accent than I do. So we'll hear that here pretty soon. I'm so glad. What an exciting day. And
it is.
This is just the feeling I had hoped for, anticipated, is just this excitement and buzz, and what a great morning we've had.
It's amazing. It is just great. And just so much fun to connect with people and just talk about everything that we work with every day. And such a great resource. My goodness.
It's like, and you said that's so great that you said that, because we do live this every day. And so it seems like, oh my gosh, you guys want to get together and talk about it. But for real though, it's so important that we share stories, especially with, everyone's listening right now, Amy. We have everyone's attention. We need to take advantage of that. We need to make sure that we're standing up and saying, hello, you're listening. I'm over here. Let's move this forward in a great direction. So I think that's what we're headed to do. And, nobody knows this but you and I. And so it's kind of exciting. But Amy and I met in a special way, and we are doing a special side project together that is going to be it's already started out to be wonderful. You want to tell them a little bit about it?
Well, we are doing a podcast called Wired Differently, the Neurodivergent Show. And we've been talking about what it's like being autistic parents together, and our children's unique education needs. We have an amazing lineup of guests. We've already started our interviews, and it's just been magical. It has just been absolutely magical. We're so excited about how this is going to shape up and working together. It's just been so much fun with you, Sarah. Our conversations are just so organic and wonderful. So
that's the truth.
It's been so much fun getting this started, and I can't wait to see where it goes.
I know, me too. And it was just like a really nice fresh start. I felt like everything was going great, but there was something new, and it's something like I sent her this funny message the other day that I'm going to share. I think it's kind of silly and sweet, but I think you're like a dinner mint, that sweet chocolate, but that minty refreshing. So I just love that. If I could put you into a candy, I would give you. This is why we have so much fun together, right?
Exactly. I love it. It's so much fun.
Well, our next guest is here, and a lot of people are excited and waiting, because I have seen the buzz on social media about Carole Jean. So let's bring her up to say hello.
Sounds great.
Hi.
Hello. Happy Friday to everybody out there. Oh my gosh, are we so ready for the fun? I mean, we've already talked sailing, and now we're going to talk burnout.
It's sun out. Now we need to talk about what happens to come out of that. Done too much. Now what to do next?
Yes.
I love it.
And why sailing is such a great thing to regulate our nervous system.
Isn't that the truth? So many hellos for you. Michelle and Carole, and Jenny says hello. So just want to make sure that you get all that love that you deserve.
Shout out to all my buds out there.
Yay. Exciting. Well, we are so honored to have you, and thank you so much for your generosity in the silent auction. Please go over and take a look. You can find her new book, Living Unmasked. It's going to be incredible. Also, an energy recharge lab. Hopefully I said that right.
The rapid recharge lab. We're going to do one together.
It's amazing. You're going to love it. It's really, really helpful. Some other people coming in saying hello from two Cassies, Cassie and Cassidy saying hello. So want you to know that you have lots of great supporters. Your slides are ready to go. So if you're ready, Amy and I will duck on out of here and get you started.
Fabulous. I'm so excited to be here with everybody today. Oh my gosh. Did you know over 85% of autistics might be in spicy burnout right now? This could be you. Is it you? We're going to discover it today because you might be mistaking chronic exhaustion as your norm and thinking you're in recovery. And we're going to talk about the restoration illusion trap that you might be getting caught in and you don't even know it. It is a real stinker. I am real excited to be here today, and this is what you can expect. This is the conversation we're going to have today, and I love this so much. I'm telling you, I get so excited about this topic. This is the thing that I live and breathe. I wake up, my feet hit the floor every morning, and I am excited. I am thrilled to be able to talk about burnout with autistic folks. We're going to go over the spicy pepper scale of burnout. This is my particular way of how do we categorize, how do we define, how do we begin to understand what burnout is for us in our brains, in our bodies. We'll be going over the restoration illusion trap, that trap I talked about that you might be falling into and not even know it. I fell into it so many times, like face first in the mud. We're going to talk about the impact areas for neurodivergent adults and children when we're talking about burnout. Most burnout inventories, like Matchbox, it's great. It's wonderful for those people that don't have high-speed brains that are wonderfully sparkly like ours. They only look at 3 areas of burnout. 3, that's it. Like Copenhagen, Oppenheimer, they might look at 5 or 6 total, but nobody's looking at 9. And I discovered in my research over the last 4 years into a global population of autistic human beings that we experience 9 impact areas. And I'm going to talk about those. If we have some time at the end, I'll talk about the 3 roots, but I want to make sure I give you plenty of time for question and answer at the end, because I'll just tell you, I've spoken at some pretty big spots and it never fails. The Q&A session always pops. People are always lighting up the chat. There are more questions than I can usually get to. So I want to make sure that I give enough time for everybody to ask their questions and get answers as much as we have time for today. And I have some fabulous free resources for y'all. Not just some fun things that are coming up with my book next week when it publishes on Friday, a week from today. But I have a spicy pepper burnout quiz, a masking styles quiz, because masking contributes to our burnout. We're going to start with a rapid recharge today because I feel like with everything that's happening in the world, especially here in the United States, your nervous system may be a little dysregulated. It's just kind of par for the course when some big stuff happens like this. Let's do some things to just nourish and self-care and take care of us for just a minute today. So let's pause for a rapid recharge. I invite you to join me. This is fun. This is low stress. This is just you pouring into yourself for just a minute. Take a moment to feel your feet, settle your toes, really feel where you're connected to the ground beneath you, beneath your feet. Sense the support underneath you. If you're sitting in a chair, maybe if you're laying down, relaxing. Sense the physical support beneath your thighs. Take a moment to just inhale through your nose or your mouth, whatever's comfortable. Just take a nice, big, comfortable inhale. As you exhale, release your shoulders. Drop your shoulders down. Take another nice inhale together. This time, open and close your jaw. Pull your shoulders back. As you exhale, you can even shake your hands out a little bit. Sometimes just moving some energy really helps us. Take a nice big inhale. Wiggle a little bit. Squish your cheeks up real tight. We're not smiling, we're squishing our cheeks. And relax. Open and close your jaw as you exhale. Wiggle your toes. Sense that support underneath your thighs for a sec. And just come back to the present moment with me. Hey, my friend, how you doing? Did your shoulders drop? Do you have a little more space between your ears, your shoulders, and your eyeballs now? It's amazing how we don't even realize our shoulders just start creeping up, and the next thing we know, they're even with our eyebrows, especially my nice, pretty done eyebrows today. And we just take a second to just bring that back. It makes such a difference. So, what if the normal tired that you've felt for years isn't normal at all, but a sign of deep, unidentified autistic burnout? Over the past 4 years, I've had hundreds, probably closer to thousands of conversations with autistic people and a lot of autistic women. That's my love, that's my heart, are our autistic females out there, our autistic women, and our trans and binary folks, because we gotta have this. Burnout impacts all of us, but in some intersectional populations, it impacts us even more. And within those hundreds and probably thousands of conversations with autistic folks, I've also had conversations with the professionals who support us. One question that kept popping up is burnout? Is this burnout? Or is it just life being hard? Is just me struggling as usual, right? So to find the answers, I conducted a global study. And I began my study in September of 2023 for this particular spicy pepper scale. And all of the data as of April 2025, with 740 autistic individuals in the data set. Here's what the data revealed about their current level of burnout using the spicy pepper scale. Habanero pepper, that's the level 4, that's a severe burnout. 38.5% of all participants fell into this category. Cayenne pepper, that's the level 3, that's a high degree of burnout there, high level of burnout, 27.2%. Jalapeno pepper level 2, that's moderate burnout, that's 15.5%. And I'm going to go into what each one of these mean to help you identify maybe where you might fall. Then there's the ghost pepper level 5. This is a chronic cycle burnout. I had 13.6% of people that identified here. I find this interesting, and I've got a little deeper dive I want to do on this, because in ghost pepper level 5, that's when you're so hot, you're not, baby. This is when everything starts to shut down. And here's what's interesting, is that the folks that come to work with me in the unveiling method, when they're in a ghost pepper level 5, I cannot tell you how many people have been in that high degree of burnout for a really long time, and they've just been powering through. They have just been going to work, parenting, doing all the things, and doing it with very little resources. Habano pepper level 1, this is the very first, like, you got a freckle heat, you got a tad a little bit. That's about 3.6%. And then, no big shocker here, the number of people that were not in burnout, 1.5%. Yeah. So let that just sink in for a minute, because that means more than 85% of autistic individuals surveyed are currently in active burnout. Many did not even realize they were in burnout. They were just like, I'm curious. I'm going to go take this quiz. I'm going to go fill out this research. You might be wondering some of these things for yourself right now. So let's talk about what spicy burnout is. How does this show up? How does it happen for us? It comes from chronic masking and camouflaging. Camouflaging is what I call the professional level of masking. I was so good at it. I was the cutest chameleon you never saw. Sensory overwhelm. Y'all, we are sensory people. Our brains, our bodies, we are wired for sensory input. However, our sensory profile blueprint is different in burnout than it is in our optimum steady state in well-being. And for most of us, we've been in some degree, some low level of chronic burnout our whole lives. And so instead of our nervous system, our sensory system being this beautiful thing that we have, this gift and this access to, it becomes the thing that is killing us. There's co-occurring physiological conditions. So I'm a trifecta patient. I know there are a lot of folks out here in the room today who also have co-occurring health conditions. So I am a POTS patient, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. I have hypermobility. I have mast cell activation syndrome. I'm also dyspraxic and dyslexic. I have an auditory processing delay. And just don't you love how beautiful we are? Because with all of those things, we have these beautiful balance that comes with it. But there's also the challenges, the things that no one's talking about. It's the silent energy vampires. And those co-occurring health conditions, those physiological conditions, those can be one of the silent energy drains that might be keeping you stuck in burnout. And most importantly, a lack of adequate, consistent recovery. And the reason is, so many of us can fall into that restoration illusion trap and think we're out of it. And I'll talk about that more in just a sec. So autistic burnout, what I call spicy burnout, often leads to some big things that we need to pay attention to. Temporary or permanent loss of skills and abilities. Y'all, when I read some of the very small, limited research that's out there on autistic burnout, probably 6-7 years ago, I was really upset because one of the studies said autistic people have been in burnout, especially if they have been in repeat burnout, they've had it more than one time, they can temporarily or permanently lose their skills and abilities, and a lot of times not regain them back. I don't know about y'all, but I worked really dang hard for every skill, for every ability, for everything that I have done in my life because I did it while I was in burnout, not knowing it. I had to work 3, 4, 10 times harder than everybody else. We got some hand raisers in the room. Am I alone, or is that something you're feeling too? You work harder at everything. Well, here's something I need you to know. My heart to yours. That's a lie. It's true in the sense that if you never recover and if you stay in that chronic cycle burnout loop that I define, you can have a permanent or temporary loss of skills and abilities that you don't regain. However, I have proven that to be false when you have been in consistent burnout recovery and full restoration. I have been out of burnout. I have been burnout, shutdown, and meltdown free since November of 2019. I never knew that this place was even possible for me. And then as I developed the unveiling method and I started to teach this method to other people, I've had clients discover that this is true for them too. The skills, the abilities that they may have lost decades ago, as they begin to restore, and the longer they're in restoration and burnout recovery, those skills and abilities, they just start coming back. And it's a beautiful thing. Something I really want to touch on here that's super important, because this is something that is one of the earliest burnout warning signs, especially in autistic children. And my research into autistic burnout shows that the on-ramp, the early warning signs for autistic burnout begin as early as age 4. And that window usually happens, the early burnout warning signs begin to show up between ages 4 and ages 6, with the first burnout occurrence happening for autistic individuals between the ages of 6 and 10 years old. By the time we're 35, 40 years old, we have experienced on average 3 to 4 significant burnouts in our lifetime lasting a minimum of 6 months. That's a heck of a lot of our quality of life. And one of the earliest warning signs is suicidal ideation. My very first burnout myself was at the age of 6, and the way it showed up was me telling my mom as I sobbed one night, not knowing why I felt so miserable and not having the words to really describe what I was feeling, but that I didn't want to be here anymore. Those heightened sensory changes, that's another big thing for us, because unlike neurodominant culture, our sensory system being the way that it is, the way that we are created, the beautiful way and who we are, it changes drastically for us in burnout, especially as you get into those higher levels of spicy burnout in that level 4 and level 5. And there's also this experience that usually begins to creep in around the level 3, and it gets worse in 4 and really hits home hard in level 5, that ghost pepper level 5 burnout. And that's this deep disconnection from self. I know I'm throwing a lot at you. Everybody keeping up? Everybody doing okay? You doing okay out there? Let me know how you doing. Edna says, I call it practicing how to people. Yep. So let's dive into the spicy pepper scale of burnout. This is a sensory-based 5-pepper scale that describes the escalating intensity. And this is specifically for neurodivergent, and I say neurodistinct, brains and bodies. Now, it's just like everything else that we figure out for ourselves the hard way. When we figure it out, it's like, oh my gosh, this is so good. This makes so much sense. And everybody else that's not us is like, wow, they hyperdrive, they 10x whatever we've put into place because it works so well, right? So let's dive into these. Pay attention as we're going through and make some notes for yourself. So number 1, level 1 is the poblano pepper. This is the subtle simmer. So you might be thinking to yourself, something feels off, but I can't quite name it. In the poblano pepper level 1, stress is just starting to bubble beneath the surface. This could have been decades ago for some of y'all, just saying. So let's talk about what the subtle simmer really is. So in the sensory system, the sensory input becomes mildly irritating. Lights seem a little too bright, sounds slightly too sharp, or textures a bit more uncomfortable. Now, this is outside your norm, y'all, because sometimes just stuff does not feel good. It doesn't sound good. We don't like it. Physically, you might notice tension in your shoulders. When we were doing that rapid recharge and I had you like relax and drop your shoulders, how much did you notice the tension in your shoulders and your neck? You know, sometimes it can be just like this ongoing sort of dull headache. Emotionally, there's a vague edginess, like you're just a little crankier than you might be normally. Like your internal balance is like teetering. You're like, I remember one of my clients said one day, she said, you know, I was fine. I was holding it together is what she said. And then I dropped the container of milk and it went all over the floor. And she goes, I screamed, I sat down and I just cried. I just lost it. Sometimes this is where you start to pay attention. Just those little things, it's just enough to tick the box for you. So let's talk about level 2. The juggle is real. So you might be thinking or saying to yourself, I'm juggling a million things and I can't keep up. You're like, you feel like, I had one of my clients say she felt like people were just throwing all these balls at her face. Like all these balls were just coming at her and she just couldn't catch them and keep them in the air fast enough. That jalapeno pepper level 2, this is where the heat starts picking up. Are you recognizing anything yet? So in this level 2, your sensory input starts feeling sharp and a little more invasive. Noises grate, textures irritate, smells overwhelm. Like smells you may normally like might be bugging you. Physically, tension, headaches, GI issues appear more frequently. Emotionally, you can feel like you're constantly holding it together, but just barely. You're managing, but it's starting to take a toll. It's costing you more energy to hold it together. So let's talk about number 3. Level 3 is the cayenne pepper. And this is sort of that constant overdrive. You might be thinking you're saying to yourself, I'm just trying to stay afloat, but I'm exhausted. I'm just trying to keep my head above water, right? But the water's right here. This cayenne pepper level 3, stress is no longer in the background. It's not just simmering back there. It's not just like pecking you in the back of the head every now and then. It's getting full on, and it's running the show. This is like you're living it, you're breathing it. It is like top of mind. It's the constant rocking your shoe. In this constant overdrive state, sensory overwhelm becomes a daily battle. Everything feels too much. Physically, muscles are tight. If you've got TMJ, this can get worse. If you already have lower back issues or knee problems, like your joints, because of inflammation from the stress and the way that it impacts our system and our cortisol levels, that creates more inflammation. If you have co-occurring health conditions, this is just like throwing gas on the fire. So fatigue is relentless, and rest doesn't feel restorative. You might sleep 12 hours one night, but you wake up and you are just as tired as you were when you went to sleep. Emotionally, you're bracing for the next hit, and anxiety is constant. You've kind of got that, I have a heightened startle response. I don't know if any of y'all do. My phone does not even vibrate. It is silent because it makes me jump. When you start to notice that all of these things are getting bigger or they're more frequent, start to pay attention. Because in this constant overdrive, you're starting to move into a survival mode, and your system is stuck on high alert. Let's talk about 4. And you're like, oh my gosh, like 3 felt like it should have been 4 or 5, right? I know. Stick with me. Level 4 is our habanero pepper. This is the boiling point. I can't do this anymore. I'm so tired. Everything hurts. I'm just done. Habanero pepper level 4. This is where burnout becomes all-consuming. This is a place that if you're here, first of all, remember where this fell on our percentage scale. This is at the top of the list. This was where we had 38% of folks. Sensory input is now painful or completely distorted, like sandpaper on your nervous system. So in my sensory profile blueprint, I look at 7 areas of our sensory system, including our vestibular, our balance, and our proprioception, how we know where our body parts are in relationship to everything else. And interoception is how do we know how we feel, right? How do we understand our internal landscape? That layers into all of that. When we're looking at that, and one of the things in my research that I asked, I was like, okay, so tell me more about how you experience your sensory system. And I give everyone this, big assessment to fill out around your sensory profile blueprint. And one of the questions I ask is, do you have an area of your sensory system that is heightened? Do you have an area in your sensory system that feels numbed out or completely like you're not sensing things in that area? And here's the thing that's different. Now, neurodominant folks, they can have sensory experiences like that. But what is not as common, but is a common experience for us, especially in burnout, is a duality where we are experiencing a heightened area of sensory system and a numbed out area of our sensory system at the same time. For example, do you love to jam out to your favorite song? But somebody else plays theirs and you do not like it, and it grates on your last good nerve. You want to scratch their face. It is painful, but you can listen to your favorite song cranked up as loud as you like. Think about those things. Physically, exhaustion is deep and unshakable. Even small tasks feel monumental. So this is where we get into executive dysfunction, cognitive overload, like our working memory, our long-term memory. And here's something I've got to tell you. As wonderfully wired humans, it is not just our brains, it is our bodies. We also have some different neurochemicals that process, that regulate differently for us, especially if you're ADHD like me, autistic and ADHD. So melatonin, and when you're in burnout, you have dysregulated cortisol, and cortisol is part of our sleep-wake cycle. The very first warning sign, the very first thing that happens in burnout, spicy burnout, is our sleep gets disrupted. And if we're already challenged, if we're already struggling with sleep, this gets worse. And I hate to tell you this, but it's just how it goes. Sleep is the very last area to restore in burnout recovery. So I also teach 7 forms of rest other than sleep, but I also do a deep dive and teach a lot about sleep. And I think some of our unveilers here today can probably tell you they have learned more about sleep than they ever knew they needed to know, and how much of a difference it makes in their life. So when we're talking about this boiling point emotionally, well, if we're not sleeping well, number one, we can feel like we're losing our dang mind at this point. Because we're not sleeping, we are not going through the natural processes that are required to remove some of those protein buildups that happen during the day. So our brain stays inflamed. It doesn't go into that nice space where all that spinal fluid comes up and washes and moves these proteins out. And what also isn't happening is long-term memory storage. So if you can look back at your life and you can go, oh my gosh, I just have these blank spots. I don't remember when I was 12. I don't remember when I was, 23. I have no clue. I just don't remember that time. What I found in my research is that as we began to identify those things, and as we worked back in doing the burnout history workbook that I have, what respondents were discovering was that memory loss, that blank time in their life, correlated to a burnout. This is where your nervous system is fried, by the way, and nothing feels safe or doable. Everything is you are powering through, you are pushing through, you are pulling from the tank for reserves that aren't there, and the dang tank is collapsing on itself. Let's talk about ghost pepper level 5. I don't even recognize myself anymore. I look in the mirror, or I just, from my sense of me, I have no clue who I am. Ghost pepper level 5, burnout is no longer just burnout. It is collapse. This is like when the star burns out. It's so hot you're not. How does this full system shutdown show up? Sensory experiences may feel muted or radically intense. Either way, they're not registering like they normally would for you. Physically, chronic pain, sleep disruption is just off the chart, or serious health flare-ups dominate. So if you have co-occurring health conditions, this is where I ended up completely bedridden. I could not even lift my hand to feed myself. I was in a ghost pepper level 5 burnout, and I had no idea what was going on. And I was terrified. I felt like I was losing my mind. And I went from being a hospital administrator, running 10 of the biggest departments in the hospital and multi-billion-dollar budgets. And within 24 hours, I was in the emergency room and I could not even stand up. You also feel emotionally just totally numb. You can feel hopeless, helpless, disconnected from yourself, from reality even, from the people around you, people you love. This is where rest feels completely unreachable. Doesn't matter what you do, it just isn't enough. It's not just exhaustion, it's also a trauma response. So which of the peppers do you think you are? Drop in the chat. Do you think you're a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, or a 5? Let me know. I gotta get a sense of where everybody is here. Oh, Michelle, thank you for sharing that. The restoration illusion trap. This is where most people stay stuck. And it's because we don't even know this is happening. This is a chronic cycle where mild burnout feels like you're normal. It's masking how depleted you really are. Okay. Jenny says jalapeno. All right. Oh, I'm so glad this is helping you, Amy, and this is helpful. So here's the thing. The restoration illusion trap catches just about all of us. And here's why. I shared with you that in my research, I identified that the on-ramp, the early warning signs for autistic humans for burnout begins at age 4, with the very first burnout occurring between ages 6 and 10. Now, take your age. Not going to ask you. I will tell you mine. I'm 50. When you have been in some degree of burnout your entire life and you didn't know it, there's something that we call in psychology hedonic adaptation, right? It's like when you get a brand new car and you're like, nobody is eating in my car. Keep your sodas, your French fries, all your stuff. You're not putting it in my car. Okay, you do that for a while. 6 months later, you got French fries between the seats and you got empty cups in the cup holder. We adapt and adjust to what we're experiencing that becomes our norm. And if our norm is exhaustion and overwhelm and overstimulation and not feeling supported and not feeling safe, then that is something that we don't know any different. So when the world and lifes and stuff gets real and it gets hard and we feel the stress and we're like, oh my gosh, I'm so stressed out. I just need a break. And it gets a little better because, life will life. Stuff will get hard and then stuff will get easy again. And because when it got hard for that little window of time, we know that, oh my gosh, this feels bad and I don't like this. And this is not where I want to be. This doesn't feel good. And I just want to feel good. That when we get a little relief, when the stress either eliminates, removes itself, or we figure it out, and we feel a little less stressed, we feel better, we feel back to our quote unquote norm, we've just returned to our normalized state of chronic burnout. Is this registering with anybody? Do you think you might be in this restoration illusion trap? So let me tell you a little bit about some of the research. 100% of research respondents said they experience a loss or decrease in their skills or abilities during burnout. Edna said yes. Thank you for some solidarity, girlfriend. 100% of participants said sensory sensitivities in at least one area are heightened. Hello, Dustin. I'm glad you're here. And I'm sorry you're in the restoration illusion trap. We're going to get you out of it. Because knowing you're in it is how you get out, number one. If you just realized you're in it, y'all, you're already getting out right now. 80% of research respondents said that they experience brain fog as part of their burnout experience. Difficulty maintaining focus. There's a difference between brain fog and focus here. Emotions appear to increase, decrease, or both simultaneously. Feeling agitated, out of control, or angry. This can be a really big one that comes up. I mean, y'all, I'm also in perimenopause and some of the hormonal fluctuations just on their own. And I look back when I was younger and I know, when I was having babies and I had postpartum and all these things, you don't even realize. And all of a sudden you just got this real short fuse. And the next thing you know, you're throwing the glass of tea across the kitchen. I'll own it. Autistic traits feel more pronounced or bigger than your usual, right? They just, all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I am feeling like way more autistic than I normally feel. Upset stomach, nausea, constipation, DI, distress. And if you've got some co-occurring health conditions like MCAS, this can really start to wreck your gut. I need you to hear me. My heart to yours. This is my loving, loving reminder. Burnout is not your fault. It's not your fault. You're not in burnout. You have not experienced burnout because you weren't smart enough. You weren't good enough. You weren't resourced enough. It's not your fault. There were so many things that you just didn't know, my precious darling. There were things that people in your life just did not know. In all of my research, my methodology, all of the programs that I've created, like the Rapid Recharge Lab, that's where you can start to tap into bringing energy in for you in 20 minutes or less. And I'm just going to be honest, the folks that are in the unveiling method out here, they can tell you we can do this in 5 minutes or less. We are super targeted because sometimes you got 2 minutes of energy or attention. And I'm going to give you the way to start bringing that energy in. But it's not your fault. So I mentioned those 9 impact areas. Let's talk about these real quick because I know we're getting at time here. Sleep struggles, brain fog, focus issues, sensory overload and sensory numbing, cognitive overwhelm, executive function challenges, communication challenges. I experienced situational and temporary mutism. That's a really big experience that happens. It also changes how you communicate. So I'm very gregarious. I am a captivator. That's part of my communication style, and that's part of what Dr. Ali Arena and I teach in the inclusive communication ecosystem. But what I noticed and started to track in my research is how our communication changes when we're in burnout. And this is really impactful, especially for folks who are already nonverbal, or those of us who go nonverbal. This is real important to know, especially if this is starting at age 4. Pay attention, moms and dads. Physical health declines, especially if you have co-occurring health conditions, and emotional dysregulation. So I want to extend some resources to help you navigate this. If you kind of picked out your pepper, but you're not 100% sure and you want a 100% accurate information to go, yep, you are in 4, you're in 5, you're in 3. Hey, good for you. You're not in burnout. Go to whittingtonwellbeing.com, take the spicy pepper burnout quiz. While you're there, check out the masking styles quiz, because that is going to take you into one of the big contributing factors to why you might be in burnout. If you're an integrator in particular, or you're using all the masking styles, it's like that movie, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. That's the integrator. And you can get free access to research and resources when you subscribe to the Recharge newsletter. Y'all, I'm so excited. This is my new book. It's coming out May 2nd, next Friday, on my birthday, Living Unmasked, an autistic woman's guide to getting into your comfort zone. Because I'm just going to say it, y'all, every single one of us, we have lived outside of our dang comfort zone our whole life. The rest of the world says, get out of your comfort zone. It is time for us to get in our comfort zone. I would love for you to join me in the comfort zone. All of these resources are available to you at whittingtonwellbeing.com. Go check it out. Check out the podcast Beyond Chronic Burnout. Oh my gosh, I love to have conversations. DM me over on Instagram. Track me down over on LinkedIn. Send me a message. Let me know what you learned today. Let me know your spicy pepper level or your masking style, because I always have things to share with you. Okay, Q&A. Do we have a couple of minutes for Q&A, Sarah? I know I kind of got close there.
It was wonderful. Yay. Oh my gosh. And I'm so glad you were really watching the comments. And so I'm going to go back up and see what we have. But I think that you did such a great job of actually working this comment section.
Oh my gosh, Amy, girl, I am right there with you. The hormone roller coaster, the curveballs. It is legit. I do have a hormone cycle harmony class, and it will change your life. I have been going to school, going back, getting all this information. So if you're also in burnout, trying to figure out all your hormones as an autistic woman or an ADHD woman, I got the hookup for you. It is amazing. It will change your life.
Well, you had great support in the comments today for sure. And a lot of people that, are going through the program and can really verify kind of what they're going through and how they are having success in taking themselves from super high burnout to a more calm, functional state of being. You don't have to use a robot voice, I promise. But yeah, it's wonderful resources, and just so grateful and honored to have you here today.
Thanks for having me, Sarah. I absolutely love what you do. I love what you talk about. There are so many things that no one tells us about, and so many things that we feel it, we know something's going on, but we just don't have the words for it. Because if you're like me and you have alexithymia, you can feel it. You can feel all the feels, but you just don't have the words for it yet. I have a way to put words to it.
And I think it's really through sharing these experiences and being able to I find even, in groups, there's always that person that asked the question that it was on nobody's mind. And then you're like, yes, I never thought of that. Why didn't I ever think of that? This is an answer I didn't even know I needed. I love this. So this is so beautiful to bring all of these answers, resources, and information to the same place. I'm just so happy to be here. Jenny says she loves you. And Cassidy, my fingers are getting a little slippery, so I'm trying to keep them on the mouse pad there. She said, tell us about your new book and the inspiration behind it.
Oh my gosh, Living Unmasked is truly, this is just my love letter to y'all. And I was going back through when I was editing, and I even wrote it in the chapter on boundaries. And I was sitting there, and I just, in that moment, I was like, oh my gosh, I remember how scared I was, how I felt like I was losing my mind. Like I didn't know who I was. I felt completely alone and really hopeless. And now that I know what I know, and y'all, I didn't have anybody helping me. I had to white knuckle it, figure it out on my own, piece things together. And I did that starting 8 years ago at the age of 42. And I'll turn 51 next Friday. And
Happy birthday.
Living Unmasked came from, thank you. Living Unmasked came from that place of me wanting to share and guide you step by step, to take you through the process of discovering under all the masks, because especially as autistic women and especially ADHD women, there's so many societal norms. There's so many things that from an early age, we got this messaging consciously and subconsciously from the world that said, you're weird, you're doing it wrong, you're just extra. Right? Like, don't be so happy, tone that down. Or why would you do it that way? That's so weird. And everything was telling us that we were broken somehow, that we weren't doing it right. And what I learned on this journey and being burnout free and being in this place of authenticity, of having shed all of those masks and those things that weren't me, I can stand and really in this moment, and it just makes me so damn happy. And I'm just going to say that, damn happy, because I know what's possible, and I've helped other people get here too. So I know it's not just possible for me, it's possible for other people as well.
Love that.
And that is to know that I am whole, to know that you are whole, you are worthy, you are beautiful just how you are. You are enough. Nothing needs to be removed from you or added to you to make that true.
Mm.
And Living Unmasked is that step-by-step, loving, gentle guide that's fun. I'm just going to say it. It's fun. It's got great stories. It's got meditations. It's got worksheets. And it's got the real. It's got the real. I tell you the stuff nobody else is going to tell you. Especially around boundaries.
Love that. Oh, thank you so much, Carole. Gabby, I'm going to bring you up because you are up next. And I know that you got to listen in on some of that. And what did you think?
First of all, I'm taking screenshots because I'm realizing, oh yeah, I definitely have some of that going on. Yesterday, I went to bed at 8 o'clock and moved my client calls. So one, thank you for sharing this. I think when you look at whether you're on the spectrum or you're helping somebody who is, burnout is the thing that we've experienced. And sometimes we don't even know. We're like, I'm just a little tired. Like, no, this is the next level and the next level and the next level. So I love that you explain it more. And I can't wait to get your book.
Thank you.
You're
Carole,
welcome.
thank you so much. I mean, it's just brilliant to have you here, and happy birthday, happy book coming out day. I love everything about that. So we'll check back in with you and stay in touch for sure. Everybody go and support Carole Jean Whittington and go over and check out all of the cool things she has to share. Thank you so much for being here. And
thanks, Sarah.
See you soon. So happy to have you here, Gabby. Thank you for waiting. I know we went a couple of minutes into your time. I apologize. She has so much like inner strength that she gives to people and just pours from her heart. It's kind of like, I got to take a breath after that.
No, I caught the tail end because I was shoveling down my lunch, but I was like, oh, I need to go back and listen to her whole thing because I missed the first part. But so good. And I think we don't talk enough about it. And so I love that she really helps you understand what this is and where to figure out when you're experiencing different things that we just think, oh, I'm just, no big deal.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we really have to shine a light on it so that we can help others navigate and know how to ask for support. Isn't that the tricky part too? Is not even now we have these beautiful resources from amazing humans that we can tangibly reach out to and they can say, I've been on this journey, walk this way, and thank goodness. And I know you have a wonderful message to share today. So I don't want to take up more of your time.
No, you're good.
Turn it over.
This is your show, lady. I'm borrowing your mic. Not the other way around.
Well, I am just, it's such an honor to have everybody take time out of their day to come because, hopefully someday in the future, everyone that's listening, give everybody a shout out so that we can make this huge and we can someday put it in person and pay all our speakers and our wonderful volunteers at this point to come and do this because it's meaningful and they're valuable and their time and what they have to say is valuable. So I don't want that to be misunderstood in any way. But yeah,
there's some things I think for me personally, there's some things that I do to get paid, and there's other things I do because it's on my heart. And this one, like the minute I talked to you, I was like, I mean, if you'll let me talk, I'm so here. You don't got to like, I'm in. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you take over, and I will see you back when you are done.
Okay. All right. Hi, you guys. So I want to give a little bit of who am I and why am I here. My name is Gabby Garland. I am the founder and CEO of Resilient Heart Agency and Resilient Voice Media. And what I do in the world is I help really incredible people make a beautiful impact via podcasting. And you're probably thinking, as I say that, why would a podcast producer be on an autism summit? And it is one, because I am I was diagnosed with ADD, but I also have a little boy who is on the spectrum. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about one, what podcasting can do for you in all sorts of ways. But two, I'm also going to share a little bit of what this looks like for me and how podcasting was really the caveat and the safe space that I created because I didn't have community with the things that I was going through personally. And the woman that just got off, and I wish I could remember her name, but the woman that just spoke before me, there was so many pieces of what she shared that I experienced, but I didn't have a name or an understanding for it. And so I created a podcast because I wanted to build community from my closet while my son was on quarantine with a heart condition. So I'll back up a little bit. I launched Resilient Heart Podcast in August of 2020. It will be 5 years in August, which is crazy to me. But the cool thing that I found about it was a couple of things right off the bat. I tell everybody, sometimes people think a podcast is only good for you if you have 30,000 followers on social media or if you have a huge social media footprint. I didn't have any of those things when I launched Resilient Heart Podcast. I was a mama. I had just recently gotten married. Our son was given a heart condition diagnosis. And so for the first year and a half, almost 2 years of his life and more, we had back-to-back heart surgeries, inpatient stays, PICUs, and all of the things. And what I found was I was very isolated. It was also when the pandemic was happening. So it was even further isolation. And when I launched Resilient Heart Podcast, it wasn't meant to be a business. It was meant to be finding the safe space that I didn't have and hoping that other women were potentially looking for the same thing. So we could talk through and talk about the things that we have gone through and the ways that we have overcome obstacles and issues and different things in our lives so that we can build community around each other, so that we don't feel alone, so that burnout doesn't happen, so that we don't think we're in an island and there's nobody else is experiencing what we're experiencing. And it turns into something and it makes it harder for us to show up for others, but also to show up for ourselves. So the reason why I'm going to talk a little bit about podcasting specifically. So when I launched Resilient Heart Podcast, it was, like I said, to just build community. What I found very soon after is I got a speaking engagement shortly after that turned into some one-on-one coaching. And so it was kind of an off to the races situation. I didn't go into it thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to build this incredible business and da, da, da. It was not the way that I thought about it. I joke about it all the time where I say, if someone wants to give me some Joe Rogan $100 million, like, tell a girl where to sign. I am so here for that, because I think about all that I could do if I got that type of an income. But what I thought is, let me create a space for women that I always needed. And so when you think about the autism community, when you think about neurodivergency, when you think about any of those ways that we move in the world where there are different challenges than everybody else, creating spaces where we can have community, where we can speak and talk freely about what we're going through, where sometimes we can get advice and we can say, hey, my son's dealing with this, my daughter's dealing with that. What would you recommend? Because you're getting an opportunity to build within your immediate community, people that listen from all over the whole wide world, to have a shared experience based upon the content that you're creating. And I think too often, a lot of people think, especially when you think about social media, we're always fighting with algorithms. We're always like, okay, what does Facebook want to see today? Okay, Instagram said videos yesterday, and now they like carousels. Like, how do I keep up with this? And as someone who's potentially a business owner specifically, podcasting cuts all that noise. It makes content creation so much easier, obviously, but it also allows you to have something that keeps running on auto, so that when you've got some things going on with your children, or you've got appointments and different things where you're just like, I know I can't, social media just isn't it for me. You've got a podcast up that can help and show people who you are, and also introduce them to your business. One of the things that I really love, and I could get super technical because I do love that side of podcasting, because all the statistics of why it's so powerful, I think, is important. But in this particular conversation, I really want to talk about the heart side of things, because one of the things that I learned, and I started my community really for the heart community, because I didn't know anybody that had kids with a heart condition. And so I wanted to start talking about some of those things. And as we've gotten our son's diagnosis, that has grown into a really beautiful community of people who, whether they're support, whether they are OTs, PTs, speech, mamas that are new to this world, mamas that just are thinking maybe there's a diagnosis here. And so it's evolved as I've evolved over the last 5 years. And I think that's a beautiful thing, because you're allowed to grow and change and move and grow with an audience that curates, that is, you're curating your content on a podcast. And I mentioned this just a little bit before, but talking about from a community building side. And when you think about burnout, when you think about exhaustion, when you think about depression, and you think about all of these really tough seasons that happen when you are advocating and you're exhausted, and it's doctor's appointments and specialists, and I've got to take them to speech, I've got to take them to ABA, I've got to do, sometimes it feels like you're running in 17 places and you don't really get a chance to breathe. And I can tell you that the community that I've gotten to build with Resilient Heart, and I get to do and support with clients within their own podcast, is it really does build a community around you. And initially I thought this was going to be me pouring out. And the really beautiful thing that you start to learn when you are podcasting, and when you've done it even really early on in the podcast journey, those people start pouring back into you too. And when you think about what we need, that's what the world needs more of. The world needs more of the stories of impact. Hey, there's something that I went through that we think is just us and it's isolating. And when you share it, then you are able to speak to the ear and to the heart of the person that is going through that exact same thing. And so there's a really strong belief that I have when you think about the storms you've walked through, the things that you've been through, the ways that life has maybe knocked you on your knees and you've been like, I don't know which way is up next. Those seasons of your life, those experiences, there is somebody else that is waiting for you to share your story and your experience, so that they, as they are walking through that same storm, or have just recently walked through it, they have somebody that goes, but she did it, and she's on the other side, or he overcame that, and I can see that. And so when we think about as we're walking these journeys and we're looking at how to advocate and how to show up for our children, one of the things that I really, really this is probably the thing that I didn't realize when I launched my podcast, what it would end up turning into. But when you think about, there's the community building side of things. I looked at it about 2.5 years ago. I started looking at really the legacy side of a podcast. And our son was very, very nonverbal at that time. And so I got to really thinking about, at some point, he's going to want to know who I was or who I am. And I don't know what he understands or doesn't understand yet. But within my podcast and with all the content that I've created on Resilient Heart, he's going to get to know who his mom was. And not only will he get to know who his mom was, my kids and grandkids and all the way down the line. And so when you think about the things that you wish you could tell your kids, and I think about this all the time, to be honest. There's a whole secret podcast just for my babies where I just speak to them specifically and individually in ways that they haven't gotten their links yet. But it's really the thinking about, what do I want to leave? What legacy do I want to share? What lessons have I learned that can help somebody else? And what ways that I can build community so that whatever I'm going through and these paths that I'm on, I can create spaces for other people so that they can have time and space and an ear to listen as they're going through their own things. When you think about podcasting and business specifically, and I want to talk about this because Resilient Voice Media did not come as the beginning of the stage for me. I had Resilient Heart Agency, which was my coaching, consulting, and retreats for women. And then what ended up happening is women kept finding their voice, and then they wanted a podcast. And so I transitioned my agency. I still do some coaching, but we do way more podcasts at this point. And they were finding their voice, and then they wanted to launch a podcast so that they could share their story and their message with others. And I think it was a really cool transition, but it was also very odd for me, because thinking it from a business side, because when I came in with Resilient Heart, I didn't have a company. I was doing some consulting, but we were in the hospital a lot with surgeries and whatnot. And so there wasn't really a lot I could do. I was really just a stay-at-home mom taking care of our son. But then I started to get these different opportunities because of my podcast. And I think sometimes, especially I think about it even now, opportunities that I've gotten over the last 5 years really did come from my podcast. And the intentionality of that and the gift of that is, I don't have time unless I'm hiring a PR team to find opportunities for me to speak on stages or to get in front of new audiences or to do any of the things that I know I want to grow. My podcast has done it for me naturally over the last 5 years, from signing clients to converting strangers and to all of those pieces that we have to work so hard on social media to even get 4 people to see it because the algorithms are funky. You get that as a podcast already. Like, there's no, I have to fight to see what's going on. And the other piece that what we designed within Resilient Voice Media is a specific product, of a specific way of editing and sharing and helping with our clients and supporting them when life is lifing. Because one of the things, my podcast has been on hiatus since January, and my birthday episode coming next week will be our return. But it's still converting. I'm still signing clients who have listened to old episodes from the last 4 years, and I'm not putting out anything new. And so I test that every once in a while. Once I'm actually a little overwhelmed myself. So I'm listening to the Burnout Lady and I'm like, oh yeah, that's me. That's where I'm at. So I'm not having to work harder because I'm getting more people coming into my company and working with me and signing up to launch podcasts or be one-on-one coaching or whatever it is. And had I not had my podcast, I would not have been able to build what I've been able to build without any, at no point do I think that this would have been possible if I was just brick and mortar, like hitting the streets and trying social media. My podcast skyrocketed things in a way that I would not have been able to grassroots on my own. The way that we do content is a little bit different in support of what I call them minisodes. We can pull content from previous episodes and basically kind of remix them so that you've got, it came as something that we started offering because we were impatient with my son. I was very, very consistent on my podcast. Every week you got an episode, and then we were impatient in the PICU because he had gotten back-to-back viruses. It was like 3 in a row. So we were about 6 weeks in the in the PICU with our son, and there was just nothing to be done. And so we designed this process to pull old content and to be able to repurpose it, put an ad on there, and then be able to utilize that on times that I can't get on social media, on times when my children need me and I need to be disconnected from all of the things. The other thing I want to talk about as well, and I touched on it a little bit on the legacy side of things, I really look at podcasting as a legacy, not just how do I build business, but how do I let my message, my mission, and my heart be something that is there for years and years and years to come for my children and just in general. And so one of the things that we do within Resilient Voice Media, and the first of this series will come out next week on a really dear friend, Missy, who unfortunately was passed away from cancer in January of this year, but it's a legacy podcast. And it's taking some of the content from previously, right before she passed, and all of this other content that she's done, and repurposing it and allowing those that didn't get to meet her Earth side get to meet her on her podcast, and her children and her great grandchildren and her great great grandchildren get to see and listen and hear who she was and what she was all about. And I think I look at it specifically for my son. My daughter, she grew up with me. I was 21 when I had her. She'll be 25 in June. She's a full grown adult. I don't have to do, she takes care of herself. So she got to grow up with me, and I still want to have something for her to have forever. But I looked at it specifically for my son because I don't know what he does understand. I don't know what he thinks. I don't know what he knows about who I am or things that I would want to share with him. And so I created a capsule content podcast specifically for my son to teach him all the things, to talk to him in all the ways. And at some point, my hope is that he will be more verbal and we can have a conversation about it. But if that never happens, then he gets to put on earphones and listen to his mom when his mom is gone, and know all the things that she thought and all the things she wanted to share with him, all the years that he was growing up, that maybe he didn't understand it. And so I don't look at podcasting just as business. I look at it as the opportunity to really make an impact and really share your heart. And I think too often there is such a kind of a noise in the world of things that are difficult. We'll sort of say that, like I am an empath, I'm a medium, so things can really come in for me, and I have to be very mindful of that. But when you think about creating a podcast and you think about, okay, maybe a podcast is for me, think about what message would you want to put in the world? What work do you want to share? What pieces of your heart or your story or the path that you've walked through do you think might help somebody? Like literally might be the beacon and the light and the anchor that pulls somebody out of a really dark spot into a really safer space, and a really, really elevates and lifts them back up. And there's so many different ways to do that. And a podcast can do all of those things for you. The last thing I want to talk about specifically is podcasts on the business side. So when you think about marketing and you think about how do I get in front of the ideal audience that I want to work with, because I know sometimes people think everybody's my audience, every client, every person is my client. And the reality is that's not true. Everybody isn't going to be your client, and that's not supposed to be the thing. That's not what we're looking for. But one of the things that I've learned that I get to see when clients come in and they're working on a podcast and they've had a business for however long prior to that is we get really, really, really minute and really clear on who it is that we're creating content for, who it is that we're going to talk to, who it is that we want to work with. And you get so much more information and so much more interaction with a podcast and with the podcast content than you do on social media, because you can only pull your audience so many times, which I do on occasion. At this point, I don't do it that often because I know my people at this point and they know me. But it doesn't allow for you to miss who you're meant to touch, as the way I kind of look at it. The last thing that I want to talk about really quickly is guesting on podcasts. So when you think about, okay, that's probably not my thing. I don't think starting a podcast is probably like, I don't really have time for that. I don't really know if that makes sense for me. there is a really powerful platform that you can get on somebody else's show and start to grow your audience, start to grow your message, because I think that business is wonderful. I love being a business owner. This is year 5 for me as well. And I'm so happy getting to do what I do, but I also know there are millions of people that millions of agencies that launch podcasts. I need to be able to separate myself into a way that they know who I am and the heart that I do this business with, because that's going to be the thing that decides for a lot of people whether or not I'm probably the right person or not the right person. And it's okay either way. But when you think about whatever it is that you do, whether you're marketing or you're a coach or you're an attorney, you own a brick and mortar business, when you think about building connections, when you think about growing, when you think about taking random strangers and making them clients and friends, and what's turned for me is some best friends out of this, podcasting allows you to share your heart in a way that draws that audience into you, so that you don't have to always have perfectly precise marketing strategies, and you just get to be you. You just get to turn the mic on and just share from your heart, and know that it's going to touch, and it's meant to touch the people that you know are your people, the people that you're looking to talk to. I want to kind of wrap this up. I'm not a huge screen, doing PowerPoint presentation girl. I am a very I think it's probably because I've been podcasting for 5 years. So I'm used to turn the mic on, have a conversation, and then I'm out. But I want to kind of wrap this up. And then if anybody has any questions on podcasting specifically, I would love to help or answer any questions. But when I really want to impress upon you, and when I really want to share about what this last 5 years has been for me from a podcast, and why I'm so hell-bent on everybody needing a podcast that feels like they have a message and a mission that needs to go on a global scale, is because I didn't know that then. I didn't know what I didn't know when I launched Resilient Heart. And I wish the timing of it turned out well, but I think too often, and I've had so many conversations with people recently that are saying oh, I think I want to do this. Oh, I think I want to do that. I think if there's a tug on your heart and you're thinking this might be the thing, I had that same exact tug, and I was thinking, this is crazy. I have 988 friends on social media total. So there's not a lot of people that are going to probably listen, because I don't have that many social media friends. I'm living in a new city, so I don't really know anybody. And had I taken that leap, had I not taken that tug and gone, okay, we're going to do this. I wouldn't have the company that I have right now, but I wouldn't also have the circle, the friends, and the opportunities that I've had since then. And so if you're looking for a way to maximize your time when you're there's too much, there's just way too much, I can't do all of the other things that need to be done, and I'm just going to sit with that. A podcast is such a beautiful way, from capsule, for legacy, for business, for you to teach and share and love and help and serve. And I just don't think there's any better way to make connections. It's from having people as a guest. I'll meet women on social media and I'm like, oh my gosh, I really like her. I'm going to ask her to be on my podcast. And some of those random conversations have turned into friendships that I've gotten to have, turns into clients, people that I've gotten to talk to and work with and share space with for the last 5 years in ways that social media never would have allowed for. And so it's why I'm so adamant about the power of podcasting. It's not as saturated as everybody thinks, because I was having a conversation yesterday with somebody who reached out and they said, oh yeah, well, most podcasters only put out 6 or 7 episodes before they completely pod fade and they go away. And so not only is it something that you can utilize for social media and for a business marketing arm, for legacy, for community, for all of those things, it's something that you can use forever because it stays up forever. So those ads, those random things, those people are going to be able to pull that up and learn from you and click on your stuff and bring you in to their own community, just by a podcast. And it's, I never thought this would be what I did. I really, really didn't. And I don't think that, I don't think we always know what the path forward is when we're in it, especially for me personally, going through the heart diagnosis side of things, which was soul gutting. It was a very, 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 very hard time of my life. And then the autism side of things, the isolation, I can't tell anybody this, I can't talk to anybody about that. And just in sharing 3 different episodes on autism on my podcast, just a couple of months ago, have so many women that have just reached out just to like make community, have conversations, and talk about the things that we go through that they don't have any friends that they can talk about it with either. So in closing, that's just what I wanted to share. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk a little bit about podcasting, why I love it, why I love what we get to do at Resilient Voice Media, and really how podcasting changed my life, because I genuinely believe within the community that I built through his last couple of heart surgeries, like they held me together. They sent big care packages and gift cards. And I was like, that's not what happened.
Yes.
I couldn't have built that there. So
thank you. There's so much resonated, obviously, because I too kind of started my podcast off the basis of a home office and an idea that, I just want to talk. And someone had said to me, well, what is your passion? What do you love? And I said, I love talking about autism. And she said, well, follow the passion. What do you love to do? And, it's not like I love that you're doing the business side of it and you tell people, because I think that is so important. Obviously it's working for me too, that I'm able to create these events and get the word out and, create just the environment and the communities that we get to build in this space. Yeah. And there were a lot of comments kind of.
I had to turn comments off because your girl got ADD, and if I'd have looked at one, it was lights out. I'd have been like.
So I wanted to go back so that you could see them. Carole Jean Whittington was the one right before you, so you know her name. Now you can reach out to her.
Okay. Yes.
She loves
screenshotted a picture of her, so I will definitely be reaching out.
She also has a talk show, Beyond Chronic Burnout, is her absolute joy. And she created it for the same reasons as you, to build community. And same with me. This is just like, it's so beautiful, isn't it? Harry James O'Kelly, who is my muse, my special, wonderful, beautiful friend who always sees the best and brightest in people. She has this amazing gift to only see like the person's best self. I don't think that she has any other kind of sight other than that. So amazing. Like thank you so much, Carrie. Like and I'm so glad that I could do this too. Michelle said, LOL. I'm not sure what it was too. I'm sorry, Michelle. But she found something cute. Cassidy said, so sorry to hear about your son's heart issues. How is he doing now? And I think a lot of us want to know.
Yeah, he's a baby tank, y'all. He is an absolute tank. If you saw him, even if you follow me on social media and you see pictures of him, people don't know he has a heart condition. He doesn't probably know he has a heart condition. I call his scar, I call it his superhero scar. Just because I don't ever want it to be something where it makes him think it makes him broken or it makes him less than. And so I call it his superhero scar. But he's thriving. He's been with his ABA therapist, who I'm very certain was an actual angel that God dropped into our life, because she has been such a gift to him. He was nonverbal when she started working with him. And now we're getting like around 60 words from our little chatty boy.
Fantastic, Gabby.
Yeah.
I love that. From one mother to another, and having a son that was also non-speaking at the beginning of his life. There's nothing more valuable than that, the voice, just to hear the voice and just to know that, get me all emotional. To know that someday they'll be able to communicate their own needs is something that people take for granted every moment of every day. And it's something that we as moms, especially, as parents, have to literally pine ourselves on being so aware for everyone, for them, for ourselves. Don't want to get too far into this. We have a lot of comments, but Stacy is saying hello from the GA, from the coast. Gabby, thank you for being a map for all of us moms looking to make a difference. Writing with Mike, who is a wonderful people that have some pages over on Facebook that have a son who is lovely. They show all of his journey. Harry loves the summit. She's a creative community partner and listening to other women share their stories and help to connect and build more community. It's so true. Excuse me.
One of my clients, we've launched 2 shows for her, and she has one that's a top ranked show as well. She's kind of her thought is we're women are literally dying in silence when we don't show up, when we don't help each other, and we're not able to share.
Journey with Elijah. The Autism Journey with Elijah. They are wonderful. Thank you guys so much for your support and being here today. Jenny wants to know what the best platforms for podcasts, and I guess it's probably kind of individual to what is your best advice on that?
Here's my thought. And my coach has been fussing at me for about 1.5 years to put my podcast on YouTube. I haven't done that. Part of the reason why I launched a podcast that was audio, not video, was because I was very deep in postpartum depression. I was much bigger than I am now, and I did not feel cute. And I was like, nope, not going to do it. That's going to I'm going to be on the mic and a very filter picture because we are just not in that space. When I think about podcasting, when I think about which platforms are best, I don't believe that there's a better podcast platform than anything else. What I always tell people is you want to be in as many places as you can possibly be. So within the agency, when we launch shows or when we do blow ups for shows, we put you, I think it's on 12 different platforms. So you've got the obvious Apple and Spotify. YouTube is one where people are listening to podcasts. I don't usually listen to YouTube for podcasts. That's why I was like, I don't know if I want to put it on there. It's going to happen eventually, and actually in August. But what I would say is, one thing that we have learned is that a lot of state and federal agencies do not allow some of the platforms to actually stream in office buildings. And some people have to go back to work now with the changes. And so make sure your podcast is on iHeartRadio, because they think of iHeartRadio as a music app, not a podcast app. And so if you can't get it to stream on Apple, Spotify, and some of the other ones that people are used to doing, iHeart kind of circumvents the system or the block, and iHeart will allow it. So if you have an audience that is lots of feds, lots of state employees, even people in 9-to-5 jobs, sometimes they block some of that stuff, but iHeart seems to just be able to get all around that.
Oh, I love that advice.
Yeah.
Oh, Carole says, Gabby, you have to be a guest on my show.
Absolutely, which I didn't. I'm so bad at like all of this. I can put my I'm literally Gabby Garland on every single platform, but let me put
I'll put it up here on a banner for you. At Gabby Garland.
There we go.
Oh, and I'm not gonna do my correct spelling there. How's this?
There we go. Yes.
Okay.
Everywhere.
Perfect.
It's just easier that way. And I'm like,
And great. And she put her email, internet address, her website address. What am I trying to say here? Internet address and her website in the comments as well. So you can go and follow her and catch up with her. Thank you so much for coming today and representing the podcast community. And we have a couple other podcasters that will be on throughout the summit too. So come back and catch theirs as well. And
I definitely will.
Yeah.
And I always want to share with people. My team has to sign NDAs when they work with me if they're doing assistant work, because people share some of the most vulnerable stories that you are probably going to be shocked that they would share with an absolute stranger on the internet. But I also know how important those safe spaces are. And so whether you ever work with me is completely irrelevant for me. I want to be somebody that people can go to and know they have support. They know they have somebody that will be a listening ear. And so please reach out to me, even if you want to be a guest on Resilient Heart, or you want to be a guest on one of my other clients within the agency, or you want to start a podcast and you just got some questions. I want to share this really quickly. We are doing a small group class that starts in the end of June. If you're wanting to launch a podcast, it is at a discounted rate because it's a small group coaching, and you get all of the editing, all of the things on the back end. So if anybody's interested in that, I would love to highlight and find an autism family to put in that mix, because I think there need to be more spaces for us. And so I'd love to help if that's something that you feel like you'd like some help on.
Fantastic. I'm sure that you'll get some hits on that. I can imagine that rolling in right now, actually.
I'm excited.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you guys.
Great perspective to show for, how you've made this such a wonderful part of your existence. And I love that you're doing kind of the vaulted sessions for your kids. I'm going to think about that. I'm going to think that and put that into action, I think.
I have to do them in groupings because I'm like, I cry so much that I'm like, I can't even get the tears together.
Yeah, right. Plan some weeks between to get some rest and get out of burnout from doing the recordings to your kids.
Seriously, yeah. But I highly recommend it. Even if you never launch a show, do that for your babies. Do that for future generations and share those stories because that's what connects us forever.
Thank you so much, Gabby. I am grateful to have you here today, and we'll definitely be in touch.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Bye. Oh, I hope you guys are having such a wonderful time as I am today in, getting to see all of the beautiful speakers, presentations, resources that are available to our beautiful autistic community. Our next speaker is here in the backstage, and I'm going to bring her up so that we can say hello, because the beautiful Anila Khan, coming all the way from Pakistan in the middle of the night, probably. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. And yes, I'm still backstage. So thank you so much, Sarah, for pulling up this amazing event. I would say that. And I know that if you are on spectrum or you are a mom who have a child on spectrum, it's not easy to pull this job, talking to everybody and doing this campaign and tagging people and remembering their name and giving them the respect. Like, I'm not talking about myself, but giving them the respect who are somebody who's just living in the room, and she might not went out of the house for a whole day or a whole week, but you're still there and you are respecting them and you're giving them the due credit. And you have been advocating for so many people who have been unpaid carers, actually, because a mother job is a 24/7 job, actually. And the little we know that if somebody who have a child, either it's a daughter, either it's a son, is on spectrum, that's not easy thing, and somebody who is on spectrum themselves. So there are so many things that we people are doing in silence, but many people are not getting credit for that. So thank you so much for doing all this work.
Absolutely. And you already have comments coming in that are excited to hear your presentation and the work that you do. Thank you, because you are doing work on this global scale in areas that I'm not able to reach. And I love that we can get together like this and you can share the experiences with our audience that you're having and that, the wonderful work that you're doing. So I have your slides ready. If you are ready to go, I will put them up. And
okay, I'm so glad that people are here to listen to me. It gives me a lot of
yay! Yes, it's everybody's ready, and we're excited to have you.
Because we all are here, and we are here for one purpose. We all have one purpose over here, and that is autism. And I think this is the most beautiful thing. Yeah. So yes. This is here. So. Hi everyone who is listening to me right now. I hope you all are doing well and you are having a great time over here. And I think Sarah is doing a pretty good job in introducing a lot of speaker and some information about them. So I just want to, skip the introduction and I would say that I'm somebody who is trying to make this world better place for people who are autistic, who are ADHD, who are neurodivergent, or who are at risk in some way. So this is, I think, enough for me to have this introduction. So when the topic was assigned, Sarah asked me to talk about early identification or late identification and resources available for that. So a lot of us who are sitting here are late identified autistic. Our diagnosis come very late, and the reason for that was or we were not able to navigate the or we were not able to learn about our own autism was because the criteria that has been given was what you could say is it was a non-traditional criteria. And when you talk about people who are on from different part of the world, like I'm from different part of the world and I'm from a brown culture, uh, things get different for us. Like there were many things who were normal for us, but when I talk to people from the global perspective, like with working with the global community, we get the idea that certain things which are considered normal here are part of criteria for white people, let's say. So having this conversation like we are doing this today, I think it's a great opportunity for everybody to understand that if you talk about somebody who is on spectrum, we have to look toward psychosocial perspective, because I'm a psychologist and a speech therapist, and I work on psychosocial perspective when I'm talking about autism, when I'm talking about disability, when I'm talking about mental health. So I thought to talk about, because we have resources for children, everybody's talking about children. People are talking about, because still 18 they are say that they are children, and services are available for that and help is available for that somehow. When we talk about people who are late identified, what about those people? How they can identify themselves and how they can diagnose themselves, how they can be diagnosed, let's say, or even they identify themselves as one. So I thought about talking about late identification somehow and navigating the resources and support. So this is, I thought that would be something new that I would add into, and I know that, and I feel like somehow it will add the value to the whole conference today. So that's why I thought that I will talk about late identification. Sarah, can you please change the slide? Okay, now let's talk about sign of autism in adult. Please change the slide. Okay. Yes, Cassie, thank you so much. I just read your message. And let's talk about a sign of autism that occur in like in main three areas. And the reason for that, I am talking about these three areas identify as, because uh, uh, areas are important to define when we're talking about anything. For example, if you talk about education, if you talk about communication, if you talk about behavior. So when we're looking to a child, these are certain things, and then we are talking about, okay, this is child and we are going to talk about this, and these are the things that is in the child. So we are going to diagnose child about it. What about people who are grown up now? What about people who somehow was able to, or they mask their or they were able to mask, or they were able to mingle around other kids, because they group a lot, they grew up in a place where there was a lot of kids, and they just somehow hide themselves behind those kids. So we are going to talk about a little bit social interaction, verbal and non-verbal communication, and repetitive behavior or rituals behavior. Let's call it stimming also. That includes stimming. That include those things that might make you feel better, or that is going to make you feel okay. If you're not able to enjoy today, what do you want to do today? So we are going to talk about this. Sarah, can you please change the slide? Okay. So let's talk about main signs of autism. Okay. So common signs of autism in adults that could include finding it hard to understand what others are thinking or feeling. And what it means is, for example, you are sitting in a place and there is a conversation going around you, and you might feel it, okay, what they're feeling about you, because last time when they were happy, their expression was different. This time they are saying that they are happy, but their expression is different, so it can make you confused. As autistic person, it is confusing that every time when somebody is talking about happiness, why the expression is changing. Every time when somebody is asking about being sad, why the context is different, why the expression is different every time. So that is kind of a confusing thing. And finding it hard to understand what other is thinking, like I told you already, because sometimes people would say that they're feeling okay, but the expression is different. So being an autistic person, all the life you're just looking at those people and you're just looking at the expression, because you would see that person might, you feel like that person is lying, or that person was thinking something else about that person, but right now when the person came, he is or she is mingling around with that person. So is he lying or he is not lying? So it is kind of a confusion in the brain. Getting very anxious about social situation. The reason for that is because every time situation is changed, and when you talk about autistic individuals or ADHD individual, every new thing is going to bring anxiety, every new situation. And the reason for that, or how people are I'm talking about autistic people are combating that by thinking about situations so many times and repeating the communication that what they are going to do. And the reason for having so many thoughts or running thoughts, you could say that, is because they just want to place themselves in the whole communication and the whole situation so that they can respond to those people or they can act effectively in that situation. So this is how they combat that. So the day when the situation is different, the person is going to be anxious about that because every new thing is going to bring anxiety. Finding it hard to say how you feel. For example, one of my clients yesterday, she was saying that I'm so confused when somebody is asking me how you feel, because sometimes when I tell them that I'm not feeling okay, they just don't want an honest answer from me. So when they don't want an honest answer from me, why they're even asking about that? Or if I'm saying that I'm not okay about certain thing and they're not believing me, why even they're asking this question from me? So it is like uh, not being able to understand that what are the social cues about being okay, not okay but telling people that they're okay, not happy but telling people that you're not happy, so somehow in coded word you can say how to be a hypocrite, in certain situations. uh, Taking things very literally. For example, you may not understand sarcasm or phrases like break a leg. You know, the reason for that is because uh, we have been, or autistic people are being with visualized, like they want to visualize things. They want to see things happening. When things are not happening, they might not able to understand what is happening around. Or you could say that, like, sometimes people are not using the phrase in one context, so the moment the context is different, the phrase could change the meaning also. But other person is saying like that you're supposed to understand that, like, let me give you another example about that. Like, one of my clients once told me that she was in a cafe and she saw that that person is not a very welcoming person, and that day the person was welcoming. So she asked from her friend that why this person is behaving differently today. She said that, like, it's celebration going around and that person is uh, expecting a tip from you. So that girl said that, I don't know why would he do that, or I didn't know about that. So the girl said to her that, oh silly, you don't know that when there's a celebration people give them some tip. So again, it was not written somewhere, it is not a practice every day which is happening. So that was difficult for her to understand that this phrase, or maybe the other girl might be being sarcasm to her. It's more like unwritten rules. If rules are not written, how can that person understand that? Having the same routine every day and getting very anxious if it's changed. Like I told you, if it's a new situation, it's going to bring anxiety. So you could say that, and from routine, I just mean that eating same food every day. The timing of the food is exact. Eating food is exact. Going to shower, doing this, doing that, going to gym, changing the dress, getting out of the room, uh, watching movie at this time, watching different same kind of movie. You're having same playlist again and again and again. So this is somehow the indication of somebody being on spectrum. Sarah, can you please change the slide? Okay. But other signs could be, so other signs are not understanding social rules, like I told you, such as not talking uh, to people and avoiding social contact and eye contact. So eye contact is something that is too much attached to, or I think overly, and it has been talked too much. But people don't, and even as a therapist, when I'm working with children, every single parent would say that my child is improving the eye contact, and they don't understand that as a autistic individual, when you are having hypersensitivity, when your senses are sharper than other people around, it is going to give anxiety, or it is somehow painful, or sometimes it's not easy to uh, like sometimes it's not easy to pay attention and listening also. So if an autistic individual want to be a good listener, or if they want to pay attention, they just want to close their eyes and they just want to pay attention and all attention to that thing, because there might be a lot of distraction around. So uh, that's how people are saying if they are not giving eye contact. And like in certain culture, for example, in my culture, if somebody is not giving you the eye contact, it means that person is lying. So that's how culture relevance is important in this thing. Or in certain contexts, if people are looking like down like this, so it is showing the sign of respect also. So that is why I am very much interested in the cultural context of the diagnosis also. Getting too close to other people or getting very upset if someone touches or getting too close to you, that include also the sensitivity around you, not being comfortable, and sometimes people carry the energy also. So that means that if somebody is doing like that, or somebody is not, you're not comfortable around somebody, or somebody is a new person to you, uh, uh, they can make you uncomfortable. Also, noticing small details, patterns, smell, or sound that do not have okay, they're not having a very keen interest in certain subjects or activity, liking to plan things very carefully before doing them. And from carefully, I mean, if you're going to have an interview tomorrow, you're going to do extra preparation for that interview, so you just don't mess up at that day, and you want to succeed in that thing. So the scripting is going around that. So it's more like if you are too much into getting ready for next day and doing those things and following the pattern and following the routines and getting uncomfortable if things are changed, plans are changed. So it's more like that. And people could call you, you're too sensitive, you're too edgy, or it could be anything, other things also. Sara, can you please change the slide? Okay, let's talk about autism in women. And there are I get a chance to work on different topics this month, and unfortunately, I would not say unfortunately, fortunately, and I'm glad that I'm able to, and I'm happy about that also, that in this month I'm able to attend, celebrate, observe, and talk about autism a lot. And it could be weekly, like 2-3 conversation in a week. It's more like that. So I get a chance to talk about autism in women, and I was doing a research, and I was doing research on premenstrual syndrome and puberty, and menopause and premenopause. And in my conversation, I get this idea that, or we get to know this, or we were having this conversation that many people get diagnosis when they are hitting their menopause. So it was so relevant to that discussion that I get the idea, okay, why it's happening, because the the menopause or the premenopause is different from other people. And when we talk about menstrual syndrome, premenstrual syndrome, PMS, autistic girls have severe level of premenstrual, uh, you could say that, or their feelings are very severe as compared to other feeling, or their intensity is higher than as compared to other people. So even having periods, having cycle, having premenopause, or having puberty or hitting puberty, even in I just get this idea during my research that autistic girls can have puberty at the age of 8. And it's not necessary that they have that they're having their periods at the age of 8 years, but the symptoms could start from that time period, or it could last longer also. It could go toward at the age of 18 also, and it same is happening for boy. So that is why it is very important for us to understand that why we have to talk differently about women and men, why we have to have the criteria for men and women, why we have a different criteria for girls and boys, because things are different for them. There are challenges for them. They have sensory sensitivity, they have psychosomatic issues, they have gastritis, or they have issues with the food. They could have issues with other things also. Then they have issue with the sleep also, and they could have severe mood swings. They could have a severe anxiety also, or anxiety different from other people. So if a woman is having, and I remember now all my clients who are women, let's say, whenever they're having certain thought, they would just, like, whenever they're feeling uncomfortable, when they are feeling not okay, they would just go and they would just check that are they going to have their periods, or they're going to have their menstrual cycle now. So now they get this idea, before menstrual cycle we have to be more careful with us, we have to be taking care of us more. So that is amazing part of autism in women, talking about autism in women. And uh, I'm not what could I say, I'm not saying that the struggles are less. All struggles matters. But by saying this, that is amazing part, because at least we are able to have this conversation now. We are open to this conversation now. We are open to the idea that women experience autism differently, women experience ADHD differently. So we have to be more kind, we have to be more considerate about that. We have to have more resources for them, we have to have more support for them. you know so appear to cope better with social situations sometimes, be quicker and quieter about their feeling, uh, autistic women may have like let me read that also, because I was talking about my other experiences also, like the experiences that I know from some researches that I was doing in the whole 2 months actually. Also the sign of repetitive behavior, like I told you, it could be in thought also, it could be in some other pattern also. And also I remember one of my client told me, whenever she knows that she's going to have period, she just do all physical work, physical work, and that include laundry, that include cleaning, that include cleaning the carpet, that include whole the house. So she said that when I'm having my periods, I just start doing physical work more, and it helped me a lot actually. So she has activities for her, and it's amazing part, because again I'm saying amazing because she know how to help herself out in that situation. And this she know because she started having this conversation, like we're having this conversation today. So I think Sarah, you're right, very much right over here. And this means that it can be harder to tell you autistic if you're a woman. Like I told you that, because women know, and there are certain things about women that they can read social situation better than a man. So even if it's a girl can read the situation better than a boy. So the girl know how to react in certain situation, how to act like maybe other people in a certain situation. So uh, it does not mean that she's not having a difficulty in that situation, but somehow you have to have survived in that situation. So it's more about that. Sarah, can you please change the slide? Okay, so symptom at home. So the reason for talking about that was uh, whenever we are talking about let's say autism, we are talking about communication, we are talking about behavior, and we are talking about, let's say, emotion, but we are not telling people, or we are not having the conversation that whenever we are talking about exactly, like we don't know, or we don't want to, or maybe we don't have the idea that there's something called executive functioning, there's something called mutism, there's something called uh, sensory sensitivity, because all the struggle, all the talk, all the resources are around communication. See, you would see resources around emotional expression, but what about the whole day? Because beside autism, you are a human being too. Beside autism, you have to get up every day from bed, which is not easy part, and you have to function the whole day. So let's see that how symptoms are at home. uh, let's talk about friendship could be baffled, it could be difficult, or people say that, like my clients usually report that they have to put more effort in a friendship rather than other people putting their friendship into that. And sometimes they have to go beyond everything to make that friendship going around, like it is kind of one-sided relationship. You have a collection of figures on your desk, and that must be in the same order all the time. There's other common manifestation of ASD may be apparent in adults at home, but it would be even when you are in a quiet place, you want to sit in a library, you want to watch your show every day, like you want to listen to somebody constantly, you want to see a show on, like that is called binge watching. I think people are familiar with the concept of binge eating, but there's something called binge watching. So you're watching that show again and again and again. And I know some of my clients, what they do is they would wait that let that drama finish first, and then after that they will watch that show, just to have this I remember last week one of my clients told me that she spent whole night to watch that show, and she enjoyed that thing. So that is her way to maybe make sense of things that is not making sense in the world around her. And you're also like bumping into things, tripping over things, and and the time lapse, sometimes you're forgetting things. You're sometimes you forget to eat, sometimes you forget to drink, things like that. Sometimes you don't you just forget important laundry. But it could also be you being compulsive in ordering your wardrobe, cleaning the room, cleaning the house, washing the bathroom every day, something like that. So it could be, and people think that it is compulsive behavior. People could name that, oh, you have OCD, you are obsessive and you're compulsive, but it is your way of functioning, but people see it differently. So that's how it could be at home. And in leisure time, you prefer to play individual games, sports like golf, reading book, watching cartoon, having a walk. But you could say that somebody at home, you want to have this thing, you want to have your coffee and watch something. So you want to have your me time and you want to be with yourself and indulge yourself. So it's more about that. So can you please change the slide? I hope the thing that I'm saying, it is relatable to people, because at the end of the day, we just want to have the idea that if you were not diagnosed as a child, how autism can present themselves when you grow. Because there are many people who would identify themselves as one, but they just want to get the idea that how it is. So let's talk about work. And yeah. Okay. So I'm just reading them from my mobile phone. Okay. So let's talk about yes, at work. Symptom of ASD is, it could vary person to person, and these are similar manifestation of ASD apparently at work. So you're unsure about which behavior are considered appropriate for workplace. You struggle to understand the different way to that the language may be used in communication. Irony, white lies, for example, I told you before, it was more like sarcasm, and some idioms how they are using in conversation, and what it actually means. When you are having a conversation with your boss, you prefer to look at the wall, your shoes, or anywhere, but directly into their eyes. Your co-workers say that you speak like a robot, or they would say that you are too helpful and you are helping people all the time, or you're too cranky, let's say, or you're too emotional, you're too malleable, or you're unapproachable. Your expression are like that, you're hard to get. These are some real context that I'm talking to you about, and my some clients mentioned those things. You struggle with planning, prioritizing, and managing and other executive function skill. Each item on your desk has a special place, and you don't like when cleaning company rearrange anything, and you don't want anybody to touch those things. And it could include piles of files, and it could include something that like some small letters, some pencils, some old pencils, some pen, some marker who are of not use, but you want to keep it them to you. And also, when you're talking with your boss, you have difficulty telling if you're happy or not, and in certain cases, like you're always there for people and you don't say no to the people, and that's the reason that people are giving their work to you, because you are helping them, but they are taking advantage of that situation. So it's more about that. Sarah, can you change the slide? I think it's repeating. This is a repeating slide. Change the other one. Okay, so let's talk about how you're going to diagnose that. So if you see that thing, and whenever I'm talking to anybody, I would say that if you have like like people don't come to us so easily. In many cases, they would come for their children, and they would come for their some other things. But when it comes to them, and I'm talking about autism, because there are certain hesitation that people have to take the diagnosis of autism. But if you feel like that there's something in you and you are different, or you identify yourself as one, take your time, but come for a diagnosis is not easy. It is hard, but it is going to help you out a lot, and it's going to make your easy life easier, and make yourself bearable for you, or understand you better. It's a process, but everybody have a different process. But if they start taking that diagnosis, it helps them a lot. So if anybody is listening to that, and if you feel like that you feel like that you have, or in many cases, like children would say, parent would say that day before yesterday, parent was saying that I also have those symptoms, I feel like I have those symptoms also. So if you start feeling like, when you feel like that you can take, you want you need that, or you can have that, and you are mentally ready for that, just come for that diagnosis. Seeking diagnosis and as adult typically involve multi-step approach, and this may include detailed interview about your past behavior, your childhood behavior, your upbringing, let's say. Psychological assessment is also part of that, and personality assessment, I would say that. And also neurological sensory evaluation, and that is because of getting the idea that what are your sensory sensitivity, hypersensitivity or hypersensitivity. So let's talk about strategy, because it's very important to understand it. Okay, people would say, okay, now I know that I am autistic, let's say, or I feel like that. I don't know it's the appropriate word right now or not, but because I'm an advocate, so I use different words. I want to use words which are uh, understandable by the community, because right I'm talking about, and I'm talking to community who is autistic. Uh, yeah. So I just want to be more respectful to many things, and I always keep that in mind, that it's the time that we need to use better vocabulary for autistic people. Strategy could be practical strategy include connecting with autism communities, and I'm so happy and I'm glad, and I would give this credit to Sarah that she is somebody who is also running a community, and this is the example of that community, that this is the resource for parents, this is the resource for autistic adults, this is the resource for those people who were never identified or who were never diagnosed as autistic, but they can come to that and I think we have also people who are non-speaking, but they are the part of that show. So hats off to Sarah and hats off to everybody who is making this conference happen. Uh, and I'm glad that this is the second season that we are doing. But so here we are and we are doing that. And I just want to give credit wherever I can. So like I talk about the community, then professional support like therapy and also like life changing. It's life changing, encouraging self advocacy. And like I told you that this is a platform where a lot of self advocate are here. There are many people who are advocating for their children. So this is what the strategy is. So I think we have live example in the form of this conference, which is happening right now, about support for late identified autistic communities. And also by learning to express their needs and boundaries, and it's very important to understand what is boundary and how helpful that boundary is and how you can work on those boundaries, and building stronger relationship and better navigation the world around them. And also the the most important thing in that would be, I think, that is building a relationship with yourself, because when you talk about autism, when you have this diagnosis, it's not easy, you know. I think it's not easy to have that diagnosis because in start it's more like you're angry on yourself and you're angry that you have this diagnosis. What are you going to do with that? It will take some time, but you will get into uh, you will start having the understanding to be nice and be kind to yourself, because in many cases people would say that, okay, I am autistic, so I'm not able to do that, and I am autistic because this is my fault, or maybe this is my parent fault, or maybe this is the society fault. But later on, you will be more kind toward yourself, but you have to work on that thing. And I think support groups, like for example, I also have a support group. One is international, one global, and other is for my own community in Pakistan. But I'm just giving you an idea that having those support group help a lot of people, and it helps me out a lot also. So I just don't create those things for other people, but I'm also taking help from that. And I'm glad that somehow I find a community, a global community, in the form of, like, today there are so many people who are talking, and tomorrow there'll be more people also who will be talking about and who will be sharing amazing stories and experiences. But these are the resources and these are the support uh, which we have, and we can offer that support, and we will continue to have that support till our last breath. Sarah, can you please change the slide? Okay. Now let's talk about living with adult. Okay. So when we talk about representation, and when we talk about how we can do that, and also what we can do once we know that we are autistic. People would say that, and I know that, like if it's a wife want to talk to her husband, if their sibling want to talk to their brother and sister or their mother, remember that, start considering diagnosis or disclosing your diagnosis. That is not easy. It is difficult. It would come with a lot of yeah, like I know that we have to pay a price when we talk about our diagnosis, but I think that is going to make your life, I cannot say about other people, let's say, because you don't know how their life is, you don't know how it can come up. But the thing is that if you start talking about that, it's not that you're complaining, but you're telling people that this is happening because of this, and I am like this, and I need my time, I need my space, I need people to be kinder to me. So it means that you start talking about your diagnosis, not when you are experiencing sensory overload. And it is going to help you out, because in many situations sensory shutdown, uh, mutism, let's say, overload, sensory overload, and there are many other things also which is going to happen. And if you're not aware of your sensory sensitivity, if you're not aware of your sensory overload, it is going to create problem for you, because sensory meltdown is kind of emergency. If it's not meltdown, you can have panic attacks, you can have other life threatening condition also. So, and I know many people who would start uh, like, I know people who start hitting themselves, I know people who start cutting their I just don't want to talk about many things right now, but they get maybe suicidal, they just don't want to, they may They just don't want to go outside, and things would get worse for them also. So understanding yourself, understanding your needs, and understanding your support, understanding your limitation is going to help you out more. And if people are not giving, ask for it. And by giving that to you, they are not doing any favor to you. You know, it is your right. It's not a favor, it is your right, because you are also giving them the space by not blaming them for anything, let's say, but not questioning them being neurotypical people. So yeah. And also reach out to other adults with ASD, like we are I talk about that already, but I think it's important to go and see and understand that somebody is as a self advocate or somebody is advocating for their child. So there's a difference between that. And also go for support, go for therapy, and go for vocational rehabilitation, go for skill building. For example, there are many organizations who are doing amazing work, and their work is display also. So look toward them, talk to them, reach them out, find a community, find a support around you, and help yourself. And if you want to disclose, for example, see and find a community around which is where you are comfortable to talk about yourself, and you're not afraid to talk about things. That is a process, but it will take some time, and you will be there. Sarah, can you change the slide? Yeah, I think that's all. But I just try to be precise, because sometimes you put a lot of information in that. But today I wanted to have a conversation that I took from my own, let's say, life experience, that I took from my friends, I took from people that I known them in my support groups, and I was with them in certain support groups, or I knew them somehow. But I think that's all from my side. And if somebody have any question, they can ask this question. But I'm so glad, and I would just appreciate, and I will congratulate Sarah again that you did an amazing job today. Like,
It's
not today,
so
but you are doing this for some time. But I'm so glad that I'm part of this one.
Me too. Thank you so much for being awake and being a part of it for us and sharing. That was a wonderful presentation, and I know that a lot of adults really resonated with that. And really thank you for giving the information about how to kind of see it in the home, in the workplace, all kinds of different perspectives to be able to discover and to be able to support, and looking for your community, being a part of our community. Please join us as we all get together and do this. You have the opportunity to meet these wonderful speakers and presenters. And we had a couple, somebody was saying hello, Cassie said hello, Harry said welcome and thank you for sharing about sensory issues and sensory differences. And then I think you saw that I had said that that's great representation for autistic women. And I just really appreciate how you can, come from across the globe, and it's like, but we still have this common bond that connects us. It's incredible.
And the thing is that, like, I think we need to understand something over here, that no matter what part of world you are, either it's first world country, second world country, third world country, like I don't know if there's second world country or not, but third world country, let's say, the struggle of autistic people, the struggle of autistic women, the struggle of mother would be same. The expression would be same. So if you have resources, if you have a lot of money, that is not going to take that pain from you. I know that, that. We have been through that, we know that. So we might be those girls who were too sweet to other people, helping them out, and going beyond our and sitting in burnout situation. Because I know I'm talking about from a real life experience, and you have that experiences also, let's say. But though that kindness was just taken wrongly, and they did not give us the respect, the place that we deserved. Because if we are on spectrum, if somebody's on spectrum, I think it's not their fault. It's not, maybe, let's say, parents' fault. If I talk about society, what they were doing to us was wrong, and they can choose to be better. We both know that. It's a choice that you make every day. If I make a choice that, okay, that was a woman who were not good with me, who were mean with me, but I just even choose to talk to her. I choose to be kind to her. I choose to be her friend, let's say, it means that
Yeah.
if I can forgive, she can forgive too. If I'm different somehow, she has to accept that, you know and if she say that, okay, I don't care, I also don't care, let's say, but the thing is that the point is, it is who we are, and that
Yeah.
is not a made thing. We did not created that thing. That was there always. We have autistic people in history. They were there. They were treated very bad. We know that. But I think it's time for us to advocate for that awareness. Either it's awareness, either whatever it is. But I think we need to understand that we should not politicize autism anymore. We should not ask people to, you know, uh, start thinking about changing and make them more neurotypical, let's say, or whatever is coming in their brain. But I think I don't like exclusion at all. I don't like them going to the same school but sitting in the separate rooms. I don't want that.
Yeah.
I want them to go to the same school. I want them go to the same gym. I want them to go to the same shopping mall.
Yeah.
And that will be our choice if we want to stay long or not.
Yeah.
Because this world is nobody's place. It is for everyone,
Yeah.
This
I
is the
love
world.
that.
And this is for
That's the
everyone. This
truth.
is created equally for everyone, So if people are mean, good luck with that meanness, whatever it is. But I want them to be kinder to mothers, to children, who are different in any form. So I
Love
think,
that.
and I think we are doing very pretty good job in advocating. I'm happy about that.
Thank you. I know the work is getting done, and we're really covering so many parts of the world today, and I couldn't be more prouder of that. And thank you so much for honoring us with your time and your presentation. And we'll definitely be in touch because we're keeping in touch all the time. So
exactly.
if you aren't following Dr. Anila Khan, go follow her on all of the social medias and see the amazing work that she's doing in Pakistan and around the world for this global autism community. Thank you so much for your time. Our next guest is up and ready. So we're going to say goodbye for the afternoon, but we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Hi, Marianne. How are you today?
Great. How are you, Sarah?
Great. Thank you so much. And thanks for being patient. I love to hear Anila's presentations. She always has just a unique perspective from her own living experience that we're able to, take into our own lives, and just hope the world she knows that we're just wrapping our arms around her in support. So yeah, thank you so much. And it's exciting because we get to cover so many different varieties of resources and topics today. And you do something that is so unique to the community, Marianne. And I'm so happy that we get to cover it because I think it's a resource that is priceless to families. It should have a price, and you should definitely be getting paid. But it's literally the strategies I'm sure that you can form to help families go through one of the toughest and most vulnerable things that we can go through. I won't give away too much more. Why don't you give us a little introduction of yourself, and then kind of navigate through the discussion.
Sure. So pleasure to be here. Honored to be sharing my insights as a mom and as a professional supporting families when they're going through different types of transition challenges. And so I am the mom of two now young adults on opposite ends of the autism spectrum. And several years ago, I found myself in a divorce situation. Was it something I expected, saw coming, or planned for in any way? But there it was, and it was happening. And I had to figure out how to get through it and how to take care of and advocate for my children in the process. And that became my goal, is to make sure that my kids' needs would be addressed in the short and long term. And so I was able to navigate that, found some resources eventually, but it was a long, hard road getting there, to getting to the good result that I do have now and the good situation I have. And so I felt it was my mission and calling to then support others who are going through this difficult, challenging time in their lives. And that's where I formed my company, Special Family Transitions. I'm a certified special needs divorce coach, where I support a parent going through the process to navigate the overwhelming complexities that are involved in some sort of special needs divorce and how to consider their kids' needs as part of that process. But I'm also proud to share that in the past year or so, I've got a lot more certifications as a mediator, as a parenting coordinator, and all different ways, even pre-mediation divorce coach, where I can help not just one parent, but sometimes both parents to come to have discussions and to come to agreement so that their process and their co-parenting in the future becomes a lot smoother and takes into account the children and to do whatever is in the best interest of the kids. That's really what we're all after.
Absolutely. And I love that. It's so, I came from a divorced family. There weren't these types of coaching and available things back in the 80s when I was going through that situation, and for my parents either. And but we didn't know that anyone was neurodiverse in our family back then. So yeah, it's kind of funny. But no, today it's, such a special thing to provide to help families navigate those types of situations. What do you think led you to create special family transitions, and how did you start by going out in your community? Like, where did you start? How do you tell people, like, this is where I decided I was going to just post about it one day? Or what did that look like for you?
Yeah, so for me, I just spent so much time, money, and effort, and so much stress. Here you are trying to take care of your kids, trying to take care of yourself. And that's a whole other topic we can talk about the self-care in the process, but it's very taxing and we don't know what to do. And I tried to find resources to help. Like you said, there's not many things out there that people know about. And there's very few that I could find, that the professionals I was working with could find, to help support me and direct me in terms of, well, what do we do in divorce when there is a child with autism or other complex needs? And I really had a really hard time, even with some of the top people, to find that level of expertise to make sure that I'm doing everything that needs to be done for my family and to help others do the same. And so really what sparked me was for people not to have to recreate the wheel of everything I went through. Like I said, it was very exhausting on a lot of levels. And really what's most important to me is to be there for my kids. And so I took it upon myself to advocate for them and be their advocate in the divorce, but it shouldn't have to be so hard. And so it shouldn't have to be so hard to get through the process, to support your kids and find resources to help you during divorce and after. And so that's why I thought, okay, well, this doesn't exist, or very hard to find. If it does exist, there are a few people who do have some of that expertise, but it's not readily available. People, like you said, don't know about it. I didn't know about divorce coaches when I was going through it. And so even special needs divorce coaching is even a more niche type specialty. And so that was my goal. And I, even during my process, it was mentioned to me a few times, oh, you should help other people. You're so good at expressing it and doing the research and being so involved in that. Seems a lot of people maybe leave it to their lawyers or leave it to other people or to chance or to the judge as to how their situation is going to turn out. But I didn't want to leave it, I guess, to chance and leave it in somebody else's hands as much as I could. I want to be, I don't say in control, but I wanted to try to shape the direction that my future was going to look like. And so, so I did that. And so now I feel like I had the skills. I learned so much along the way that I want to help others. And it is such a common occurrence where divorce among families who have a child with some sort of disability is very high. And so there needs to be some focus on that. And so that's what inspired me to do what I do.
I love that. And that kind of rolls right into our next question is, what common misconceptions or challenges do families face when navigating divorce with special needs family?
Yeah, so it's hard enough going through divorce as it is. You have such emotional considerations. It's hard on you. As maybe, you're planning, maybe you're either the one planning the divorce or find out you're getting divorced from the other party, whatever the case may be. It's still hard no matter which end of that you're at. And so, especially when you have a child with special needs, those needs don't just end at age 18 when the typical divorce discussions come to an end, and child support and planning for that child and a parenting plan. And so when you have somebody with ongoing needs, my goal was to make sure that was addressed and taken care of and at least discussed as part of the divorce process. Some people have different views on that, but for me, that's the most important part of this divorce process, and making sure that we're looking at those child's needs, planning for the future, and incorporating that in the decisions that we make, and working with professionals who can help us document that and get to that point.
Yeah. How can parents advocate for their child's emotionally and educationally? What does that look like for, do you meet with the teacher? Do you have some kind of special ideas for parents around that?
Yeah, so some people may not know that they need to advocate for themselves or for their child in divorce. And so, as moms or dads or whoever we are, we're there every day on the front lines, advocating for our kids at school, advocating for them in therapy, in public and social environments. And this is no different. We're there. We know our child best, but we do want to work with others who also may have a different perspective than maybe we have. Maybe have information that we can share and present to all the parties involved in divorce, including our soon-to-be ex, including our attorney, judge, financial people, whoever is involved in shaping what this is going to look like. We want to share with them the challenges that are involved, what our life looks like, what their life looks like, their daily challenges, so that it becomes a customized solution as opposed to a cookie cutter one, which divorces happen so often in our country anyway and around the world, but to make this unique. And so we want to use professional reports. If you're have a good relationship with the school, definitely want to share those IEPs and diagnosis we have from them, from medical professionals, as well as behavior type challenges that we have, other medical issues, whether it's special diet or complex medical needs that need to be addressed as part of that, whether it's mobility issues or whatever we're facing as a parent of different types of abilities. And so we want to work with people who have expertise in that area. So a lot of lawyers, even though they say they may have had experience with that in the past, you have to educate them as to what your situation is and what your child needs so that they can best represent you in that process.
Yeah, I love that you said that. And, working with so many moms and dads, I'm sure that you have the experience to kind of see how both parties are going through the process. Are there some differences? Because we were talking about the differences in, boys and girls in autism. What kind of mom and dad experiences are you seeing that might be different for helping advocate this time?
Sure. Well, we'll say every family is unique and every person is unique in how they approach this, but there's certain themes that I do see. And what I see a lot of the times is that the person who's the primary caregiver, a lot of times that's the mom. No judgments, no gender roles here, but basically that's a lot of what we see is that it's been say the mom either staying at home or working full-time, part-time, whatever it may be, but maybe she has, or the parent may have, the primary caregiver responsibility, more involved with school, more involved with therapy. And so that person's approach is to make sure that child's needs are going to be met no matter what, right? How do we make sure this child during divorce, after divorce, is going to be okay and it gets all the therapies and has the best outcome possible? Now, what I see on the flip side, not that one is good or bad, is that we have a say the traditional role, or a role of maybe the dad, for instance, maybe the primary financial provider of the family. That's not always the case, but say in that scenario. So they may be driven and they may not see some of the things that the other parent sees. They may not see the day-to-day challenges that child faces. And so as their, one of their contributions to the family unit in the past had been more financial, or that was an important part of their contribution. Well, they're going to most likely continue in that capacity, but then they're looking at it maybe from a different perspective. It's like, okay, well, I want to support my family, but how much am I going to have to do, and how much, what is this going to look like, for how long, how much, and then making sure that they're needs, as a divorced, parent and party, they're going to have enough funds for themselves. So it becomes a balancing act. So not to say one is right and one is wrong, but we have to balance doing everything and balancing with what the family resources are and what that child needs. But the way to bring those two together is to figure out what are the child's needs and how can we address them? What are the costs now that we're facing? And what are some things that may come to us in the future? So if the child is young, it's kind of hard to think about what it might look like as they go through high school and even adulthood. But that's something that we want to start thinking about and having those discussions, because that causes a lot of stress for the person who may not be working, or even for both parents, is how are we going to meet that child's needs in the future, continue to contribute, both of us, whether it's financial or caregiving time or a combination of this. What is that going to look like, and how are we going to make it work for our child and what they need to blossom and be the best that they can be?
Absolutely. And, it's so important that as the parents, they blossom and be the best that they can be. And I think that might be through some self-care work. What types of self-care tips do you give to moms and dads that are going through times like this? And what kind of self-care can they, show their kiddos that they can also do for themselves?
Yeah, so I want to take that last part first, because that really is important to me, which I realize in my process, is that how we carry ourselves and the example that we set. Our kids are looking at us. They may or may not be verbal, but they're seeing how mom and dad is acting towards them, towards their other parent, and towards other people. And so just because we're not verbal, doesn't mean they can't understand. So we have to be real careful what we say and how we say it, especially in front of our children. So we don't want to bring them into adult discussions or have them feel like they have to take sides. But in terms of self-care, that's a lot of things that even if you're not going through divorce, it's hard to make time or have that be a priority. But I can tell you, if we're not taking care of ourselves, we're not able to think clearly and make good decisions in our divorce, make decisions that impact us and our kids for the rest of our lives. And so we want to realize the importance of that. I know I want to say make time, but sometimes it's hard to find that many hours in a day. But it doesn't have to be a long time. It doesn't have to be a very regimented self-care ritual. It could be just making time for a cup of coffee, say, okay, I'm not going to think about divorce for a little bit. I'm going to think about something else. Call a friend of mine, hang out with other family members, take a walk, a nature walk. That always recenters a lot of people, myself included. And maybe if you don't have the bandwidth to have extra time, then bring in somebody, drop off your kids, find a respite opportunity, bring in a sitter to watch your kids while you're either doing some downtime or even doing things for your divorce, because it's hard to focus, when you've got doing multiple things at one time. But as they say, you can't pour from an empty cup. And I truly believe that. And the better that we feel about ourselves and taking time to find an extra moment, whether that's a 5 minute or an hour, whatever it might be, to just come back to ourselves and come back with a clear head. That's the hardest part about divorce. We're just not thinking sometimes with our rational brain, and we want to be able to do that by being in a better place and better, hopefully, all kinds of wellness things. And so you can even work with professionals if that's helpful, working with a mental health professional, working with a divorce coach or whoever it might be, or just having a support group of people, or even communities like this to kind of find out people's experience and maybe get some other insights and perspectives on how to manage a situation.
That's so important. Are there, when we're going through the divorce process, some unfortunately do have to go through like a court or custody, things like that. Are there advice or, pitfalls, things like that you advise families to watch out for when going through those types of proceedings? Maybe like how they're speaking in front of everyone. That might be a big one you probably talk about. Tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. So I would say, I guess to cover, touch on that point, is we want to always express ourselves in the most professional manner possible. We don't want to be coming across as some crazy person who, even though we maybe have good intentions, if you're not going to be seen as credible, let me put it like that. So there's a framework, which I like a lot, called BIFF, B-I-F-F, and that stands for brief, informative, friendly, and firm. And that's the way we want to communicate, whether it's with our soon-to-be ex, whether ex-parent or partner, with our lawyers, with the judge, anybody else, when it relates to anything that we're trying to do to advocate for ourselves and our kids, and do it in a professional way so that people will actually listen to what we're saying as opposed to how we're saying it. So I think that carries a lot of weight. But I will mention that, we talked about lawyers a little bit, not maybe having a full understanding of maybe what we go through and what parents need as part of this process. But sometimes the judges maybe need some help with that as well. And so you want to, everyone comes with a different, background and different cases that they see and hear. But every case is different. Every situation is different. So you want to do the best job you can to show your case, to present your situation so that the lawyer better understands it. And then if you're working with a mediator, with a judge, whoever it is, so they can get a better picture of the challenges you're facing and help you then get to a better result in when you come to resolution. Hopefully you don't have to go to trial. Hopefully it doesn't become high conflict, but there are ways through the other methods we talked about a little bit about communication, how to keep it maybe a little bit more amicable than have it escalate to be a high conflict, which it can easily happen. And so we have to take those steps to purposely make sure that we're presenting things and discussing things in a very rational manner that makes sense, and have, like we talked about before, those reports that show why is it that we're asking for this? Why is it that we're advocating for this type of support or ongoing need or whatever? Because this is what my child needs. And if you have third-party reports, it's taken sometimes more seriously by different people in the situation, as opposed to this is just my opinion, how I feel. And so when it's a third-party expert or helping guide you through that, it takes on a different tone. And sometimes we need those expert reports in the process, and your lawyer can advise you as to who do you how that needs to, what that needs to look like and who to use, but or how that needs to be admitted into evidence, those kind of things. There's all kind of about legal professionals. I don't give legal advice, but there's certain ways that those things need to happen. People need to be aware of those. So make sure that you're working with people, whether it's lawyers, whether it's divorce coaches, financial professionals, even family planning, estate planning attorneys, that understand mental health people, that understand special needs, and then how to best support you and your kids through that.
Yeah, that's really great advice. And now we've got through the divorce and we're at the end stages. How do you help parents? How do you coach parents on co-parenting and how to be the best co-parent to show up for their kiddo?
Yeah, so, just because a marriage didn't work out doesn't mean that you can't be effective co-parents. So the child is half mom and half dad. So we don't ever want to have the child feel like they have to take sides. We don't want to say anything negative about the other parent or their parenting style. Everyone has a different way of parenting, and that's okay. One parent may have certain strengths and do certain activities, and the other one may have a totally different way of doing things, and maybe can get the child to do things in a different way that maybe the other parent can't do. So we want to share experiences with each parent as to what's the challenges the child is facing, hopefully share strategies across homes. And part of that is initially, especially when we're first starting the co-parenting and even during the divorce process, if you're living in different homes, is how do you get the child to transition and understand what is happening to their family. And that's why I create a social story and do that, that work for my family, because it was hard to find professionals to support me in that process. And so sometimes you can find people to help, and sometimes you have to take it upon yourself and do it in such a way that the both parents are buying in that we may not be getting along, or there's a reason for the divorce, but we're still this child's parents, and we want the best outcome for the parents. And hopefully both do. Sometimes for whatever reason, one parent is not as involved or chooses not to be involved. And there's ways to work with that. But we want to, sometimes it's a challenge. There's a kind of question you asked earlier about some of the differences between moms and dads. Sometimes they're at different phases of the grief cycle. So for instance, one parent may be in denial of the child's disability, or maybe sees their abilities in a different way. And hopefully they get through that, and through whatever support they may need to get to that point, through sharing information and finally coming to acceptance. But just know that people process this type of grief and change differently at their own pace, and we want to support them through that in a non-threatening type manner. Once again, being very matter of fact about it. There's parenting apps people can use if they can't communicate directly, if they're having challenges doing that. So there's different ways. I would definitely have written documentation, whether or not it's a conflict or not situation. But you want to have things that you can refer to later, to remember, what our schedules are, if we need to trade off. So as much as you can, be flexible. These parenting plans and divorce agreements are there if you can't agree on other things. But it's okay to be flexible. It's okay to, if you need to switch weekends, or have a situation like right now, my mom is in the hospital, so my ex is being more flexible about being the kids being with him when he's back in town now. So sometimes things happen in our lives where we need extra support. And so another thing that helps with co-parenting is maybe if you have an outside caregiver, maybe they can go between homes and kind of have some consistency as well. So those are all the things we can do. That's what I try to share information. And like I said, I can, happy to support both parents to try to come up with some ideas and maybe different ways of thinking and different approaches to try to support that child, no matter where they are, and recognize that each parent does bring something valuable to that child. And even if they haven't been involved, with the caregiving in the past, then we want to provide ways for that other parent to get up to speed on maybe what the primary caregiver kind of does and takes for granted that everybody that they know, but maybe the other parent hasn't been involved. So this is a great opportunity to educate them so that the child gets what they need and support they need, whether it's behavior-wise or other things.
I love that. And I think that being able to, I'm lucky that I haven't had to be in this situation, but I do see the importance of maybe a parenting app. I think that that's really brilliant to have like something available for the parents to communicate back and forth with in the best possible manner. If there's any advice for parents that are here today that you would give to parents that might be going through the beginning phases of a divorce, or maybe just whatever stages they might be, what's something that you would advise our audience today?
I would advise people not to rush. Don't make any rash, drastic decision because you feel pressured, because you just want to get this over with, because the decisions you make are going to stick around for a long time. Granted, you can go back and modify things later, but that's going to take a lot of energy, money, and time. And if you can do it right the first time, do it. So think about, what are your goals in divorce? What are your goals for you? What are your goals for your kids? And so the decisions that you make should support that and be aligned with that. And so don't be afraid to ask for help and get support, because it's hard. It's a hard process, and that's what people like me are here to support people with.
Absolutely. And before we finish up our time, let's tell people where they can come to find you and give them your website and information to go find you on social medias and stuff like that.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, so my company is Special Family Transitions. So all of my social media is under that handle. I also have my personal Facebook, where I tend to post maybe first initially, and maybe even more so than my other platforms. And that one is Mary Ann Pano Hughes, Pano and then Hughes. And I've also started with another colleague of mine, something new called Divorce for Special Needs Children. And that's the name of the website as well, divorceforspecialneedschildren.com, where myself and another special needs divorce coach are compiling different resources across the country and hopefully soon beyond the US, where there are professionals who people can get help from, whether it's mediators, whether it's legal people, whether it's financial, mental health, different areas of people who have expertise and a passion for supporting families have a child with special needs either before, during, or after divorce. And
Hopefully I got all of that right while you were talking there, and I'm typing away. Yeah. So
divorce with special needs children. Sorry.
Okay. We'll fix that. We'll make sure that it's correct in the, you can go and follow her and get that information. Thank you so much for sharing with us today and helping us with that. There was a comment. I'm going to go back over to the comments really fast. From Harry, she said, "Thank you, Mary Ann, for this great advice for parents. The due process journey is one we should never try to navigate alone." She probably meant alone. And I just read it that way. Thank you for supporting the whole family's mental health and talking about leveraging our strengths. It's so important. So very valuable for the community, and just a special thanks from all of us to what you do.
Well, thank you for helping bring awareness to this area and that there is help out there, and it's okay. So, you're important, your child is important. And so we want to focus on the positive and on the future, not what happened in the past that led us to this point.
Absolutely. Oh, that's such a good point to make too. Because a lot of times probably as adults, we do get stuck up on the mistakes rather than looking for those solutions moving forward. So I think that that's a really unique way to be able to look forward and try to leave that in the past. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Mary Ann. And I'm sure everybody will go and follow you. And thank you for all the families you're helping in Texas, which is where you're at now. But of course, she helps out online everywhere. So you can get a hold of her if necessary.
For sure. I help people all over the place. So happy to help out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, this has been such an incredible day. I hope that everyone is having a great time. If you are having a wonderful time, go over to the comments and let me know. Go into the comment section. While we're on kind of a little bit of a moment here, I noticed that our LinkedIn page has stopped our streaming feed. So I might try to fix that in a minute and see if we can get something going. But if anybody could even just go to LinkedIn and post the viewer links for me, that would be fantastic. And then we can at least, have people going over and being able to get the StreamYard links, the watch links. So that'd be great. Thank you so much. Just a really special thank you to everyone who has shared their time with us today, and such a devoted community. Another thank you for Mary Ann from our wonderful community members. So we want to make sure that she knows that she is valued, and her presentation had real help for families, and so we're so thankful for that. I'm going to I don't see that, unfortunately, Tom. I know that you're in the back, but there's no device connected, it says. So I'm not sure, but I can't bring you on stage because it says that I can't bring you on stage. So, but I have Tom Haskins here from the UK. He is going to co-host a little with me for this afternoon, and he's amazing. So I can't wait to be able to see him, and we'll get him up here as soon as we can. Okay, it says that he's blocked. Well, that's no good. Let's bring him in. And we don't want him out. We bring him back in. We'll tell him to try again. Thank you so much for hanging in with me while we are kind of in between for a moment. I actually have, we haven't talked today a lot about our sponsors who have helped us to, put this together. Robin Tate, she is a neurodiverse couples coach. You can go to www.robintatellc.com. And the Old Kelly Lab, they are independent filmmakers and just community creators. So make sure to go and check out both of those amazing sponsors. Also, our silent auction is still going on over at sjchilds.betterworld.org, where you can bid on great items, a lot of resources and services, books from Carole Jean Whittington, also books from Ron Sanderson, and from Martin Slingstad, who is an advocate that will be on later today. Feels like there's one more that I'm forgetting, dang it. But we will make sure that we, highlight all of that. Since we have a few minutes left, I'm going to actually play one of our sponsor videos. So give me a minute while I'm getting that up and okay, let's see if I can do this here. Oh no, that doesn't look right. Oh, how fun is this? You guys get to see me just goof off in here. Maybe if I start playing it, then I can share it. Let me know in the comments what you guys are. Thank you. Thanks for being patient while I try to get this video up. It's on YouTube, so I'm not sure how to share with from my screen from there. So we will get that copy of that. I know that I think I have another one that I can share with you. But our next guest, who is coming up at, let's see. Oh boy, this day has been just so exciting. Michelle Steiner, who is coming up at 1:40. So we should see here pretty soon. And then we will be able to do that. Why don't we, since we have about 5 minutes, take a little break, and we'll just come back in about 5 minutes and take a little time to get your drink refreshed, go to the restroom if you need to, and we will just be right back in a minute. I'll go ahead and put a little notice up for everyone. Take a 5-minute break, and we'll see you guys back here in just a minute.
Imagine feeling like you're failing your child because you don't understand them. Parenting is overwhelming, but when your child is neurodivergent, it's on a whole different level. Endless appointments, care plans, and advocacy. It's exhausting. Understanding Zoe is here to change that. It's your coach in a pocket, built for parents, educators, and therapists, with personalized strategies and round-the-clock support. Confidentially upload therapist notes, care plans, and medical documents. Your personalized AI coach turns them into actionable advice whenever it's needed, calming a meltdown or helping a teacher in the classroom. It takes a village to raise a child. With Understanding Zoe, everyone stays on the same page. Already 30 families are seeing the difference, and a corporate client is trusting us with a paid pilot.
It helps me to regulate. So sometimes when I'm overwhelmed, I will go on it and ask questions. It will give me new ideas, and that way I don't actually have to think of it when I'm feeling overwhelmed.
I just love that it exists. And it's nice just to have something quick that I can just open up.
I like the way that it's very easy for me to just upload the documents. I love the look and feel of it.
Together, we're addressing a growing global need that impacts 20% of the global population. This isn't just about solving problems. It's about creating a world where neurodivergent children feel supported, confident, and included. Understanding Zoe is closing the gap, one child, one family, one moment at a time.
Well, hello. We're back. And hope you got a little break. I had some tea delivered. Yay. Thank you, husband. And we're right on time. We're 1 minute early, and we have our next guest. And Michelle, do you have slides or anything that you need? If so, perfect. Then let me just welcome you up here with me. Hi.
Hey, thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing so great. This has been just a phenomenal morning and afternoon, I guess. Gosh, it's already into the afternoon. That's how great it's been.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Awesome.
Jacob says hello. We had, some other people say hello in the beginning, so I'll just pop those up every once in a while when I come back on. Thank you so much for lending us your presentation today to come and teach us about some of the things that you are passionate about and that you work on. I know that, I had a conversation with Simon Arnold earlier this week, and he was so excited about your guys' podcast. So I'm going to have to go listen to that episode because he just could not stop talking about it. But I'm really looking forward to hearing your presentation today. So let me let you just get started, and I will see you back here in a few minutes.
Sure, sounds great. Well, hello, everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Michelle Steiner. And just to give you a little bit of an introduction about myself, I live in Pennsylvania with my husband, Ron, and our two cats, Jack and Sparrow. I am a paraeducator. I work in a school with students who have disabilities and some who don't. And I am also a writer, a speaker, as she said, I spoke on Simon's podcast and loved that. And I am also a writer and a photographer. And I have a blog called Michelle's Mission, where I get the opportunity to be able to write about my life with having a learning disability and to be able to feature my photography. And as I said, I do indeed, in fact, have a learning disability. I was diagnosed with having one whenever I was in kindergarten. And I was really lucky at the time because when I went to school, a lot of people didn't know very much about learning disabilities. That was one of the things people didn't know a whole lot about that. And my teacher caught on that I was in the classroom and I was really struggling. I had a lot of struggles with tying my shoes, counting. Anything math related was really difficult for me at that age. And she recommended to my parents that I get tested for having a learning disability. And sure enough, whenever they tested me, I do indeed have one. And I I can remember they didn't also know a lot about learning disabilities at that point too. A lot of people, it was more of a blanket term at that time. Most people, when they think about learning disabilities during that time period, they think about dyslexia. Nobody knew what dyscalculia was, but the school that evaluated me knew I was not going to be a mathematician or a math genius whenever I was 5 or 6 years old. And this was a little hard for my parents to be able to understand that too, because my dad's really good at math. And he's like, what do you mean? 1 + 1 is always going to be 2. But he soon found out that that would be really hard for me in my life. I had to repeat kindergarten the following year at a different school in our district. It was still a public school, but I began to receive specialty instruction. And I also had kindergarten in the afternoon. And it was really difficult for me during those years of school. I can just remember really struggling in the classroom, even with accommodations. And I can also remember the bullying started really early with me. I went to a very small conservative school district where everybody knew each other. And if you fit in, you were one of them. And if you didn't, then you definitely were one that was not accepted. And I definitely stood out from all my peers. When I was in learning support, a lot of my peers had behavior issues. A lot of them struggled with reading. And I even saw some that didn't have learning disabilities. Some of them had autism and some other disabilities now that they just didn't really diagnose at that time. So learning support wasn't necessarily the best option for them. And I can just remember really struggling. And when I went to regular ed, everybody lumped me together with the learning support peers. And they didn't think I was very smart. And the bullying really began early. I was asked a lot of times, I wasn't invited to birthday parties. I wasn't asked to play on the playground. And I can just remember just really struggling in all those areas and just thinking that life was always going to be really hard for me and I couldn't learn. And I can remember my dad, he found a story that I wrote whenever I was in 2nd or 3rd grade about a dinosaur. And he said, wow, this is really good. And the light bulb just went off at that point. I was like, wow, I did something and I have some kind of talent, and reading and writing became my world. And that was one thing that really helped me as I went throughout my school years. As I went through school, it got a lot easier for me academically. I was in all regular ed classes except for math and a resource room. And socially, though, it got a lot harder for me. I became, the bullying really intensified, and there was a lot of groups that everybody had like their own defined peer group, and I just didn't feel like I fit in with anybody. And one of the things that really changed was I found a group outside of our school, just the school district over, that was an art group. And I started to volunteer and I wrote for their newsletter. And what I found was acceptance. I was able to shed that reputation of being the outcast that followed me since I was in kindergarten. And it made school a lot easier for me. And then I also transitioned out of that group into an adult writing group. And that really turned the page in my life too. I was around other people that shared those same interests as well. They were a few years older than I was. And they got to not only see me grow as a writer, but as a person. Almost 30 some years later, we still meet once a month to talk about our writing, and we're in each other's lives. And one of the things that was so key was they really encouraged me to write about having a learning disability. And at first I thought, oh no, that's too personal. I don't want to go there. And I wrote some really bad poetry and some other stuff that I would not want to share today. But that was just a key encouragement that I put on the shelf for a little while. And another thing that really happened that year when I was a teenager was what I was going to do after high school. I knew that I wanted to go to college, but I wasn't naive. I knew there was going to be a lot of challenges that I was going to face. And I wasn't alone in this. I had a learning support teacher who told me that she didn't think I could handle college because of having one, and suggested a trade school. And this was what a lot of my peers in learning support were already doing, but nothing at the place interested me. So I decided that I was going to go to college. I faced further stigma as I went throughout the years. I really struggled whenever I had a psychiatrist who told me that most likely I would not go beyond community college. When I get to community college, I faced even more stigma. I had an advisor who told me I was going to have limited job choices when I graduate. I had peers and staff that thought disability accommodations were cheating. I can remember asking for a calculator, and a professor told me, well, we use our minds in this class, not a calculator. And my grades were really dropping, and I just didn't want all the stigma. So I didn't use the accommodations. And that was a really big mistake for me. That made my grades drop even more. And finally, I was struggling in a class, and I had a professor that told me, why don't we at least get you extended test time? And I took her advice, and I was able to pass her class. I did not do very well at it, but I passed. And I was also able to pass my other classes, and I graduated with an associate's degree in early childhood education. After college, I moved out on my own, which was really key for me because I'm not able to drive because of my disability. And I really enjoyed having my independence. I loved that I lived in a central location and I was working some temp jobs, but I always wanted more for myself, and be careful what you wish for, as the old adage goes, because due to financial reasons, I had to move back in with my parents. And my job was downsizing. During this time, I thought, this is the time to just give university a try. I researched some programs, and I found a program at university that had the least amount of math and science possible, had disability accommodations, and I even had a ride. One of my family members worked on campus. So everything was moving in that direction, and I used the accommodations that time. I used having a note taker. I did extended test time. I took advantage of having tutoring and a writing center, and my grades really improved. And most importantly, I advocated for myself. I would go up to my professors and I would tell a new one every semester that I had a learning disability and these are the services that I'm going to be using. And for the most part, everybody was so understanding and so kind. And wanted to do everything they could do to help me. I had a couple, they didn't quite get the memo, but that was all right. I knew there was always going to be people like that, and I could handle that. I still ran into stigma with other peers that thought the accommodations were an unfair advantage and cheating. And I just learned to silence a lot of those voices. And I had a much better time. My grades improved dramatically. I also wasn't working at the time, so that helped me to have that time to study and to be able to go and talk to my professors. And I made Dean's List for a semester, and I was able to graduate with a bachelor's degree despite being told I would never be able to do that. I also met my husband during that time. That was something that I always wanted, and I've had people that rejected me before with having a disability. I can remember my ex breaking up with me and saying that I think you could drive if you really wanted to, and I'm tired of taking you places. But my husband's always been wonderful about things with that. He's always been accepting, and we work together. I can remember on our first date, I told him I had a disability, and he asked me how that made, how I felt about it. And I knew that this guy was a keeper at that point. I have also been able to have employment. It took me a while to find the right job. I can remember a lot of places said that they were disability friendly, and they were anything but that. And I really did struggle with that. But I've been with my current employer for about 13 years now, working as a teacher's aide in the school. I find it really rewarding to be able to work with students that have disabilities. I am able to help the kids with everything except for math. All the kids know that, or they will soon find out. And so will the staff, that I just simply cannot do that. And I also am able to show my students how to advocate. I think that's so important for them. So many of my students are going to one day leave me. Hopefully they're going to graduate and achieve every single one of their dreams that they have. But for so many of them, their disabilities are going to be there for the rest of their lives. And I want them to know how to advocate and to be able to speak up for themselves. Another dream of mine that has happened is to become a published author. I finally took that leap of faith whenever we moved into our home and I could not open up our front door. I got diagnosed with limited hand dexterity in both of my hands. And I was so frustrated that I couldn't open up the door. And there was a call on the mighty for what's a seemingly easy task for other people, but it's really hard with your disability. And I wrote about it and it got published. And I had such a great response when I was open and honest about having a disability that it encouraged me to write more articles. And it also encouraged me to start my own blog called Michelle's Mission. And I also added another hobby with that too. One of the things I added was photography. I am not able to drive because of my disability, as I said before. And whenever I don't have a ride, I get a chance to literally stop and smell the roses. I have people that tell me that when I take a picture of a flower, I bring out details that other people miss. So rather than being sad that I can't drive, I have that opportunity to be able to take pictures of flowers and other things. And that would be a shot that I would miss because I might be trying to drive a car. And I post some of them on my blog. And I also started an online store with Yin's Market. It's a local store in Western Pennsylvania. And it's like a local Etsy. And I just want to encourage anybody here today that has a disability or has a child with one, not to give up on them. I know my parents never gave up on me, and that made all the difference. And another thing is that success doesn't always come in the package that you expect. Sometimes it comes in something even greater. That's something my dad always told me, and I used to always wonder when things didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to, what I was going to do. And it just turns out that everything turned out even better than I could imagine.
Yay! Hi. I love that. And, it's so important that you are able now to share all of this.
Mm-hmm.
It's because people feel like there's stigmas or there's ways that they feel like, wow, I really relate to that. I had that with my parents or with, different teachers or work experiences. And sometimes they don't know how to understand why they didn't fit into that situation. I always did that. And, it's interesting because it really made me think when one of the earlier presenters today, Dr. Hudson, she had mentioned something about autistic girls always seeming like they're on the fringe of groups. And I thought that was so fascinating because I really felt like that growing up all the time. And I really felt like it was something that was wrong with me, that, why can't I just belong with all of these other kids that are just like me? But yeah, I didn't know that was far from the truth. But I'm so glad that we have this information now. And it's great thank you for sharing that experience. Definitely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Cassie said, I very much enjoyed all the presenters today. Oh, she's got to run, but thank you so much. Definitely. Hey, it's been a long day and we're lucky Cassie hung around for as long as she did. I'm going to join onto the stage right now, a special co-host because he's coming all the way from the UK. And we want to join him and welcome him. Hi, Tom. I'm so glad you're here.
Right. Can you hear me?
Hello.
I can hear you.
Yes, finally. I'm so sorry. For some reason it blocked me out and I needed to download a new internet browser to put me back in. So I'm glad I'm here. And sorry, Michelle. I was sat
You made it just in time. Don't be sorry.
I know. I was sat in the back listening, just waiting to pop on, and your story is absolutely brilliant. It just shows resilience and no barriers are going to stop you getting what you want, which is brilliant.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Any advice, Michelle, that you want to give to, our adults out there that might be struggling? Like, how can they get in touch with you to help navigate some of the same things?
Sure. If you have any questions, you can contact me at my blog, www.mrsmichellesmission.com. And I'm also on Facebook and Instagram. And yeah, and also my email at msteiner441@gmail.com.
Excellent. And I did highlights for all of my amazing speakers. So if you really can't find their information, don't remember their name, have to know what that talk was about with that lady with that red shirt on, just go to my page and look through the profile pictures, look through to find those posts that had everybody's stuff highlighted. All of their websites are located on those highlights and everything. So that'll give everybody kind of another place they can go to look. Thank you so much for your time today, Michelle. I really appreciate you. And yeah, I'm glad that we got to connect and look forward to doing some more things in the future.
Yes, definitely. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello, Tom.
Hello. I'm glad to be back.
I'm so excited to see you. Well, some of our viewers might not know who you are since, I'm in the US and you're in the UK. Tell us a little bit about what's been happening with you. I'm excited.
So is this our second in terms of 2 years, 3 years we know each
Yes.
other?
Can you believe this?
I know. Obviously, I was just looking on YouTube to find the photo of our first ever podcast. I think it was due to COVID, wasn't it? Sorry,
Yeah.
trigger word, COVID. I'm so sorry to bring that up. We don't want that happening again. So, hi everyone. My name's Tom Hoskins. I'm a mental health life coach, and I run Chances Change, which is a life coaching service right here in England, Gloucester. And I also run, as you can see here, all the merch logoed up. I run the life coach, which is a mental health bus that drives around literally with an office inside and parks up in local schools, all the community, and a little separate. Chance Change is in is 15 schools now. Obviously I've got 4 people working for me now, which is great. And the life coach is the community interest company that offers free sessions for families or schools. So kids pop on, have their sessions, pop back off, and this bus can be moved around, and I've always wanted to bring it to America. I don't know how. I need to find a way.
Here we come.
But obviously my passion, like everyone's here. I normally call it, obviously I run a podcast as well, which is in the background being made, called Avengers of Mental Health. And this is what everyone on here today is, that we are all Avengers of mental health. We all have different skills, all ready, drum roll, superpowers that we can give to obviously other people, and other people can be inspired by these superpowers. So this is why it's so important with summits like this, that everyone can obviously come together, because everyone's got something else to give or something new to give. And I think there will be at least one person on here that will benefit from whoever's speaking on here, that's the special thing at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So special. And to be able to represent like this, to have you across the seas, across time zones, but we're all in the dark, and it is literally 2 PM here, bright as could be. But we all have the same passion, and I love that I've kind of been able to see it grow from just the beginning. I remember you hadn't even, the van wasn't painted or anything. It was just raw.
It was red. It was anger. So obviously the bus was all red. It was a red bus. And to be fair, I needed to change that, because I'm not saying angry is a bad emotion. Anger can be a good emotion sometimes, but it was making me angry as I walked in. So I needed to change it to white. And obviously, sadly, obviously not many people probably know this, but last year the bus got destroyed inside from a water leak that I did not know was happening for 3 years. But again, using in terms of my analogies, my favorite thing, I turn that into analogy, is sometimes we don't know where the leak's coming from, and eventually in the background it builds up to a point, it gets overwhelming, and it all comes out then, and eventually we then can reflect about what's happened. So I turned a negative situation into a positive situation, lost all the money that was funded there because I needed to buy new equipment and new office, ripped the old office out, but sometimes we can build things back better. And yes,
Yeah.
there's scars. Yes, there's scars. And obviously that's a scar in terms of knowing what that was like to rebuild it. But without my team, it wouldn't be back. But it is back on the road starting from next
Love it.
week, which is great.
Yay. Oh, I love that. Fantastic. And how's the podcast going?
As someone who had neurodiverse ADHD, I come up with multiple tabs in my head, and when they're not ready, I store them somewhere. But I can always come back to it. So obviously, look, new podcast equipment, which is great. And so for me, it's just building little things in the background. So obviously, sometimes my bus needed to come first. Hopefully, the reason why I couldn't do the podcast was because the bus wasn't made, and obviously I can do it anywhere, but I sort of wanted to do it
Yeah.
in the bus. So the idea of Avengers of Mental Health, which again is advanced, is I want 3 guests on there. So I want a professional, I want a parent, and I want a young person. Because I don't think sometimes we give the floor to young people. Sometimes it's important for them to speak because it's generational. They're living it now, aren't they? And
Yeah.
my passion is working kids. So if I can get all that set up, get people everywhere like similar to this, get great people on there talking about different skills. Because for me, it's not just about me; it's about everyone. And I think that's what Charity Change is at the end of the day, is bringing everyone together. Modernising mental health and creating partnership is one of my biggest passions ever. And I just can't wait to get that Avengers of Mental Health. Can't get it too big, though, because Marvel Avengers might sue me, but hopefully, hopefully they can give me a little bit of slack and go, oh, actually,
Exactly.
that's a good thing.
Just let it make, you join them. Join them. Exactly.
How are you, by the way? It's all about
Oh my
about me.
I am so good. Well, you're the guest. You're the guest co-host. You got to be, give you the props. I'm so good, Tom. Life is lifing all the time. I have teenagers, 15 and 13 now. Can you believe they're that old?
That
And
sometimes they want to go on walkabouts.
woo, and that's okay. I'm learning how to be a very curious in the way that I want them to have their experiences. So I want to know how I can provide them in the safest way. I'd rather have them come to me with all of the questions of all of the wonders of what they can do in the world and provide them the safest way to do them with obviously legal and safe boundaries. We'll stay within those confines. But I think it's amazing. Thank you, Martin. He says hello, and he's just such a great advocate. He's going to be on our advocate panel tomorrow night. He's going to be our closing speaker, and he's going to have some amazing, inspiring things to say. I know Martin, he always goes big. So I just love that about him. Some incredible people that I've been able to bring together. And what I think is so exciting is that there are so many new faces and so many new advocates and stories that we're being able to hear, because I think that one of the most important parts about bringing these summits together is that we constantly, like you said, we bring in all of the new people and the new voices and things, because there's so much to be learned, and so many people kind of do the same summits or things, and you hear the same stories. We want all new, different topics. We want to talk about all the things that other people aren't talking about. Okay, in a good way, in all the good ways.
And I think that being said as well, and this is where it's so important, is we truly, truly don't know what someone's going through in their brain. And we all create, the way I describe it, I was calling it something, is Days of Your Lives, is we all got a book, and in that book is all different pages that we can't rip out, but every new day is a new page. But from a trauma point of view, we can't forget about the other pages that we've been through. So I think, like you just said, bringing new topics on here is so important, because tomorrow is a new experience. Tomorrow is there's a new learning curve, and a chance to build resilience or have a great day. And language is so important wherever we speak. Obviously, I work with young people, children, young people. Language is so important. So things like, I know what you're going through, is triggering, or tomorrow's a new day. Sometimes it's so important to say, like, actually, trauma can't go away. So another one of my mottos is the weight don't go, but we will grow. So it's so important to really focus that, yes, tomorrow's a new day, but we still have the experiences, we still have that trauma. And the reason I'm saying that is you mentioned obviously about navigating with your teenagers around stuff, but again, sometimes safe risk is important for them to learn.
Yeah.
with margins, we can't let them go too far. So it's quite good that you put that nice little safeguarding in legal stuff.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, you're saying obviously all these guests and they're giving up their time to help people, which is obviously fantastic. And also thank you for giving me the chance to be on here with you great people.
Absolutely. I wouldn't want it any other way. I'm just thrilled to be able to have some incredible co-hosts that are going to be coming on to help welcome our speakers. Our next speaker should be coming up to let me check on my schedule over here. Just make sure she's not having any trouble signing in. Oh, she's not till 2:20. So it looks like Michelle ended early and we got a little bit of time to catch up or do anything that anyone needs to. Take this time to go to the restroom if you need to, or go get a drink. I got my tea refilled just recently, so thank goodness.
Nice.
Yeah. What are you having over there? Do you have a drink?
To be fair, I'll tell you, I finished my partner, my fiance, my lovely fiance Claudia. Did
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. She's literally in the bath going to sleep
Yay.
afterwards. And she's funny enough. She said, "Oh, as before I joined on here, do you want a Corona?" And I was like, "No, I can't have a Corona." So I've literally just got water.
Love it. Well, cheers to later, right?
It's a little bit too late probably to have coffee right now.
I know.
Because I'm already hyper anyway. I can't put that on me anymore. But yeah, no, obviously we need to meet. That's the next thing. I have to come over to America. We keep saying about this. I need to come over.
That would be so incredible. So incredible. Well, I've plugged a few people's ears and saying I should definitely put some type of in-person summit together. I think that would be such an amazing, just as my friend Harry would say, an amazing love fest of all of my friends and to get together and gather for all of the same amazing.
Imagine the energy. Because obviously this is out of not out of my comfort zone, but in person I'm all like, whoa, come on, let's bring everyone together. So I'm doing it as much as I can on here, but
so
yeah,
much.
how amazing that'd be the next level. Like Pokemon, we level Pokemon ups, don't we? But yeah, no, that'd be amazing. I would love to come over. I've never been over America, and obviously, it's really interesting to see. Obviously, it's similar, but it can be totally done differently, and I can bring my stuff over, etc.
Yeah.
So in life, and this is what we need as a world, is all coming together. And I think sometimes other people might be against each other, but we just need to come together. Everyone wants to help each other. Avengers.
Exactly.
Child, assemble.
Exactly, right? All of the children. No, just joking. I think that is so true, and I want to be able to be that connection to people, that they know that they can come to me and I will help them get to whatever the next level, next opportunity. Just be a friend, be someone who they can feel safe being around, which is exactly what you do there with the life coach, is that you're helping these kids that are going through all different types of experiences in a world that we've never lived through. So it's almost like, how do we even know how to navigate these experiences for them? It's kind of like a learning process for us in the experience. In the coaching with them.
100%, especially obviously a new thing in terms of getting into, or I've been asked to do, is obviously help coach in terms trainee teachers who's coming into the field of mental health or schools, etc., or understanding behavior management. I think for me that was an important time to pop in instead of coming in where teachers has been teaching for 40 years, because I'm a 31-year-old man who is got to come in and try and tell you how to teach, and I'll say it's really difficult. And some are great, some are not, etc. But I think that I've done about 3 now of sessions and live webinars on behavior management and with trainee teachers, which what me and my team and Chances Changing is trying to coach new people into working with young people who are living this day and age. And I think it's about, obviously, when I first started off trying to change, I had a bit of a God complex, to be vulnerable, thought I could save the world. But I found that was very hard to do that. So, but as long as I can save one, that's something. But
Yeah.
as long as I can help other people who are working with children, they can help more. And I think, like this summit again, it comes down to bringing everyone together and imagining what we can do to help more people. And I think that's the main goal, isn't it? Is
Yeah,
helping,
absolutely.
educating, bringing great people together. There we go. Great.
And on that note, here is our other co-host, Amy. Hi, Amy.
Hi.
This is Tom, Amy, Tom.
Hi, it's great to meet you, Tom.
Yay. Well, Amy and I are actually co-hosting. We're starting up a new podcast that will be, I'm co-hosting. I don't know, who's the host? Who's the co-host? We're co-hosts.
We're just co-hosts. It's perfect.
Yeah. I mean, she is really doing most of the work. So it's definitely a labor of both of our passions. But yeah, really excited to be able to come together like this. I think that our next speaker is even in the back. So I don't know if Theresa, if you have any slides or anything that you need to upload, you can do that now, by the way. And so I'll give her that little little note. Yeah, Amy, how's things going? How is the summit going? You're watching on the other end too.
Yes. Oh, it's just fantastic. I can't believe like you've gotten so many amazing people lined up, and this is just absolutely phenomenal. Just a great day. Yeah. It's going so well. I'm so like just in awe of everything you've put together.
We're proud of you, Sarah. We're very proud of you.
Oh, I love it. Well, I got my nails done for this. I even got the little infinity symbol done. Right?
Gorgeous.
Who knew that I could even show up? I know, right? I needed at some point to be able to show them off. So thank you guys. You know, this is such a fun part too, is the energy that we all can bring to this and how exciting it can be, because I know that there's probably a lot of families and a lot of, people going through, autistic individuals that are afraid and don't have the community and don't see that we can get together like this and we can share these stories with one another and these experiences, and just really, this is how you find your tribe, I guess, right?
I like that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
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 Yep.
Yeah. And it's autistic communication is so, unique, and it's so easy to just bounce ideas off of each other. It's so, it's inspiring and just motivating, I think. So it's just
absolutely.
And every young person obviously neurodiverse is also very different as well. So,
Yes.
and I think it's sometimes and this is the important thing, is sometimes one advice or one tip might not work, but keep trying different things, because that's something important.
Good advice.
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
so true. And we're all learning new, different ways to speak to people, different language, how to speak, how to be respectful in a general sense to everyone. And that's such a hard thing to do. But I think that when we show up with our intent and with our passion kind of behind it, and really just like have respect and dignity for one another, I think that's where it really shows, and we can spread our message that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
There's
Yay!
so many different perspectives out there, and it's so good to just hear everyone.
Yeah, it's great. So this is a great place to be. Great place to be on a Friday evening and afternoon and nighttime for some of us.
20 past 9 it is.
Exactly. I know, it's almost bedtime. It's going to be time for Tom to clock out one of here soon. So no, but we're so glad that you were able to join us, and thanks for jumping in. You're always have an invitation, and like I said, one of these days we will put something together, boots on the ground, as they say, right?
I love it.
Yeah.
The bus will come.
Yeah. The bus will come. Build
Obviously,
it and the bus will come.
if it's in 2 years' time, that's fine. It gives me enough funding to save up to bring the
Exactly.
bus over.
I love that. That gives me good planning time too. I think at 2027, right? Who knows? Wow. What's it going to be like then? Isn't it interesting? Try not to get too far in the future, but the future is scary. Definitely. Well, I am excited to bring up our next guest. If she is ready, I would love to bring her up so that we can get her an introduction before she goes into her presentation. But I don't see her on camera, so I'm going to wait until she's there so that I know I'm not bringing up an empty screen. Hello, Dr. Theresa. How are you?
Great. How are you?
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much for agreeing to spend your time this afternoon with us. And we're really glad to have you. Remind me where you're at. You're on the Pacific Coast. Is that right? Or
No,
you're also
I'm
East
in,
Coast?
I'm in Ohio.
Ohio. Oh my gosh.
And since you were having such a conversation, and I'm fairly flexible, I could do a presentation or people can ask me questions that are top of mind because there's a lot going on right now.
Yeah.
Or somewhere in between. So I can see that folks are using the comments. So Sarah, Amy, and Tom, I like that our names are so.
I know. I was thinking
Haskins.
Husky TH.
Oh my gosh, right?
There's something there. So yeah, I definitely want to keep things flexible. So happy to
Love
cover some of the thoughts I have, but happy to cover some questions that might be top of mind for people as well.
Love that. And I'm glad Joy is in the comment section. She just commented, so excited for the session. I had the chance of meeting her just the other day, just on the phone. What an amazing person. And she was really excited to hear your presentation today. So I will remove the rest of us from the stage and allow you to have your time, and just so grateful to have you here today. Thanks. And we'll be back in just a few minutes to chat with you again.
All right. So when Sarah had asked me to come, she was talking about education and my homeschooling journey. So for those that you don't know me, hi, Theresa Haskins, and I'm a professor at the University of Southern California. I'm a speaker in this space. I've worked with organizations and up until recently government institutions to implement neurodiversity initiatives. And most recently, I have taken on the task of leading the U.S. chapter of the Institute of Neurodiversity. And when I talk about all those, in some ways, accolades, the truth is none of that came first, right? In the sense of, I wasn't working with autistic people until I was personally impacted as a parent. Autism runs in my family. I have a cousin who is autistic. We have ADHD, dyslexia, but it was being a parent and living through experiences where my child was told they didn't belong, that they didn't fit, that they weren't measuring up. That was really the driver of questioning everything. And Joy knows me and Sarah knows me. And if you know me, I question everything. So before I even get into that story, I think the thing I want you all to take away with what I say today is that I didn't set out to challenge the system. And a lot of the people you heard speak today and will hear talk in the day to come didn't start to challenge the system. Most of us started because we just wanted someone we loved to be okay. We wanted someone we cared about to have the same opportunities in life and education that any person would have. And so I honestly believe that's what most parents want. We want our kids to be healthy. We want them to have opportunities. We want them to thrive. And so that's how this all started for me. Some just very basic things. And so almost 2 decades ago, I had this brilliant little boy. He was curious. He didn't talk. He didn't wave. He didn't say mom, but he could speak. He was obsessed with numbers, letters, the solar system. At the age of 2, he was counting, but he didn't say mom or goodbye or wave. And so then by the age of 5, he's Googling plutonium. He's teaching himself foreign languages. He was outpacing every learning benchmark. But I would go year after year to the pediatrician and get a checklist on the developmental checklist that he wasn't reaching. So we knew his social skills were behind. We knew he was developmentally behind. He didn't make eye contact. He didn't wave. But I saw something extraordinary. I would tell them how he could count to 100, and he taught himself how to write in Wingdings, if any of you have ever used that font system. And I was told things like he was mimicking, that he was exhibiting echolalia, that he didn't actually understand the letters and the numbers that he was saying. And I had more than one psychologist tell me that. And one of the things I can tell you as a parent is you know your child better than anybody else. And sorry, I'm having a hard time looking at you. And you need to trust your gut. So at that point in time, I was really thinking about, why are people treating me like my version of reality isn't real? My eye's going to start to twitch as I talk about this. What really mattered to me wasn't that people thought my son was exceptional, but that somebody actually acknowledged the things he could do, instead of continuously being hyper-focused on everything he couldn't do. And so I remember my pediatrician saying, he's just developing on his own timeline. So even though she was the one giving me the developmental checklist, his former pediatrician, I'm going to call her out, Dr. Backus, she was always in our lane. She was like, I see it. But then we'd go outside and get supports, and they didn't. They saw rigidity. They saw that he wouldn't answer when spoken to. They saw that he struggled with transition and inattention, marks of autism. And so we did all the things. We did the speech therapy. We did the developmental preschool. We did all the evaluations. But what happened in those environments? So by the age of 4 or 5, right, I told you he was Googling plutonium. He really did that. And in the developmental preschool, he would just sit and read to the other kids. Now, you can tell from my story, there's some other neurodivergencies going on. He's gifted. He also has ADHD, so he'd be thrice exceptional. But no one was seeing his ability. I saw his ability. The preschool teacher saw the ability, so she let him read to the other students. But this was still at a time where I was not Dr. Haskins. I was just mom. And I went to school. Most of us went to school. You believe that educational psychologists and teachers know what they're doing. You believe that the schools are set up to help you. And we met with them, and they did all these tests, and they came back with, he reads and writes at an 8th grade level, but he's socially behind. So we will still want to start him in kindergarten. And they wanted him to wait to learn the social skills. And I was like, what is he going to do while his mind atrophied? So that really made me stop to think in that moment, what is school really for? Because if school was for learning, nobody would ever ask a 5-year-old doing physics and math and English at an 8th grade level at the age of 5 to enter a kindergarten. And so you do need to ask yourself, because if you ask yourself, you ask other people, what is school for? You're going to say learning, but is it really? Really? Because if we're not measuring learning, but rather compliance and conformity to make sure that they socially develop at the same rate as their peers, that has nothing to do with learning academics. That has everything to do with becoming a like-minded citizen. And so I knew he would sit there bored, because he was bored at home sometimes. And I didn't want him to lose his fire for learning. And so we left. We didn't follow the system. We were forced to go on a very lonely path to go it alone, because I didn't know people like Joy Carol Nelson or Harry O'Kelly at the time. I would later meet them and find out I'm not alone. But if they told their stories, they would tell you they were alone in their stories as well. And I didn't know how to homeschool a child. I didn't really know anything about teaching, so I went back to school. I became an educational psychologist. And I understand that there's some privilege to the story I'm telling because, I mean, while we made some choices to become a one-income household, there's still a luxury to be able to pull that off. My husband actually got the short straw. He actually was the homeschooling parent. But I would develop these plans because I just knew my kids had potential and I was really afraid of the system. And I wasn't just afraid of the system because of what they weren't going to teach him, but I remembered my own upbringing and how cruel kids could be and what it felt like to be an outcast and to be bullied. And I didn't want my kids to have any part of that because they were clearly different. So my entry into neural inclusion in this space and talking to you today was not because of research or because I wanted to become some autism person. It wasn't through frameworks or autism at work initiatives. It was just because it was clear that really well-intentioned but misguided people weren't able to help us. And so much that I actually almost went into special education until the things I was learning to teach myself, I knew were wrong. So I wanted to become the person that designs those programs and designs the constructs to help people, things that would actually work. I want to be honest. I'm not dogging schools or teachers. Schools do what they have to do, and they have to do it based on evidence-based research and programs. So even if they feel it's not right, if that's the best thing we have, that's what they have to use. And they have so many kids to serve, and they're not going to create a special plan just for your one child. As much as we come at them, right, and say, my kid has an IEP and they need something separate, we don't want our kids to need something separate. That makes it hard for everybody. And if you're sitting around and saying they should support my kid, I want you to really be careful with the word should. It's actually a pet peeve of mine. But you need to understand that should means it's not happening. And I'm going to pause for there. And not only does should mean it's not happening, it also means nobody's taking accountability to the fact that it's not happening. I always like to joke with men that if your wife ever says my purse should be here, that means the purse is not there and she's indirectly blaming you because she's not taking accountability that it's missing either. So we need to be very careful. And I hear people and IEPs or coming out of IEPs all the time saying, the school should be doing this, the school should be doing that. The teacher should means it's not happening, and we haven't named an accountable individual. And as parents, somebody has to be held accountable. And you could be saying, my child is not being supported. Am I accountable for that? Is the teacher accountable for that? Is the system failing here? And here is a hard truth. This is why my husband and I chose to go it alone, chose to homeschool, develop our own programs. Regardless of whose care you put your child in, public school, private school, homeschool, you as the parent are ultimately accountable for your child's education. I know we think we're taking and we're putting them in professionals' charge, but you ultimately choose whether or not they go to that school. You sign the forms, you give the permission. If you know your child is struggling and you keep sending them back into that environment, you're accountable. Maybe not the first time the teacher or the system fails them, but every time after that. And I know that's heavy to hear because parents, we don't want to be blamed. We're not all teaching experts. I get it. I was there with you. And I know it's hard to hear, but the only person that is ever going to truly care for your child is you. You are their first and last line of defense. And you might not be the one that has to educate them, but you are the one that has to hold that educator accountable. You may not know the methods, but it is on you to make sure that your school does. And it's a hard thing to hear, and it's really heavy. And it's exhausting, by the way. And that's why I do what I do, because I get emotional about it. I don't want any parent to feel this way. You shouldn't have to go it alone. But the system wasn't built for our kids. And it was built to produce compliant workers. Henry Ford actually had a lot to do with how our schools were developed in the last 100 years. This isn't to create thinkers or innovators unless you're in some private elite school. Public education teaches to the middle. It teaches to the curve. And it teaches to a bar that's not as high as you think it is. And so they don't serve, I don't think, the average student that well. So they're definitely going to struggle when it's in a typical child. And so if you're thinking they'll take care of it, ask yourself honestly, what exactly are they taking care of? If you're in those IEP meetings fighting for services and they do so reluctantly, where is the oversight and accountability to make sure that they actually adhere to the things they didn't want to do in the first place? So in my case, I know how the system works. I knew the system wasn't going to work. I mean, we were literally sitting with the principal and the educational psychologists and third grade teachers, and they were like, we aren't going to do that. They were straight up. We can't do it. 5-year-olds can't go to high school. It's not going to happen. So my son wasn't just autistic. He was gifted. I knew he didn't need to be fixed. I knew he wasn't broken. He just needed a different path. And so homeschooling isn't an option for every family, but there are things that we can do to hold other people accountable for making sure our child gets what they need, one way or the other. So what did I do? And what do I think other teachers and parents can do? We focus on strengths and we talk about that. But I mean, frankly, if you're any US or any person that's went to school or the workplace, no one ever focuses on strengths. We always double down on what we're not good at. And then they tell you that's an opportunity area and you need to grow. The best way to support any human is to focus on strengths. Let artists be artists and pianists be pianists and mathematicians be mathematicians. It's crazy how much people after high school and they go to college and are able to choose their own path, how much they blossom. There's something to be learned there about letting people thrive where their natural traits go. So we doubled down on his passions, chemistry, physics, space, mathematics. We didn't hyper-focus on his deficits. I was not obsessed with the fact that he couldn't tie his shoes at the age of 6. I didn't care. And what's great is he did it much later than other people, but he's 18, he ties his shoes just fine now. So we developed our own timeline, not the developmental checklist timeline, not the school's timeline, not society's. And I'm going to tell you, it's hard. There are plenty of parents on this thing right now. I'm having a hard time reading your comments at the same time also. I apologize. But what I would tell you, the biggest thing you need to do is to shed other people's expectations and live your own. I'm going to be honest. That is so much easier said than done. And even if you as a parent are like, my kid is developing atypically, they're accelerated here, they're behind here, and that's okay. You're okay with it. And in a lot of ways, you can shield your kids from people for quite some time, but not when they hit their teen years. Well, I see people posting about driving cars and homecoming and all these typical things. My oldest is finally going to college full-time. He's been taking college classes since he was 14, but not full-time. And everybody now talks about, are you going to live on campus? Do you have a car? Questions I wish they wouldn't ask him. Because no, he's not driving yet. And no, he's not ready to live independently. But he's done an internship at NASA, and the math department at the school he's going to said they've never seen anybody do the math he's done as elegantly in their career. So he's obviously got academic aptitude and he's doing a lot of other great things. He did go to prom with a friend. That's kind of cool, or will be. But it's the whole idea that the rest of the world has a typical developmental checklist. And so it's not just the expectations they're holding, it's the questions they ask you. It's the questions they ask him that highlight that maybe there's a gap. So I'm not going to pretend It doesn't hurt. And what makes it worse is people say, why doesn't your kid play sports? Don't you think they should be driving a car yet? Which, by the way, he's learning. He's just not there yet. He's going to learn and master that on his timeline. I'm not in a rush. I don't know why everybody else is. But what's crazy is I've never flipped the script to be like, so is your child at 16 doing graduate level mathematics? Has your child already done an internship at NASA? That sounds rude, doesn't it? When you flip the normative questions, though, they're rude to me. I don't appreciate administrators questioning why my son isn't going to live independently on campus. Bringing up conversations we're not ready to fully get into right now, right? And so even when you try to create your own bubble and your own path of right, the rest of the world is going to continue to make you feel like you're wrong. And so this is where people like S.J. Childs, me, and some of the names we've been throwing out and the people you see, this is why community is so important. Because when I found my people, first I thought I had found diamonds in the rough. I was like, oh, 1,000,000 to 1. And then you're not as alone as you think you are. While our stories may be different and our ages and stages are in different places, our stories aren't that unique. And it's these type of forms that allow us to find each other. So it's hard when your own siblings don't understand you, when your neighbors don't get you, and they've known your child their entire life. There's nothing worse than when you celebrate your kid's success and it's dismissed because it's not normative. But we're all cheering for everybody else's kids. We know how important that is, which is why we do it. And so parents have to focus on strengths. We have to fuel curiosity. We fuel joy. And that allows us to fuel deeper learning. You can either fight every battle on deficits, or you can pour your energy into the fire that already burns in your kid. And our job is to not allow any other human to put it out. But I'm tired. For every win, there's another hill to climb, I keep finding. And I'm tired because despite all we've done, right? Even my own family, early college credits, his academics are off the charts. Socially, he's getting there. The world isn't caught up. So when he gets these degrees, I don't know if my kids are going to find workplaces that'll truly see them and appreciate them for who they are. And I still don't know if the supports will grow or in our current environment, because I live in reality, are going to get dismantled altogether. I'm not here to discourage you. I'm so sorry. But I am here to remind you how much power we have and that collectively we need to fight to maintain. I'm not giving up. We are growing in power, and you shouldn't either. So, as a parent, we depend on community. They used to say it took a village to raise a child. I don't know where that village came, but I can tell you this event and people like us here, we are the village. The village may not be your immediate next door neighbor, but we are here for you. If you're a parent, you need to track what works. We have been trained as autism parents to focus on everything our kid can't do. And that's all the feedback we ever get. Your kid can't do this. Your kid should be doing this. This is a problem. You need to focus on what works. I always think it's amazing that parents usually figure out how to run their ship at home so their life swims pretty good. For those of you that have younger kids, you're going to hit some hiccups in the teenage years, but I'm told every parent hits hiccups in the teenage years. So that's just the joy of growing up. But you need to start tracking what works, because if your child has a great summer and then goes to school and crashes, you need to figure out what is the pattern. Forget about the disruption that they have to go to school and there's different rules. What What is different? What lights your child up? How are they spending their days? What are their focus? And if we go to these meetings, not from a deficit saying my kid is struggling in math, but more so like my kid kills it in reading and writing, how can we do more of that? What about if instead of worrying about these math tables, they can learn about the history of math? Because learning about the history of math might get them excited to learn how to actually apply the math. That's how I taught my kids. I seized on their interest to get them to learn the rudimentary rubrics. Montessori schools try to do this. And I say try because some do better than others. But in IEP meetings and advocacy, we're almost always fighting for the deficit, fighting for the support to counter a deficit. And I don't hear enough doubling down and leaning in on the strength. Where are they excelling? What are they good at? And how do you accentuate that? And as a parent, you already know that. Now we have to communicate that to the teachers and educators so that they can seize upon it too. They don't know your kid. They just know what they see. And if they only see problems, that's what they're going to treat. If you're an educator listening today, you need to pay attention to how kids behave when grades are not involved. Do they work together? Are they helpful? What are they gravitating to? If you have a parent saying that they do great at home, but they shut down in their classroom, you need to be humble enough to ask why. What is it in my structure and what I'm doing that might be a barrier? You can't change everything, but I can assure you that if you have more than 2 children in your house, you differentiate. I have never seen a parent who would say that they could give the same type of feedback and the same type of incentive or punishment and it work across all 3 of their kids. So if you have 20 kids in your room, come on. There is no one size fits all solution. No parent would say that, and an honest educator would not say that either. Differentiation is your tool. One of the things educators always talk about is, I don't have time to change. Well, you do have time to think about universal design for learning. You do have time to think about differentiation. One of the things, parents, that is one of the scariest things that I learned is that general educators are not taught special education constructs. And special educators are taught to adapt to the child and to differentiate to their needs. Why wouldn't we teach every educator on differentiation and adopting universal design for learning? I'm working on it, by the way. Joy is working on it. She has a great book she's getting ready to put out. There are tools, and they don't cost anything, but a little bit of intention and knowledge. And if you're an ally, and I don't think I can say this loud enough in our current environment, we have got to stop waiting for somebody at the top to fix it, because change doesn't start from the top. If we're waiting from somebody in a Superman cape to come down and fix all this, it's not going to happen. Your school board is not going to be the catalyst for your child getting the supports they need. Change starts at the kitchen table. Change starts at the ground floor. Change starts one-to-one, one teacher, one child, one at a time. Then we scale it. It's not going to come at the top. It comes from grassroots conversation, innovative ways that we convince others to try. I can tell you that I'm me, and that doesn't mean anything when I'm trying to get my kid to get through the gates of different universities. And I can tell you that gatekeepers are your biggest problem. Administrators, even disability accommodations will tell me I can't do the things I do, that they don't do that professors won't allow it. Let me tell you the secret. Only administrators are telling you no. An education and psychologist, the disability accommodations person, they'll say we can't do that because we can't do that for everybody. They will tell you that professors won't do it. I will tell you, I have never had a professor for any of my kids say that they wouldn't accommodate something that an administrator explicitly told me would never happen. Everything I've ever asked a professor to do directly, pretty much circumventing the system, they were like, I don't care. Why not? So we want to be really careful that when somebody says professors won't do it, did the professor say that to you, or did a gatekeeper tell you that? I have been told so many times in the past 3 months that I couldn't do something only to find out that I could. Because the real people that hold the power are the hardest ones to get to. But if you can get to the actual teacher without the administrator cuffing them about rules and policies, if you can get past the admissions officer, things open up. I literally had a conversation yesterday that my son's advisor in college said, here's what we can do. But as soon as, the chair of the department is willing to make an exception and signs it, she'll do whatever she says. So gatekeepers follow rules because that's their job. Parents, when somebody tells you no and you don't think it's right, find the real decision maker. Because innovation doesn't require you breaking the administrative barriers. It just requires you to find the people that they're actually trying to protect who are actually willing to make the accommodations. That is the fastest 20 minutes ever. 30. So I try to meet kids where they are. I try to meet my kids where they are, and it's always changing. I try to get other people to see them for who they are. And when people see your child for who they are, they're more likely to support them as they are, just like parents do. We see our kids for who they are. So of course, we're going to accommodate them. We care about them. When we make our children human and not a requirement and not a litigation and not a burden, doors start to open. And that's the thing that I've done the most. I don't take no for an answer, because no's just means that they've never said yes before. That doesn't mean it can't be done. I'm not asking people to, send my son to Mars. We're asking for some pretty basic stuff. But before we fight with litigation and paperwork, see if we can't find the individual that can make it happen. And before we accuse them for not trying, let's try to educate them on what we need and why. And I have never had anybody at the end of the day say a hard no. At USC, I teach other faculty members, and I talk about other things, and somebody said, well, sometimes the professors push back. I go, name the professor. It's a lot like being online when somebody says a friend of a friend knows somebody. If you can't name the professor, they're lying. And I'm not saying there isn't one professor out there that would push back. I'm sure they exist. There's jerks everywhere. But if the administrator says professors complain, it's probably a professor complained, not necessarily your professor complained, your teacher, right? So we just need to be really thoughtful that if they can't name it, move past it. And that's what I do. And then to my neurodivergent friends out there, because I know my conversation was a bit heavy, I just want you to know that just because the system doesn't see you doesn't mean you're less important. You definitely exist. Your needs are important. And the most powerful thing that you can do is to choose to see your child or yourself as the fully capable individual you are. Sarah, that's all I've got for today.
Oh, wow. That was just incredible. I have all of these to prove it. And, and we talked, it's been maybe a few years. It feels like that since we talked last, but our stories are so similar in that our beautiful child couldn't say mom, but, could write pie over and over again on the wall, 50,000 characters written all over. And there's just some things that without walking in these shoes, people just would not be able to get. So from my heart to yours, as even though we didn't know each other, like we are and we're on the same path. And it's just like, wow, it makes you feel like a hug, like this nice warm hug, like, it felt so lonely. If I only knew that we could have been talking about this, that, when we were telling people about these incredible things that we were watching this little person discover, and they were, not listening or not understanding, there was somebody that was out there that was going through that. And that's so fascinating. And I told my school when they told me in first grade, we can't keep your son here. We can't teach a first grade algebra. We don't have that capability. I was like, you're in elementary school. You all have teaching degrees. I'm certain that you teach algebra in this elementary school as it is. Like, this is absurd. Why can't you do this? We just can't, all of these, all of the things. And it really was clear to me that no matter that even though this is the first child that they had come across, this wouldn't be the last, and that they missed such an opportunity to start a program that could be inclusive for a child like mine. And it's just unfortunate. And you know what? I should have brought Tom. Sorry, Tom. I'm just so I'm so emotional. He's like, bring me up.
Hi, Tom.
Oh.
Hello. Hey. Oh, wow. Obviously, I don't want to. What you spoke about then is absolutely amazing, and I don't want to make this about me because you got the platform, but all this reassurance from in UK and in Gloucester especially is your message. It runs through my veins, completely runs through my veins. I don't care who I upset. I will tell in the schools. I would tell the schools where they're going wrong and what they need to do. And it's so important. I want a message to add, obviously, what I tell all my 150 parents I work with their kids is that do not fall out with your kids over school in terms of at school. Wear our school at 6, 7, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night. Okay. We have been trained, and obviously I'm aware. A little bit of background with me, Dr. Haskins, is I was in the school system, working in the school system, and I hated being restricted to 10 minutes with a kid. I needed to ended up getting kicked in the face to realize, to knock some sense into me, that it is time to now create chances change, which was, you mentioned change, chance, challenge, the 3 C's constantly. You have to do this. I'm so motivated by your conversation, by the way. Oh my God, it's cold out here. He was warming me up. and I think it's so important. And it is that parents, that whoever parents on here with children and are in the school system, is that do not fall out with your kids because of school put detentions in, etc. and stuff like that. Any young people who are autistic, neurodiverse, the fact that is 9 till 3 is school. If you choose to send them to school, and 3 till 10 or whenever they go to sleep, a lot of kids will sleep 4 o'clock in the morning. That is their home time. And I might trigger a lot of teachers here, and I will compromise when it comes to this, is homework should be RPG'd and nuked. That doing homework at 7 o'clock at night is ridiculous. And if they want to do homework, you do it as soon as you get home whilst in your school uniform. And when your school uniform gets taken off, you are at home. And it is so again insightful to listen to you, Dr. Haskins, because a lot of these things that are happening and your journey and what you've been through completely happens in the UK. It is. We are lived by a book. There are professionals, you are great professionals, but they are scripted. We have to do tick boxes before we get to the final mark of why our young people are expressing the way they're expressing, because sometimes we don't listen to the communication. We see the behavior as it is, and behavior is so important. Is, again, using the words as you're being really silly now. What does that mean? Your behavior is being silly, and behind the silliness, all the anger, all the whatever you want to call them, is a young person who is really struggling with communicating what they are feeling. This is why they express. Okay. And I always use behavior to be fire. Okay. So fire is the behavior. Making bad choices is the fire at the end of the day. If we get too close to the fire, okay, that's when more chance of there's risk, isn't there? So being ADHD myself, I sort of coach people not to be like me. A lot of my students is not to be like me, is I created a little equation and anyone can use it. And Dr. Haskins, you can use it. It's S times D equals T. So remember, I have to fit into the school system. So teachers quite like that because it's an equation. They might go, oh, that's amazing. Is when you got space, you got distance. And when you got distance, you got time. And when you got time, you can make the right decision. A lot of kids, and especially in a classroom, has no space to make the right decision because all it takes is one thing to go wrong. And then you're out of the lesson. And that's first lesson of the day, which is at 9 o'clock. How do you expect the rest of the day going to be like if they get told off as soon as they come in? So all what you're saying is so true. And I'm blessed to be sat there listening to what you were saying because it's amazing to hear both of your journeys and to be on here. Wow, I'm speechless. And that's not normally happens when I'm speechless.
That's what happens when somebody has a very high sense of justice.
Yeah, I love that.
And a very high ethics quotient, which runs in the neurodivergent community. And I've always been that way. So, I mean, my mom's not here to talk about it, but I can tell you that if I get set on something, nothing's stopping. And, you know, there's a generation of people, and we joke about the Gen Xers, they were kind of left to fend for themselves. So you wrap that all in, that's how I came to be. No one's going to help me. No one's ever helped me. And pretty much everything that I was told I couldn't do or my kids couldn't do, we've done it. And so I don't look as nicely as I can say it. The average person is average and they expect average things. And the entire world is based on a mean. So whether you're below it or above it, if you are above or below it, you don't fit. They don't understand you. They don't actually even have the capacity to understand you. And I don't even mean that in a mean way. It's just true. And people are like, that's not nice. It's true. Until you become a parent, you actually don't know anything about being a parent. And I know that because I used to be a nanny and then I became a parent and realized as much as I knew about raising kids, it's different when it's 100% your accountability all the time. And so, you know, we talk about lived experience and we talk about all these things, but I don't fault people for not understanding the things they've never experienced because I don't like the word when people say empathy. You can't really truly empathize something you've never experienced. You can try to sympathize maybe, but unless you're willing to really get in it, empathy is like getting in it and I'm with you. And most people do not get in it. And the analogy I use is, and it's a little macabre, so I apologize, trigger warning, is at a funeral, people sympathize, meaning, oh my God, I'm so sorry for your loss. If there's anything I can do to help you, they don't actually mean that. That's sympathy. It's useless, by the way. Empathy in that situation would be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry for your loss. Here, I brought you some food. Do you need some help cleaning the house? Are you doing okay? Do you want to talk? That's empathy. And so most people don't know the difference between sympathy and empathy, and we get a lot of sympathy. But they don't actually know how to empathize. And, you know, we talk about people need more empathy, but I think it's a skill that could be taught. I think some of us have a natural disposition, but then others need to be taught. And how to not, and then my ADHD friends, hi, because I'm part of you, not to overly relate. We have a tendency to want to like relate it to our experience. That's our learning opportunity, guys. I do it. I know Tom does it. He's nodding. We do that. We're trying to be relatable, but you know, to really be able to get in the trenches. And I'm going to be candid, and I don't know if she's still here. When I first met Joy, I met her before I met Sarah and everybody else. I thought I had found my person on the planet. I thought she was my person. She is my person. Joy, you're still my person. But like our stories were so symmetrical. I never met anybody that could relate to like my entire life like that before. I was crying like Sarah. But then Joy would be like, I'm going to introduce you to all these other people to find out, like Sarah said, we're not alone. And you know, for somebody listening right now, they're probably thinking, oh, I'm alone. No, I'm not kidding. If you message me on LinkedIn or whatever, I'm going to respond to you. Like, you really are not alone. We're all, like, our community is big but small. We all know each other in some capacity. Now I know Tom. And See, that's all it took. And we just we gather around. But Sarah, I think it's just so great that you bring this community together. And I know you got to get to the next person, but there's a lot going on in the world, guys. We're coming to the end of a school year, so some of you are probably feeling a bit about like getting that decompress. But as you come into the summer and fall, really think about some of the things you've learned today, things that Tom has said. Come in with a mindset of not fighting. I know I sound like I fight, but come from a sense of partnership, and if I'm going to pick on Sarah, if I'm going to Sarah and she says no, but I think Tom might be the yes, don't tell Sarah you're going to Tom. Just call Tom and say, hey, Tom, I want to run
Call me whenever you like.
right? Because it's that idea that if you become combative, people get ready for a fight. And we need people to want to be our partners. I'm not saying you don't ever have to fight. Sometimes the fight happens. But before we go to fight mode, assume they don't know. Or as Tom said, as a teacher, they're stuck within the rules. That's why I didn't become a special educator, because I was told this is how things have to be. So if people are doing things that you don't think are right, don't assume immediate individual fault. Could be the system. Talk to them and say, why are you doing this? It doesn't seem to work. They might be like, I don't have a choice, but I totally get it. Call Sarah. She can help you. Like, there's just these different paths that try to find a human in the administrator, the human in the teacher. They're usually in there somewhere. And
And I think it's important, obviously, to add to that is, again, finding new people. As I tend to say, it's like a tree. Imagine a squirrel is going up the tree and there's only one branch one morning, and he does that month after month and a month, and it's very hard to see any change of any change for him. So the next morning there's multiple branches and there's new people you meet, there's new experiences you meet, and now that squirrel is buzzing. He's going into loads of different branches, and I think sometimes you won't know until you, and I mentioned challenge, didn't I? I mentioned challenge. There's sometimes you won't know until you challenge it, to challenge the system. And you're so right. Challenging the system is so important. The why, okay? In terms of safeguarding, why does that look like that? What is the message? What is it trying to tell us? What is that? What does that branch look like? And you're so true. And a tip on here, guys, is always challenge. If you in that gut, you mentioned in the gut, that gut feeling, that's it, that's not right. What's going on here? And it's so important to have that in terms of that strength to go, this is for my young person, this is for my child. What is the best? What does that look like for that young person? And I do that. Obviously, I probably come from this. I don't have any children, but I have probably 200 kids a week. They're like my children. And I think
someday when you have your kid, you come back on here to,
imagine they'd be with me. Come here.
Exactly.
I've got a dog. That's my child. But yeah, you're so right. And it is so important that, again, to express, in terms of try new things, to try new people, to speak to new people, because someone's always got something to give, and you don't know that if you don't try.
Yep.
Absolutely.
All right, Sarah, we got to move on, don't we?
Thank you so much. It's so great to have you. Everyone enjoyed your session today, and we will look forward to staying in touch for sure.
Absolutely.
We'll talk to you
Thanks,
soon.
everyone.
Oh, wonderful. Oh my gosh, the day is going just so amazing. And our next presenter is back and ready, and I love her. So here you are. Hi, Meegan.
Hi.
Tom, this is my friend Meegan. Meegan, Tom, this is
Hi, Tom.
From the UK, as you can tell by his amazing accent and the darkness behind him, putting him on the other side of the world.
Yeah. What time is it there?
It is now 10 o'clock, 10:05.
Bless his heart.
I'm going to be annoying the neighbours in a bit, but I got until 11. We don't get told off until 11. The police won't come round. We've got an hour.
Perfect. That could make this session more entertaining, though, if they did come
exactly, right?
Should we do it?
Well, thank you so much. Tom and I are going to let you, tell us what you are here for today. And I'm so excited. I get to just, tell everybody that I've had the opportunity that we got to meet in person and have coffee.
It was amazing.
Was it last year? It was like, it feels like this year, but this year,
in
just
June.
this year. Yeah, last year. I can't believe it's almost a year ago. It was so amazing. thank you so much too for calling on me when you were here so that we could get together. So if any of you come to Utah, just call me and we will get together for sure. Plus, now we're hyping up 2027 for an in-person conference. Let's just put it out there right now. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yay!
We could have sat there for 4 more hours probably. So
oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, it was the best. So we've gone a little bit into your time. So I'm going to let you take over, but I'm so excited. Thank you so much for being here today. I love what you represent, and I'm really excited to share what you do with everyone on this global scale. And, let's see if it turns, everything more global, if we know what we're talking about. And so, yeah, I'm excited. I'm going to let you turn up. Do you have any slides or anything?
I do. And I'm going to talk about, tech in general. And then also I'll include some of what I'm doing in there so that it's not just the Able Eyes and Able View show. I actually have some useful information for people to take away too.
Oh, you always do. I'm just excited to hear it. So I'm gonna let you start up, and then when you want to get your slides, I'll just pop them up when you're ready for them. So go ahead and upload them with that present button right there. I should have had you do this when you were back there, but that's okay.
Can I do share screen?
You can
instead? Because I don't have them. I have them on a website.
No, you can totally share your screen. In fact, I will back out so that when you share your screen, you have the whole space available.
All right, let's see if this works. Okay, can you see my screen?
Gotcha.
You can see it?
Yep.
Okay, great, because I cannot see anything anymore other than my screen. Okay, so thank you so much for having me, Sarah. I think this is maybe my 3rd year presenting, 2nd year, I don't know, 3rd year. How many years have you been doing this?
Gosh, this is the 6th event. Can you believe it?
Okay, so 3 was not exaggerating. Okay, good.
Seriously.
So yeah, I think this is at least my 3rd time. And I am going to talk about technology, which is something I'm so passionate about for so many reasons. Just kind of exploring how technology is helping kiddos and adults, and how it's evolving. I mean, it's changing so rapidly. So why it matters. I left at 1 in 36. I hear that number has changed real recently, but considering the name of this conference and just the fact that was the data, I left it. The 1 in 36 children diagnosed in the last CDC statistic. And then, the fact that we have constant access to technology is really important. I got into technology, and I'll talk a little bit about my background and how I got here. So I used to be a special education teacher, and this picture makes me really happy because it reminds me of that time. I worked with 5 to 9-year-olds, and I was like the OG of iPads in the classroom. Like, I may have started it. I may have been the first person ever. Probably not, but I definitely was in my district. So I had gone to a conference in Chicago put on by Apple, and they were trying to see what it would be like if iPads were in classrooms. So very, very early on. I think this was still during the iPad 1. And so I went to this conference. I learned all of these things and these capabilities of what iPads could do. And I thought, there's something here. Like, there has to be some really incredible ways that I can use this in my classroom with specifically my nonverbal children, all children, but I had a lot of nonverbal children in my classroom, and many of them were drawn to technology. So we would have like a free choice time, and like 2 15-minute periods every day. That was just, kids could choose what they wanted to do. And 9 times out of 10, students chose to sit at a computer station or play with a toy that has loud noises or bright lights, or like something that was very interactive. And so I knew that there was something in there with iPads and technology in the classroom. So I went to my special ed director and I said, I would like to try this thing. And so he let me pilot the very first iPad in our district. And then he came in, a couple months later and saw what I was doing with it. And he was like, wow, this is incredible what these children are doing. And I used it in my circle time. I use it all day long. I use it for educational times. I use it circle times. I use it in communication. So then he bought iPads for every ASD classroom. And then he bought iPads for every classroom. And by the time I left in 2017, not only did every classroom have iPads, but almost every nonverbal student had an iPad, an individual iPad for communication. So I'm really passionate and really proud of what technology has done for so many individuals on the spectrum. So a little bit about me. I guess I did just give away a little bit about me, but I started in home-based. I was in-home behavioral aid. It was back when you could find jobs in the newspaper. And I found a job working with children that were a part of the waiver program. I'm in Michigan. I'm not sure if this is the case in all states or not, if they all have a waiver program. But essentially, these were children that were at risk of being removed from their natural home setting with their families and siblings because they had really significant behaviors that were either a threat to themselves or a threat to their family. And so the family just needed some really intensive support in the home. And so that is where I started with the population and fell in love. So I went into special education. I became a special education teacher. I had an ASD classroom, and then I became an assistive technology coordinator and assistant principal. In 2017, I mentioned that I left, and I became a tech founder as well. So I'll get a little bit more into the two. I'll give you the very brief version of the two. Able Eyes is a virtual tour photography company. We provide virtual tours of public places for the purpose of accessibility. And Able View is like a TripAdvisor. It's a tech platform. So it's a website, and it's like a TripAdvisor of accessibility information. So if you think about a Google business listing, it's that, but just for accessibility information. So, and I will get into that. And how I came to be where I am today is my time in the schools. I just noticed that so many families that have children on the spectrum were staying home. They weren't going in their communities. They weren't going to the grocery store. They weren't going to the movies and restaurants, and certainly many weren't traveling. And I thought, there are so, we have the ADA that has been around forever, and it's helping people with physical disabilities. It's not perfect yet, but certainly we've made gains, but we don't have any accommodations for people that have invisible disabilities, and there are a lot. So I thought there's something, and I'm gonna figure it out. The other part of my story is on the right. That picture got really small for some reason. Those are my two best friends, Jessica in the middle, Susie on the right. Jessica, as you can see, was a power wheelchair user. She had muscular dystrophy, and her and I lived together in college. So through that experience, I learned about community access for someone that has a physical disability. And although we had a great experience, she we sometimes were limited in the amount of things that we did or the amount of places we would go, because you can't get dropped off by public transportation and not know if you can get in the door, move around, and use the restroom. So we went to the same places over and over again. And I thought, what if more businesses, we had more information about businesses, like we could go more places and those businesses would gain us as paying customers. So this is the idea that just kind of sat in my heart, in my head for years because of these two experiences. And I will get to those when we get to the community section. So the categories that I'll kind of talk about today are communication, education, again, another area I'm passionate about, assistive devices, and then community. I'm not sure if you can see because there's a little thing over it, but it might just be on my screen. So communication tools. I hope that these are up to date because I've been out of the school for 7 years now. So, but the research that I did prior to this, I feel pretty confident that these are still at least up and running. So AAC devices. When I was an assistive tech coordinator, I was in charge of this huge closet of just machines and things that technology that was used in our district. And I could loan it out to different classrooms to try things. And so before iPads and phones were being used, we had these like big boxes that, you know, kind of served the same purpose, but they were very expensive and very hard to get and very difficult to get insurance to cover. So once the iPads came out and became just common in the classrooms, it really has improved the communication opportunities for students that are nonverbal. So Proloquo to Go and Touch Chat are two of the biggest communication tools out there. Speech generation, I mean, almost anything does that anymore. So, you know, for example, if this was a touch screen phone right here and I touched go, it would say go out loud. So even if I can't say go, it says go. And most of our technology does that now anyways, naturally. Visual cues to reduce communication barriers. I see, you know, sometimes teachers are carrying around like retractable things with a few icons on it. I was actually at a school last week and they had a stop sign on the inside of the doors. It was on, it looked like probably like Velcro. So I knew as a former teacher exactly why that was there. They have a student that potentially elopes, but if that stop sign is up, they're not supposed to go through that door. So using those visual cues. And so my guess is that at bus time, they take the stop signs off of that particular door and the student's allowed to go out that door. And when it's recess time, they take the stop sign off of that particular door and they're allowed to go outside. So just really simple visual cues can just be so incredibly helpful, both in home and in school. And then the emotional benefits. I know that a little bit in the last session, just talking about, you know, what frustration can do for behavior and what would be more frustrating than not being able to communicate at all. So having these communication tools is really critical to the success and the growth of these students. So I'm going to flip over to this one. So nope, I will not do that. So I did want to make this kind of interactive, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to see the comments because I'm doing the screen share. But I will say, you know, if anyone has any communication tools that they're using, I would love to hear about them. Again, I might be out of touch because I've been out of the schools for a little bit, but I would love to hear what other people are using and add it to my list for the next time I do some sort of presentation like this. The next section is educational and therapy tools. Again, being out of it, I had to just do some research on these. So some of the top learning apps came up as Boom Cards, Special Eye Apps, and Khan Academy Kids. I don't know a lot about any of those, but those were in my research came up as the top learning apps out there. Boom Cards I know had a subscription associated with it, or had some sort of charge associated with it as I was kind of trying to go through and like learn more about it. Therapy platforms, Autism Navigator. I believe Autism Navigator is a tracking tool that a lot of ABA therapy or therapists use, and to track like the progress during therapies. And then virtual therapy and telehealth options, incredible. Especially for a population that may have difficulty with transitions or may be anxious going to new places. Those are both really great options. And then the benefits of some of these, types of technology is, learning is becoming more fun and gamified. It's easier to track progress in a really meaningful way. When you're a teacher, and this is nothing against teachers. I was guilty of this too. You do track your progress, but you don't have, your metrics aren't necessarily like, you make up your own metrics. But now with some of the technology that's out there, those metrics are already created. And so you accomplish something and you move on to the next step, and you accomplish something and you move on to the next step. So I suspect, my prediction is that AI is going to change our education system immensely, and that there will be more homeschool options that will be at a personalized pace. I don't think we're getting rid of the schools. I don't think that will ever be a day that we don't have standing schools, and that is really meaningful for some students. But I suspect that some students may choose to do this more personalized pace and work, or whatever the other options might be, because with AI we can really track progress so much better than we could before when we were doing it manually. Okay, so community access. This is the part that I love. So again, Able Eyes was the original company, and it is, when I came up with the idea for it, kind of back to what I was talking about with Jessica and with and I don't think I mentioned, Jessica unfortunately passed away 10 years ago as a result of her muscular dystrophy. And her passing was really the thing that motivated me to finally move forward with this dream that I had. So she's just a really important part of my story. So in 2017, I was decided to walk away from all stability in my life. I had a great career. I was an assistant principal. I had great pay and great benefits. And I decided to throw it all away and start a business. And again, it was just something that was so strongly tugging at my heart that I knew I was supposed to do. And so the idea was, I thought, what if every business in the world had a virtual tour? So like what you see on Google Maps, where you can click through a space and get acclimated with that space. We did that for field trips. We would watch videos or take pictures or take videos of places that we were going to go on a field trip to ahead of time, so that that transition wasn't as difficult. And I thought, okay, well, every family doesn't have the capacity to do that for every trip to the grocery store, but what if every business had a virtual tour? So I started off, and we've had a lot of success with that company. It still is up and running, and we have done a lot of really exciting projects, particularly here in Michigan has been super supportive, but we've been all over the country as well. Then in 2022, really decided, okay, well, Able Eyes is going great, but my dream of this being what if every business in the world has it, is not a reality. It's a boots on the ground service that requires human beings to create this thing in a camera. So if this is really going to be a worldwide movement, it has to be tech-based. That's the only way you can scale something worldwide. So that's where we started AbleView. And so AbleView launched in 2023, our first iteration of it, which is our MVP. It's a minimum viable product, just like an inexpensive form of tech that goes out into the world so you can kind of test it. We had a lot of success with that original iteration, and just recently, within the last few weeks, launched our AbleView 2.0. And what I'm so excited about with AbleView 2.0, and I don't even think I've told you about this launch, Sarah, is that we are including the disabled community and the autistic community into help with collecting the data in a paid capacity. So the idea being that what we found in the first iteration is that businesses didn't always know what information to include on a profile. So they would put in their basic, their address and their phone number and their basic information, and then they'd put a picture of their front door. Well, I mean, that helps, but it's not great. So with our new contributor program, if you were to go to ableview.com and go to sign up, there is a section for a contributor sign up. And that is a person that can go out into the community and one could add to profiles that already exist. So in that example, if they only had the front door, somebody could include a picture of the bathroom and the accessible parking and whether or not they have an automatic toilet, or whether or not they have a hand dryer, or if they have sensory backpacks. So all of that information can be found on our platform. If you were to go look at it right now, just have a little bit of grace because we're still getting all of our information transferred over. So some of the profiles are still a little vacant, but we're getting there. The other version of a contributor is would be a paid opportunity. So if a business doesn't have a profile, somebody could go to, say, a coffee shop and take those pictures and note their accessibility features. And those are physical and sensory and medical. So we have a lot of different accommodations on our site. They could create a profile, which would take 15 minutes. Once you're comfortable with the technology, and then submit it to us. We would reach out to the business and say, would you like to, like somebody, has created this for you. Would you like to unlock it for $299 a year? So I'm going to say that again, $299 a year. Any business open to the public in the world should have an AbleView profile. So if you know any business that welcomes public customers, please encourage them to create an AbleView profile. So back to what I was saying about the contributors though. So if they unlock that profile for $299, the contributor gets $100 of that for the first year. So it can be a really lucrative opportunity for an underemployed population. So we're just launching it right now. We have kind of our pilot group. Next week, I'm hoping to really kind of start welcoming in more people from around the country and hopefully around the world into the contributor program, so that we can build up this platform and make it amazing for so many people. I'm going to give you one personal example. This is almost the end of my presentation anyways. I just joined a gym this week and it's actually a gym that it's a CrossFit gym. I was a part of it years ago. It has since moved locations. And I know the business, I know the business owner, and I even knew some of the people that were going to be there. So several of these factors were a non-issue for me, but I can't tell you how many times I thought about, I wonder where I park. I wonder if the parking's on the left side of the building, is on the right side of the building. I don't think it's in front of the building. So I had all of these thoughts about parking that just didn't need to be there. If every business just had an AbleView profile, then that would be a non-issue. Sensory maps. So we work with a couple of zoos that have some great sensory maps that show, for example, what the loud areas are, what areas might smell a little funny, areas just some of the sensory, some places that have bright lights or are dark, so that ahead of time people know what to expect. Communication boards such as the one above, seeing these pop up at a lot of parks lately. Carrying an iPad around down a slide is not super reasonable, so having those communication boards is great. And then sensory backpacks. There are organizations like Culture City that will help businesses create those sensory backpacks, but then how do people know about them? So they're included on AbleView, but then also, businesses should have that information on their websites as well. So I have 4 minutes, and I think this is my last main slide. So assistive devices and independence, things like GPS trackers, Angel Sense and Joybit are the top two that I know of. This is actually a product I was thinking about creating years and years ago, because just so many students are can elope and can be gone for long periods of time, which is really scary for the families. And so it looks like there's 2 really great options of people that did successfully create safety devices. Sensory support, such as noise canceling headphones, sunglasses, fidgets, time management, smartwatches for routines, and visual timer. The time timer is an app that you can get on your phone or an iPad, and it's a visual timer, so it like closes like the red, and once the red is all closed, then the time is up. So if somebody can't doesn't understand the numbers of a timer, that is a visual timer, and it's really powerful. I think it's free also. And then smartwatches. I wish that smartwatches and Alexa existed when I was in the classroom, because I would have had like 5-minute reminders for everything. Alexa, I'm sure, can tell you when, if you were to set her up appropriately, could set up all of the transitions throughout the day that need to happen. What time you need to take your medicine, what time you need to take a bath, like all of that could probably be set up through some sort of smart home device. And in the future, AI, we're still so early in, but I think that 5 years from now, this is going to be a very, very different conversation. And VR, there's a VR app called Floreo, Floreo, that I am familiar with. I just kind of been following them, following their journey, and they seem to be doing really well. They're an educational VR app. Employment tech, I think the VR will be big in employment as well. So helping to train somebody how to do like the steps of a job, and including people with autism into creating into what works for them is going to be really important. So I am challenging you to try one new tech tool this month. So you have approximately 5 days. And also I would love to hear, I'm going to stop sharing. I'll go to the next slide real quick. I'm going to stop sharing because it says my contact information. So if you'd like to contact me, this is my contact information. The website is just ableview.com as well, with a VU. But if you have any apps that you use or technology that you use that's been life-changing, I would love to hear about it. So again, in future presentations, I can include it. So I'm going to stop sharing and see if there are any things in the chat.
That was so fantastic. I'm so grateful that you provide the service, Tom. I mean, isn't that amazing?
It's brilliant. It's just adapting, isn't it? It's adapting to people's needs and seeing what works for different people, which is great.
Absolutely. You got some hearts. And amazing, super opportunities for our community, which is so true. The work program. I'm so glad that you mentioned that.
So excited about it.
That's brilliant. I mean, how many people wouldn't want to? In fact, send me all that so I can continue to share it on my page. Because people that didn't get to come today and might have missed that, I don't want anybody in the community that can take that opportunity to miss that opportunity, because I think it's just so wonderful.
So I just had a team meeting today, and we set the goal of, and we're just now officially launching the contributor program of this is our first goal, of course. We want thousands and thousands of contributors, but we will want at least, we want to start with a minimum of 1 person per state and in 10 different countries. So that is goal number 1, is to have, so if you're in a different state or a different country, please go to ableview.com, sign up as a contributor. And, I want to be paying people. That means that we're winning. We're doing the right thing and we're building up this platform if we are paying out millions of dollars every month.
Right? Oh, I hope so. And like you said, in 5 years, this conversation is going to be so different.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see what that's going to look like. And I hope that you and I and Tom, of course, will be in that conversation together and catching up and figuring it out again.
Absolutely.
Reeling it back out for everyone.
It's a great story, Sarah. It's a great story as well in terms of how obviously when you was working in schools, obviously, which is one of my passions, that you was, again, it's adapting to the young person needs, and sometimes selective mutism and non-verbal is, there's always ways to find ways. And what an amazing feeling when we try something, it works, and then
Absolutely.
we just sit back and we go, wow.
I had a student that I figured out could read because of those iPads in our classroom. I had no idea. We went halfway through the entire school year before I had the correct app that allowed her to communicate appropriately, that she, like, it was a comprehension app, and she knew everything that she was reading all along, and I had no idea.
How powerful for their parents too, to then get that, information and to be, I think there's so much to be said for assistive technology and so much more to be learned and offered to people, and maybe even making it more accessible in places like grocery stores where there can be some type of a voice operated anything button, just kind of like a reader, to really help individuals that might be flustered or anything with all of the things that are happening, to just help create that a little bit of guidance and support.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I was at a fast food place recently, and they had a picture menu, and I loved that. It had no words on it. It was just a laminated picture menu that was in front of the cash register, so that somebody who maybe either couldn't read or is nonverbal could walk up and they could touch what it is they wanted. Oh, beautiful. And so simple.
Or even just for another language, right? Maybe there's just a language barrier, and then you can still use that as communication. It's so important. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Meegan, it's so great to see you. And
so great to see you. And nice to meet you, Tom.
Nice to meet you too.
Just love to spend time with you. So we'll definitely be staying in touch, of course, and we'll catch up with you later. Thank you for sharing. And of course, once again, please go to ableview. Is it .com? Ableview.com. ABLEVU.com. So go and support. Get these businesses signed up. Sign up as a contributor. All of you advocates today, I'm telling you later on, so you can go and do this stuff. So thank you so much, Meegan.
Thank you, and good luck with the rest of your conference.
Thanks so much. Oh, it's going so wonderful, isn't it, Tom? Thank you so much. Yeah.
God, you got some great guests, haven't you? Just this is when you obviously introduced me at the start, when I was saying about how so many people got different sets of skills, and this is what this platform is, isn't it? Just to listen and hear great stories.
Smorgasbord of all of the wonderful things that we can bring to the community. Our next presenter, in fact, is backstage, and she is here. Do you have any slides or anything you need to bring up, Kathrine?
Let's see.
Hello.
Yes. Hi. Hello. I do. What is the best way to do that, Sarah?
So you'll see the present button right underneath your picture. Go ahead and click on that, and then it'll give you the option to do slides, a presentation, share your screen, whatever is the best thing. As soon as that pops up, I'll share it onto the screen for you. And then Tom and I will step back to the backstage, and we're probably going to have to say goodnight to Tom very soon.
I'll listen, little Kathrine. I'm here. I might be falling, but I will listen.
Tom's coming from the UK, and it is 10:40 right now for him and his time.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. That's commitment, Tom. That's fantastic.
It's ADHD. It's unlimited energy.
He's our ADHD rep.
All right, let's see. Get this on here. All right.
Yeah, Tom, just the level of different types of resources that you can get from everything today and tomorrow. I mean, there's a whole nother day available. So it's just wonderful. And I know that that Kathrine has a beautiful presentation planned. So really looking forward to learning more about that. Your slides just came up. So we are going to back on out here and let you get on with your presentation.
All right. Thanks so much, Sarah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. So I am Kathrine Parnell. I am a clinical therapist specializing in the field of autism. I've been working in the field for, oh my goodness, a couple of decades now. And I am the executive director and the owner of A New View Counseling. And we've got a few offices. We've got a couple offices in Utah and a couple of offices in Texas, where we are really trying to emphasize this mindset of providing accessible care and approachable mental health care. And we work with a lot of individuals and families and couples who are navigating the world of autism. So I'm really thrilled today to be talking about the idea of why evaluation and diagnosis matters across the lifespan, because when we are looking at diagnosing or evaluating children, it can look much different than when we are working with adults. And so I wanted to just touch on briefly why it is so important, because sometimes there's a little bit of a reluctance to identify that label, to find that that wording and say, oh gosh, this is what I have, or this is what my child has. Sometimes there's a reluctance to, to just be labeled in general. And so we're going to talk today about why that might be a benefit for you. All right. So the first thing is, if you are new to the concept of autism and you're wondering what is autism, sometimes it can be misunderstood because of the variation of the spectrum. It really is a spectrum, that it can just be all over the place. Some people can have a really mild impact from autism, and some individuals are much more impacted to a severe level. But there are some common traits that we look for, and that is social communication differences. There are behaviors typically that are repetitive or more rigid ways of thinking that can sometimes be present. And then those nuanced sensory sensitivities. And those are some of the common things that we look for when we're evaluating. And so if you are, sometimes you might be going through life and you'll think of your neighbor, or you'll think of somebody that you know and you go, oh, wait, do they have autism? It may be something to pay attention to if they are, or you are noticing those differences. The emphasis, though, when we look at autism is that it is, in fact, a difference, that this is not a disease. And it's tricky because the name that you see on the screen there is autism spectrum disorder, and disorder just sounds honestly pretty negative. But the truth of it is it is just it's a difference in the brain's ability, or the brain's navigational system of how it processes information. And so when we understand it through that lens, we're not looking for the brokenness in an individual, but rather when we look to evaluate, we are looking for just how this person might learn differently, or how they may perceive their social communication circles a little bit differently. And it's always a good thing when we have another page added to our own individual instruction manual, so to speak. When we can look at ourselves and gain insights and understand why we do the things that we do, it really helps us to gain confidence in our day-to-day living. So you may hear a lot about early evaluation, especially with children. Why is it so important to get someone evaluated early? Well, we know that in the early years, the 0 to 5 years, it's incredibly important to get early intervention because of the way that the brain is developing. The brain is very much like a little sponge at that point. And so we have the ability to go in and interject a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more of that the strategies that can be used can bring on that flexibility if we get it in there a little bit earlier. So things like speech therapy and occupational therapy, those behavioral supports, those are those early intervention things that we often see happening with kids in the younger years. But we also know that we are learning patterns. We're developing our groove in life through those early years. And so if you've been doing something for 25, 30 years, it's a little bit harder to change it up because your brain knows that pattern, your body knows that pattern, people around you know that pattern. And so it's a little bit trickier to make those changes. So when we can have those early evaluations, then we can jump in and we can offer more support during that time. There's also the added bonus that when you're in school, it may be a bit of a struggle. Most of our public school system is not necessarily built for individuals who are neurodivergent. It is built for the neurotypical kiddo. And while we can offer specialized supports through individualized education plans or specialized type of schooling, that isn't the norm. And so when we need that extra support, oftentimes here in the States, in the United States, we have to have the justification in our school systems to be able to offer those supports. It doesn't just come organically because the parent says, hey, my child needs this. We have to be able to support that or back that up with the evidence. And that evidence is typically a diagnosis. And then finally, we're looking at how do we understand things a little bit better? How do we support the child's needs? And that understanding is crucial when we understand what it is that we're working with. If we've got a misdiagnosis, for example, an individual might be diagnosed with ADHD, or a common one is oppositional defiant disorder. And if your child is diagnosed with that, but that really isn't the essence of what is going on, then there may be some inappropriate strategies that are taking place because the autism isn't really being addressed. So these are the areas why it is really important to get that early evaluation. When you don't have that, and it happens in a lot of cases where for one reason or another, it just wasn't caught. Or I met with a family this morning that said, I wish I had done this earlier, but I thought that my child would outgrow it. Well, when we delay the evaluation, the kids can be labeled as just having a behavioral problem. Like I was talking about the oppositional defiance. They may be looked at with a different type of a lens that has more of a negative slant on it. We also miss some of the opportunities for those developmental windows where we can offer that support and begin to introduce that flexibility. It can also create high anxiety and really unnecessary frustration, because if the child isn't getting their needs met, if they are, just frustrated in the classroom or frustrated at home because they're not feeling understood, then that can start to create more problems. And you now have a layer of problems that are going on. And if we don't have that root issue understood, that we might be working with autism there, then we may be applying the incorrect strategies therapeutically or just at home behaviorally. There can be emotional trauma that results from that, from just being misunderstood. And of course, we know how important social interaction is. We are all created as social beings. We're not meant to be on an island by ourselves. And as a result, we need each other. And if you're growing up and you are missing out on that social reciprocity, then you are also missing out on a layer of your own development. So it's really, as you can see, we're starting to understand the evidence is mounting of why it's important to get those early interventions. So in adolescence, when we look beyond those first few years, then we say, okay, well, how does it help someone in adolescence? And this is where we really look socially, because when a child begins to age into past 8 years old and they start going into that middle school type of age, then the emphasis for them really becomes social. We know that kids are going to school to learn from a parent's perspective, but really from a kid's perspective, they're probably going to school to hang out with their friends. So that social element of living and development is really important. And we know that is quite often impaired in an individual with autism, or it has limitations as a result of a lack of awareness. And so if we can support them during that time, then those kids are going to be more resilient. We're going to support their identity development and self-esteem, again, prevent that incorrect labeling. And then, of course, this can be their golden ticket to getting those school accommodations that they really need, and maybe access to counseling that is addressing the needs that they have. And maybe even access to a social group that they can be in, where they can feel like they finally belong and they're among people that really understand them and just get who they are. So then you may ask, well, okay, I've already missed that. I didn't get diagnosed when I was younger, or I didn't get diagnosed when I was an adolescent. Why should I get diagnosed at this point? I'm an adult. I've got a job, I've got a family, maybe. Why should I pursue this? And I think that the biggest reason why it helps adults to get that diagnosis is for the aha. Every time I sit with an adult that we are considering evaluation, or we're walking through evaluation, they will tell me that they have always felt like they were different. That is always the common thread. They say, I've always felt like something was off. Some of them will say, I felt like I was damaged, or I felt like I was broken. And so there's a gross misunderstanding about who they really are from their own perspective, because they've seen themselves through the lens of others. And of course, others may be viewing that they are not displaying neurotypical behavior. And so that really can damage a person's self-esteem and self-worth. So it really can reduce that shame that can come up in people to try to be hidden, to try to be withdrawn in life, and they don't want to get things wrong, so they're just going to make sure that they just stay in the shadows, and they may not be accessing the amazing opportunities that they can have in life because they're afraid that they're going to do it wrong. So I think that when someone comes into adulthood and they decide, hey, I've noticed these things about myself, or somebody has told me this, oftentimes it's because they're getting their child evaluated. And as they're going through that process, the light bulb goes off and they go, wait a minute, this is me. This is exactly what I was doing as a child. These are some of the things that I have now. And that's when they really begin to awaken to the concept that they too may have autism. Another reason why diagnosis can be helpful is for workplace accommodations or school academic setting accommodations. If you continue to need that support, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. For example, maybe needing a scribe in your academic setting. You may not be fantastic about receiving that auditory information. And so having someone that can sit in the classroom with you, or at the very least have the privilege of recording the lectures so that you can go back and listen to them on repeat, can really make a difference in your performance academically. And then, of course, the same in the workplace. If you've got those little nuances that need to be addressed, then having that diagnosis can support that. You also can look at getting mental health support that isn't just broad stroke mental health support, but mental health support that understands the lens of autism and is not trying to necessarily change you or adapt you into this neurotypical world, but rather to help you understand it, understand why neurotypical behaviors are the way that they are, what is the expectation that people have of you, and in turn, when you know more about yourself, then you can teach others about yourself and have a little bit of a better feeling about who you are, stand a little bit taller, maybe have a little bit more confidence that way. It also can help with relationship and communication strategies. Over the years, I have had numerous couples come in to see me where one individual is neurotypical, one is neurodivergent. It happens a lot. And in those settings, there's such a gross misunderstanding that occurs. You know, somebody says, well, I don't think they like me because they, you know, get really upset if I'm touching them too much. And when we understand it through the lens of sensory sensitivity, then it's not a personal issue. We see that this person, you know, these two people love each other very much. They're very committed to each other, but they have different ways of communicating that commitment and their affection. And so when we can apply the lens, the appropriate lens, then as a clinician, I'm much better equipped at that point to know, okay, now I know how to help the two of you through this. But if we're just looking at it through a neurotypical lens, we really can misunderstand, we can misinform people in what they're needing to do or behavior strategies that they need to implement. And of course, it does create your frustration tolerance just increases enormously when you understand the behavior that another person has, when you understand why they're doing it, that it isn't targeted toward you, you are much more tolerant of those behaviors. So these are some reasons why getting a diagnosis in adulthood is incredibly valid, incredibly important. It really is never too late to move into that element. So sometimes I've encountered individuals that have made some attempts or didn't make an attempt at all to get evaluated. And these, I was thinking about, well, what are the reasons why people haven't moved forward with evaluation? And I think the first thing is the masking or the camouflaging behaviors, especially in girls and women. We don't have a full comprehensive understanding of this, but we know that autism often looks different in girls and women. And so they may not have as many behavioral problems or challenges going on. One of the biggest myths is, oh, they give good eye contact, so they're fine. But we have to understand that that's really not exactly it. It doesn't just sit there, right? There's so many other pieces of it. And so if you are feeling, whether it's your child or yourself, you're feeling like something just feels different, then that is enough. That really should be enough for you to say, I want to look into this. I want to dive a little bit deeper and see what it is that is really going on. The second barrier that I've encountered is lack of access to knowledgeable providers. There are some statistics that show that from a clinical therapist perspective, there are less than 5 to 8% of providers nationally in the United States that really have a comprehensive understanding of how to work with individuals on the autism spectrum. That's just a tragedy, because the truth is that it's more challenging to find someone if those are the statistics we're looking at. And it's not enough for someone to just have the experience personally, because that happens quite often, where you may have the professional, the provider that has their own child who's on the spectrum or has a sibling or a cousin, but they really also need to have a professional understanding of autism and not just their own personal experience. So the lack of access can be a pretty big barrier. The other piece of that is the financial access to it, because it is a specialized field. And so oftentimes here in the United States, people are using their insurance benefits, their health insurance. And if a provider doesn't accept that insurance plan, then the individual may be left with the only option of paying cash, which can be quite costly. So that can often be a barrier. I know in our local community where I reside in Utah, the wait to get an evaluation can be anywhere from 6 months, quite often up until 18 months, depending upon the evaluator. And so having that access, that's a frustrating barrier to sit back and say, well, I need to get this done. My child's in 3rd grade, the years are advancing, but we can't get into somebody for a year. And so that can be a barrier to moving forward and getting the support you need for your child. The other thing is the racial, the cultural, the socioeconomic disparities in evaluation. I just talked about the financial aspect of it, the cultural piece of it. There may be culturally a normalization of the behaviors and just a belief that the child will grow out of it, or as an adult, you're just supposed to, suck it up and, pull yourself up and figure it out on your own. And that can definitely be a barrier, because if your community, your tribe that you're born into is not supportive or encouraging of this, then you're probably going to be more reluctant to lean into the possibility. And then the other piece of that is the racial disparities in certain communities. There may be, we talked about professionals, not that many of us being competent or being skilled in working with individuals on the spectrum. And that's even more so when we look at communities with people of color and more minority communities. Then it really becomes even less in terms of the accessibility. So that's another barrier that you might have in obtaining an evaluation. And then finally, the misdiagnoses, which I talked a little bit about earlier, that can be a really negative aftermath sometimes of the wrong kind of intervention. When sometimes the autism isn't visible, right? It's not as visible in the early years, maybe with some kids. And so they were misdiagnosed. They were given ADHD. And while that may be true, that may not have been the complete picture, or they're given obsessive compulsive disorder or oppositional defiance I talked about. So those misdiagnoses, if we get stuck on those and we don't continue to look a little bit broader, we might miss the autism. And if we're missing that, that's a really crucial piece. And in my book, the autism is really the guide. It is the issue that I put at the forefront when I am treating, and everything goes through that lens of autism when I'm treating an individual. So again, the risk of not getting a diagnosis is that we may have mental health struggles. If you're walking through life and you just consistently feel like you can't do things right, you're not measuring up to the expectations of people around you, then you're going to really have this concept of what's wrong with me? I must be broken. And that can result in depression. That, of course, can result in burnout, as we know, where people just really begin to shut down and say, I can't do any more than what I've been doing, and yet the world is expecting more of me. So those mental health struggles can really begin to compound if we don't have an understanding of what is really going on. In autism, it's almost certain that people who are diagnosed with autism also have anxiety. It is a neurodevelopmental disorder. And so we have the nervous system that is going, wait a minute, something isn't operating completely in alignment with my body. And so this nervous system can be telling the brain consistently to be vigilant or to look out for something because something doesn't feel right. And that constant state of anxiety, if it isn't managed, can then roll into things that are more physical, things that create chronic pain issues and autoimmune types of issues, because the body and the brain are in that constant state of struggle. So getting the true answers, getting at the root of things is really important to understand yourself to get the appropriate treatment. Not getting a diagnosis can also delay independence and maybe planning for life. If we're forcing someone to transition into adulthood, but we haven't given them the appropriate supports because we just think that they should be able to do it, and we're using our own experience, maybe if I was able to do it, why can't they? If that's what we're doing, then again, we're going to begin to compound that problem. And typically, you're not going to see success when you're forcing it without the appropriate supports. And of course, I've talked about the inappropriate therapy or maybe even medication that has been provided that maybe wasn't truly in alignment with what was going on in the individual. So we've talked about the downside of not getting one, but there is incredible empowerment in getting a diagnosis, understanding who you are. First of all, I could talk about the aha, that validation of what you have walked through. Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be that hard growing up, or as a child, it's not supposed to be that painful to go to school and interact with your peers. So getting that validation can be really powerful. It increases exponentially self-awareness, the advocacy that occurs. I'm going to share with you a story in just a little bit about just a powerful testament of how that occurred with a young man that I had worked with. Better targeted therapy, the communication coaching, knowing what it is that we're trying to target and go after rather than that broad stroke approach. It's just much more efficient, right? And you're going to feel like that you're getting the results that you're really looking for. You're wanting access to resources, and unfortunately, we don't just take a person's word for it that, hey, I need this support or I need this accommodation. We have to have something that backs it up. And that could be here in the United States with the American Disabilities Act, or the individualized idea that we are going to give the person what it is that they need. And so that is through employment, that is through our public spaces, and to be able to protect, give those legal protections, the diagnosis is absolutely needed. But I think that from a personal level, it really is about the mindset to understand that there isn't anything wrong with you. This is really about your brain just working differently. I often use the example that I am left-handed, and in a world that typically caters to right-handed people, it can be frustrating that a notepad, a notebook, a spiral notebook, the spirals are on the left side, and I've got to, lean against those when I'm writing, and that can be a little bit tricky. And can you imagine if I have had to go through life trying to write with my right hand and my penmanship continues to look horrible and I'm really struggling with it? I'm going to begin to question why can't I do this? Other people around me are able to do it, so there must be something wrong with me. But when I finally get the identity that I'm a left-handed person, then I really begin to understand that it's not me that's the problem, it's the spiral notebook that is the problem. And it creates just an amazing sense of empowerment, an amazing sense of personal identity that begins to emerge in us when we really understand who we are. So how to pursue an evaluation? If it's for a child, then you may want to talk to your pediatrician, your child's doctor, to find out what resources they have. You might want to look through your school team, because in the school system, they may have a process that you need to go through. Or you can find a licensed clinician who has specialized training in autism evaluations. And that can be from a master's level clinician all the way up to a psychologist or a neuropsychologist. For teens, Really, it's the same type of approach. You can request it through a school-based evaluation if your school does that, or looking at a targeted autism evaluation or a psychological assessment. And then for adults, because the schools are not going to assess adults, you can find a clinician that is trained in adult autism evaluations. Adult autism evaluations have their own little specialization, and so you want to make sure that you find someone who really understands that. And specifically, I would say who understands if you identify as a woman, if you are female, we know that autism can look different in females. And so if that is something, if that's who you are, then you'll want to find someone who understands what autism looks like that way as well. And then you can include family members who can provide background information. So even if you're walking in as an adult, it's a great idea, even though this is you doing it independently, it's a great idea to have your partner with you, if you have a partner or a parent or a sibling that can give some background information that is a little bit more objective about the patterns or the types of behaviors you've had throughout your lifespan. So I want to tell you a couple of case examples that I think have just been so tremendous. One of which was a young young man that I worked with who was diagnosed at the age of 10. And the parents had known that he was very intellectual. They had, noticed some behaviors, but really didn't apply it to autism. They had another family member who, with autism, who was much more moderate to severe on the spectrum. And so their child didn't match all of the criteria. But finally, when they began to see it, which is not uncommon because the gap between neurotypical behavior and neurodivergence really begins to expand during those pre-adolescent, adolescent years. And so at about age 10, they were able to get him evaluated. And they were nervous. They were nervous about him using the diagnosis as a crutch, as an excuse to get out of work. But with some reassurance, they realized that that would not be the case. Their child already recognized that they were different. And this was going to give them that aha, that validation of feeling that difference. And so he got the diagnosis. And by the time this child was 15 years old, this child was emailing their high school instructors, giving them instruction without the parents prompting, saying, hey, this is how I learn. This is what I need from you as an instructor. This is what my capacity is. I mean, it was just absolutely brilliant that this individual developed such a keen sense of their own identity and their own awareness that they were able to open their instruction manual and show others and say, this is what I need to be successful. It was just extraordinary. Another example would be a woman that I worked with several years ago, and she came to me just feeling frustrated with her competence in relationships, in social relationships, especially intimate relationships. She felt like that she was misunderstood, but also at the same time felt like that she was missing something, that she wasn't capturing what the expectations were for her. And so we walked through this evaluation process. And when we came to the end of, yes, there's a diagnosis here of autism, the relief that she felt during that moment was, it was extraordinary. It was life-changing is what it was. And since that time, she has developed self-confidence that she never had before. And this was a woman that had went through several decades of life and had jobs and intimate relationships and really was not feeling positive about herself. And now is a person that is developing a career is much more confident in her ability to have relationships, and again, is learning so much about herself and realizing that she doesn't have to do all these adaptations to make herself what everybody else thinks she should be. She is able to explain who she is and disclose her identity and her strengths and her limitations. And she is finding that people are so much more inviting to her. They are more approachable. And so it's just been a fantastic life-changing experience for her. So those are some case examples that I've got. But the key takeaways here are that it really isn't something to be fixed. Autism is something to understand, both in ourselves and in our community at large. It really can change the trajectory of a person's life to understand who they are and how their brain function is really processing throughout the developmental lifespan. And finally, it really is not a label. It is a key. It unlocks the door to understanding a person and finding the support that is needed. So I hope that this has been enlightening. I hope that if you're watching this and you're thinking, oh no, I don't need it, but I do feel like I might be on the spectrum, I would encourage you to pursue a diagnosis, or if you're thinking that about your child, I would encourage you to pursue an evaluation. All right.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Fingers. It takes me a second. Someone's like, oh, no,
you're good. You're good.
I'm going to bring Tom back up because I'm going to let him tell you what he thought, and I'm going to go through these comments that we have too.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Because Myra said, we had an adult diagnosis in my family, and it helped our family so much with healing due to the view of that person mental health lens, life changing. It really can be. And Helen says, this was me. I got diagnosed last year at 42, a year after my daughter.
Yes.
And isn't that so many times? I mean, for as you'll see, here's my comment. Our relationship grew so much when we found out we were autistic. I didn't realize I could love this man deeper than I already had loved him, and going on 21 years now. But there is a deeper love that I found in myself and for him in going through that experience and finding out with each other. So it couldn't be more true. So true. Communication helped us understand each other and how to get through those moments. Thank you for sharing all this information. It was so valuable for us to get support through the process. We agreed that Autism Umbrella covers a lot, and more needs to be done to find the right intervention for a child to reach their potential. And if there's anyone that sees potential in any more human beings than Harry James O'Kelly, I'll tell you what. She has the superpower of sight for only good things in people. Finding out I was on the spectrum removed the fight or flight chemicals I was dealing with every day and really changed my life.
That's amazing.
It's just like priceless. And, Alicia says that's amazing description. We're just so glad that we can get this type of representation. And, it's so important to hear that the importance of a diagnosis and what that means. And I think that was really valuable for today.
Yeah. Hi, Kathrine. Yeah. And obviously, for two things, obviously, Helen Pepperly commented. Obviously, I followed that journey, been very close to the part of that family's life of daughter and parent. So it's been really nice for Helen, for you to be sat in this obviously podcast and feeling some great obviously links. And I think that's great, Kathrine. And something I picked up from your obviously presentation is how important it is to make sure if you see it, then go for it. When you've got young children, you're 5, 6, 7. It's so important, because that development of the brain. And also it's really sad. I always find this when working in schools, and I work in 15, is that languages change when you get a diagnosis, and I think that's so sad sometimes. And
Mhm.
and I think when you get, especially girls with autism, I work with a lot of young, obviously females with autism, and the fact that how 13, 14, 12 hormones, etc. It's very hard to diagnose a young girl or 13-year-old girl
Right.
because we link it very much to trauma. And I think that's sad as well, is that we wait till 17, 18 when, oh, actually, the trauma's out of the way now. We do see
Right.
autism in that. And it's so frustrating. Like, it's so frustrating. And again, it's really nice to be on here with all these different professionals to hear that I'm taking little bits of what you're talking to me and I'm putting it into England, and because it's so sad that labels that it's no challenging, and trauma, there's only so much you can say trauma is at the end of the day.
Right. Right.
If someone beeps a horn outside and you get scared, that is a sense of trauma, and
Right.
it's just so frustrating. And I think obviously I got diagnosed at 22 with ADHD. Obviously, I come from we call them council estates in Gloucester,
Yes.
or in England. Obviously, my dad's in prison. And he was in prison when I was a kid, and back then, great guy, he was just made a mistake. And back then, it was only until I started working with kids, so I thought, I'm quite similar to you. Let's go
Yes.
check. and I'm coaching you not to be like me, so let's go check. And I think it was great in terms of and it was really nice as well. Is the way you presented it is from early years, and it all just built in, fell nicely together, and that spectrum also goes like this. So it's really nice, and thank you for your time, and it was great to listen.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank you
Tom.
so much. Thanks, Kathrine. It was beautiful to hear you speak today. I look forward to catching up with you later on and having a great discussion. Our next guest is in the back waiting patiently. I am so grateful for everyone that's just, showed up today from around the world. Tom, I'm going to let you say hi to Annie when we bring her up, and then we'll let you go to bed. So thank you so much, Kathrine, and please go
Bye-bye.
and join us in the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm so excited. Our next guest is a beautiful Annie Crowe coming from Australia. And so I'm super excited to bring her on to share her amazing story today and talk about what I think is really exciting about this summit is tech and AI and how we can help our community just really thrive in that space. Tom, how are you doing? You're hanging in there. It's 11:30.
11:30, guys. I'm probably going to get a piece run through the door. But first, I'm so sorry, Annie, I can't stay and listen to your thing. But I will obviously connect and make sure I look back at the stuff I missed. So I do apologise. But yeah, it's
Not at
probably
all.
time
Go
for
to
me to go
sleep.
bed.
I've just woken up.
I've got work at 7. I've got a young person at 7 I need to see. So I will. Thank you so much, Sarah. And again, privilege. I'll pop on again tomorrow sometime. But thank you for the platform. Thank you, everyone. Keep building, keep coming together, because when we're more than one, we are truly going to make change.
Absolutely. Tell
Bye,
Claudia
guys.
we
I
said
love that.
thank you for giving us your time there tonight.
Cheers, guys. Bye.
Bye. Oh, Annie, thank you so much
Yay.
for being here, and thank you for your
You're so
patience.
welcome.
And we went a little bit of time into your presentation, but
Oh, that's okay. I talk
we're
fast. It's
flexible. Perfect. And it's so exciting to have you here today. Thank you so much. I'm going to let you just kind of take over. Do you have any slides you need to
Oh, good.
upload
No,
or
I'm
anything?
gonna
Okay,
do slideless today. I decided.
perfect. Then
Okay,
I
cool.
will see you back here in just
Awesome. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Annie Crowe. For those of you who don't know me, I'm based in Canberra, in the capital of Australia, but I'm currently in North Queensland, which is in the far northeastern beach, in Townsville on holiday with my family. So I'm tuning into you live early in the morning, and I'm not a morning person, so forgive me if my words are slow sometimes. I generally don't like speaking before lunchtime, but I make exceptions for incredible humans like Sarah and this awesome summit. So welcome. I am a lawyer by trade, and I spent 10 years working in government and private law in various human rights roles. And then I had my son shortly after I was diagnosed at 28 with autism and ADHD and all the things. And I'm now mid-30s, so it was pre-COVID. And when I was going back from mat leave, I was like, I'm not going back to that life. And I started, well, first of all, I started a not-for-profit called Eating Disorders Neurodiversity Australia, EDNA, if any of you have heard of it. And that was a big hobby of mine to try and get the Australian policy government to recognise neurodivergence and eating disorders. Because we had our first big research paper come out, and it was basically a footnote on page 60 that there was emerging evidence of ADHD and autism links to eating disorders. I'm like, yeah, emerging since the early 80s before I was born. That really annoyed me. And you'll probably see if you follow my work that my rage of injustice and systemic inequity really powers a lot of my advocacy work. So I got EDNA up and running. I was talking at an international conference within a few months about autism and eating disorders, and we got a big grant and did an incredible research paper that you can find either in my link in bio on my Instagram or the National Eating Disorder Collaboration, NEDC, called Neurodivergence and Eating Disorders. Just Google neurodivergence and eating disorders, you'll find NEDC. Anyway, that was done by my incredible team of psychologists and dietitians and everything with EDNA. And once that goal was ticked and that area is changing, I really put all my energy into my social enterprise business, which is called Neuro Access. And what I do is a very broad mix of things, but I essentially break it down to part of my job is advocating for systemic change. So I consult with government and organizations, and that's like the big picture change, which unfortunately takes a lot of time and effort and is exhausting, as many of you probably know. And then the other part of my job is helping our community of neurodivergent adults and parents of neurodivergent kiddos and service providers to neurodivergent people help support us. So while we're waiting for the world to change, and it's slowly changing, I am very focused on giving our community the tools to self-advocate and make their lives a little easier, or a lot easier, hopefully, but every bit counts, as we know. So tech just happens to be one of my special interests on the side. So I'm a big fan of technology and AI. I'm obviously self-employed, and everything I do is pretty much online. Majority of my speeches at conferences and summits like this are online. I try to attend as little in-person events as possible because of my complex health, and also just you can't control your sensory environment. And I'm very sensory sensitive. I have a podcast called Princess and the Pea because that was my childhood nickname. And I'm proud of my sensitivity. It took a while to get there. And yeah, anyway, so today we're going to talk a bit about AI. And this isn't going to be a tech talk. I was going to have a presentation, but honestly, I just like to chat. So, hopefully you guys like this. And death by PowerPoint I get tired of doing them at corporate stuff. So this is my favorite kind of talk because I get to talk to my people and I get to talk in my natural way. I still do that in corporate because I need to give them a taste of our, awesome brains, but I do have to keep it more structured. So today I'm just going to have more of a chat, and my goal is really to get you guys to be excited about AI or just, ready to test it out. There's a lot of fear around using AI. Today we're not going to get into the ethics and all of that. You can do your own research, but I personally believe that, my accessibility needs, if you talk about the hierarchy of needs, are much more important than making sure things like, global warming is incredibly important. But for example, I have my air conditioning on year round in my house because I have a thing called dysautonomia, which means I really struggle to regulate my temperature. So even though the part of me that's really passionate about environment, the environment, doesn't really want to use the air conditioning because I know that's not great for the environment, I need to put my medical needs above that. So this is similar in the sense that, I'm not going to get into it all, but you need to figure out where you sort of sit in that hierarchy of ethical space. And then on top of that, be cautious of data security. So what I mean by that is AI, you can obviously use the big AI models like ChatGPT by OpenAI and Claude and all of those. But nowadays, most apps are including AI in them as well. And excuse me, you've got to really look into the data policies that they have to know what they're using that data for. For instance, Facebook is known for using a lot of our personal data to sell on to corporates. That's not great, but there are apps coming out specifically aimed at helping us self-advocate that, have made a very solid decision to not let that happen. So it's kind of just a matter of being aware that that's a thing, being a bit more, curious. If you don't want to do the reading, I get it. Go ask your provider, other advocates. If you follow people like me, we tend to promote things that we know are good. Like there's a great app that's just in beta testing called Understanding Zoe. And that is very much focused at self-advocating for neurodivergent kids, for neurodivergent kids at the moment, but there are adults on it. And, they've made great conscious decisions about protecting their people's data. So anyway, I'm not going to get into that. I'm going to get into more the exciting stuff of AI, which is how I use it, how I help my clients use it, and hopefully how you might feel more excited to use it. And I'm already ignoring the time. So Sarah, if you're listening, please feel free to jump in for Q&A when you're ready to do Q&A, because I could just keep going forever. And I'm not in my
You're
usual
great.
setup. Cool. Because I usually have my big tech setup in my home office, and I have my visual timer in front of me, but because I'm on holiday, you're on a stand on my phone and I'm looking out at the ocean. It's lovely. Okay, so let's get into it. AI. So as you probably all know, and I'm going to kind of assume there's some ground knowledge here around what AI is and how you can use it and stuff like that. But you can use it in the traditional sense of I use ChatGPT personally, but I have a lot of clients that really like Claude. A lot of these things are free, but you can pay. The paid version is also there. I personally pay for ChatGPT, and I'm not I don't get any commission selling this to you, but the reason for that is there's some benefits, including they've literally just updated it in the last week, and it has this almost never ending memory of your chats, which is phenomenal, because if you start putting in chats about all your different illnesses, like chronic illnesses, because, us neurodivergent folks tend to have a lot of chronic illness, right? And you put stuff in about autism and ADHD and your access needs and all of that, it remembers all of that. So by the time you get to the point where you're like, I'm going to see a new provider and I want to give them a summary of where I'm at, it will spit something like that out. And it won't be perfect, but it'll be a good framework for you to use. So I love that the ability to have that memory, which you can't get on the free version, unfortunately. So, and I think it ends up being around $30 a month or something for the paid version. But I just wanted to put that out there in case anyone wanted to know the difference between the paid and unpaid. But essentially, and I guess, okay, let's start at the apps rather than ChatGPT itself, because that's probably what I'm more excited to talk about. But the apps are cool as well. So things like, I have a thing called Otter AI. There's Read AI, there's a lot of different things, but it essentially transcribes your meetings, and it can do it in Zoom, or it can do it on your phone if you're in a live meeting. And it'll spit out a summary of that meeting, and a transcript of that meeting. And so I do that with all my clients. They know that I use it, and some of them even I send the transcript to them, because I don't want them to be focused on taking notes or remembering what I say. So if they request it, I'm like, you can totally have the transcript. Not everyone is comfortable using that sort of software, and you've always got to get consent depending on where you live in the world. There's different laws to recording. But for instance, when I go to the doctor, I use it at the doctor, and I say, do you mind if I put my recording app on? This is just to help my memory, and make sure that I'm taking your medical advice properly, because I struggle to remember. And so I use that a lot in my personal life, in my business, and that is just life-changing. And there's also like lots of different apps that integrate it, like Notion has it now. You can, if the paid version, obviously. There's lots of different ways you can get access to AI like that. But let's just focus on ChatGPT today because I only have a short time and I'm already waffling. So ChatGPT, the thing that I love and that I mostly teach my neurodivergent clients about, either in my beautiful community, the Neuro Access Network, or one-on-one clients, the thing I use ChatGPT most for on a personal level of self-advocacy, which is pretty much my jam, of helping people speak up for their needs, understand their needs, make sure their needs are met, is things like helping you write scripts to self-advocate. So, you know, my boss or teacher won't let me do this and I find the workplace too loud. So write me a script for explaining to them, you know, why I need headphones. Or even like, if you don't know, so this is actually another thing that I find really common, is late diagnosed or even new diagnosed kids, you just don't really know what your access needs are. I sort of talk about it like boundaries. We don't know that we have a boundary until it's kind of reached, and then we can set a boundary, or at least that's what works for me. But with access needs and having your, you know, reasonable adjustments, the legal terminology, you don't always know what to ask for. So I have a lot of parents coming to me saying, I don't know what my kid needs, or I have a lot of adult clients saying, I don't know what to tell my boss or my workplace about, you know, I've just been diagnosed and they're asking what I need and I don't know. That's so common, and it's an ongoing journey of what you need, and your needs change. And that's one of the hardest things about autism, I guess, because we don't have this consistent disability that, you know, we need one tool like a wheelchair and we're good. No, that's obviously simplifying wheelchair use, but do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's complex and it makes it really hard to advocate for that ever-changing nature of a dynamic disability. So really, ChatGPT can help you unpack that. So for instance, if you say to ChatGPT, and you can do this using your voice or typing, which I love, because a lot of time I'll just hit the voice record one because I don't want to be bothered typing it out. Or if my 4-year-old's running around being noisy, I'll type it on my phone. But you can say, oh, I'm at this restaurant and I'm really, really dysregulated and there's radio on in the background. It's quite busy. What's going on? And, you know, and I'm autistic, which hopefully it already remembers if you're on the paid version, or you can just say that each time. Then it will spit out, you're probably having, you know, sensory overload with the noise levels here. And you can say, okay, well, what can I do about it? And it's like, you can either wear noise cancelling headphones, wear earplugs, like, you know, loop earplugs. You could go choose a different venue next time. Like, it's going to spit out all these examples of what you can do differently, and you can apply that to the workplace or the school or anything. But sometimes I think some of the hardest things that we find is, you know, a lot of us do deep dive into what is autism, what is ADHD. You know, we become the experts because we have to, right? And you can't always get access to decent providers, or at least even if you have decent providers, it's hard to get them on a daily basis to help you in your own journey, right? So it's really like helpful to have technology that you can basically spit out what you're dealing with and ask it to give it back to you. Now, the sort of dodgy bit here is that if you're not using the paid version, or if you haven't sort of, I guess, almost groomed, I don't love that word, but it's the morning, so we're going to deal with it, groomed like ChatGPT to be neuro-affirming, to use identity first. If that's your preference, you do you, that's my preference. It's going to have a lot of bias in it because it is made off, you know, very biased models. So I don't have that issue anymore because mine is so well trained for me. But in the beginning, it used very pathologizing language. It was very negative. It was very just ick. So the way around that is to train it essentially and say, and if you don't have the paid version, you can do this you can have a note in your phone or something that you can copy paste in it each time that says only answer in a neuroaffirming way, that's not pathologizing, that uses whatever language choice is your preference. Or if you forget to do that and it spits something out that you're like, what? I don't want to say that, or I don't agree with how that's worded. You can literally say, reword this to be more neuroaffirming, blah, 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 blah. So that's kind of ways around it, if that helps. But essentially, you know, using it to come up with ideas about things you can put in place in your everyday life or your child's life or your client's life, and then equally how to translate that for others, because as many of you know, the double empathy problem is a very real thing. If anyone doesn't know what that is, Google it, double empathy problem. I love the Reframing Autism blog on it personally, just makes it simple. But we are constantly translating our experience to the outside world. We're translating everything because, you know, being autistic, it's like you speak another language, right? And the sad thing is, it's another language that no one really acknowledges. It's not like you can say, oh, I speak Spanish or whatever, and they get that. It's like, no, I'm autistic. You don't understand that means I communicate in a different way, even though I'm still using maybe the same tongue language as you know what I mean? So you can use ChatGPT to help bridge that gap, I guess. And again, it feels like it's putting a lot of pressure on you, but the reality is we live in a world where that's just how it is right now. Like, we're all fighting for change. I mean, some of us live in countries that are going backwards at the moment, no comment, in terms of diversity and inclusion. So it's critical that we have tools like this that we can use to help ourselves, right? Because we are surviving. We're not thriving. We should be thriving. We're barely having our basic needs met. And so if we can use any tools like this to help that happen, then take it. Like, you need to do what will help you and your family get through it. Hopefully, I always say to people, I hope that there's a future where my job is not needed at all, where, you know, we don't need to learn how to self-advocate for ourselves because we live in a world that is actually inclusive and accessible to neurodivergent people. We're not there yet. So until that happens, I'm fighting both sides of the field of trying to change the world and the systems that are still oppressing our community and putting up barriers, and also helping us break some of those barriers while we wait for change, because change is unfortunately very slow. So anyway, hopefully this is making you excited. I want to tell you a little story that's a little bit to the side of what we're using ChatGPT for and talking about today. But I was speaking to my niece recently who's finishing high school, and she, you know, AI is still very much like unknown to many sectors. And I think the teaching world is still trying to grasp how they're going to allow students to use it. But this was about a year ago. And the teacher gave them an essay to do and said, you are not under any circumstances allowed to use AI ever, like not even to do research for this. And when she said that to me, I was like, that's really interesting, because to me that sounds like, and I was at school in the 90s and early 2000s, but that sounds like saying to me back then, you can't use Google. You know how we all say Google it now? Like, oh, I don't know, Google it. Well, AI is starting to come in as I think the future will be that we're all going to AI and not Google to ask these questions. And so I get where that teacher's coming from, and I'm not criticizing what they chose, but I also want to critically, I guess, analyze it in terms of what are we teaching those kids, right? Because AI is here now, and I think it's really important to help kids and adults learn to use it even in their schooling. So it's not, I'm not saying, like, obviously it's an important skill set to learn how to research things in a different way. Again, I don't want to sound like this is critical, but I'm just going to focus on what I thought, like, on top of what it could add if they were, say, allowed to use it. So if we, for example, said to the kids, to these, you know, final year high school students, look, you can't use AI to write your essay, but you can use it for research, okay? Because we have stuff that can check plagiarism and AI stuff now anyway. So we're going to know if you do that. But, like, use it for research, because it's like learning to use Google or research platforms. And there are incredible, like, I use a thing called Perplexity, which is an AI app that you basically are, it's just like ChatGPT, but it spits out like resources, links to everything, and it's more research based. So I don't ever use it to write anything I do, but I do use it just as a sort of starting point of getting my mind around the research, and then I deep dive into all these different areas. It's like if you Googled something as a kid, like if you're, let's say you're a teenager and you're Googling an essay on something, you're going to have stuff come up in Google that is a scholarly peer-reviewed article, and you're going to have stuff that's by some influencer or something. Like, you have to weigh the, I guess, seriousness of that data. Not in terms of how you think it's serious, because as we know, lived experience trumps so much that, you know, medical stuff can be really misleading and very biased, but more in terms of, I'm thinking academic here, as like what the teachers at university or high school will think, or college. But really learning to use AI is something that's going to help you in all areas of your life. But we're really focusing on an advocacy level. And this is something that I really want to push. Like, most of my clients tend to be very smart. Autistic ADHD is mostly late diagnosed. I do get quite a few parents of young kiddos as well, but majority of my clients are adults. And it's quite a complex thing to weigh up, like, how can I be so smart in some ways and feel just so lost in others? And so for me, I kind of use ChatGPT as this sort of almost executive functioning bolster. So sometimes if I do a lot of thought leadership stuff, and sometimes I'm trying to flesh out a problem, and I'll just speak at ChatGPT and say, unpack that for me. And it will just like break it down in a more easy to understand way, that my mind's kind of muddling it up like this. It's not that I don't know what I'm thinking. It's more that I just want someone to clarify it. Excuse my nails for pulling off. Anyway, so I love it for that. It really helps. Sometimes I'm just overwhelmed with to-do tasks, and I'll just spit at it what my tasks are, and it will help me prioritize them and ask questions. There's so many different ways it can help, but I really like, from a access and advocacy lens, is using it for scripts, using it for ideas, for things you can ask for in school or workplaces for reasonable adjustments. I use it a lot when going to the doctor, not just the transcription stuff, but like prepping, you know, I'm having this problem, what are some questions I should ask? Or I've just been diagnosed with this new thing because I've got all the labels, and what should I be looking into? Or what's the latest research on it? That sort of thing. It's really incredible. And I guess I just see it as a really big tool that we can use to make our lives easier, because damn, they're hard. They're exhausting, which is why I am on a holiday finally. I'm actually just visiting my family, so it's pretty chill. But I don't really stop working because I run my own business, and my work is my passion. Like, it's actually quite hard to not burn out, because I would do this unpaid. Like, obviously it's such a privilege to be able to work for yourself and do this work while getting paid sometimes. But regardless, like, I started doing this stuff with it like before I started the business, and I know it's so needed. And so another aspect of the work I do is helping other advocates become advocates. So quite a few people in my Neuro Access network are advocates in their own right. So they've got podcasts or social media accounts, or they're doing speaking stuff about autism. And I'm so passionate to help other advocates find their voice and do this work, because we need as many of us as possible getting the word out and helping the world understand that autistic people are here to stay. We've always been here. We're becoming slightly more visible, but it's time they caught up. And anyway, I have a final. Sarah, you can.
No, I was just going to agree with you. I think that is so lovely and couldn't be more true. No, you're still great. You can absolutely keep going.
Okay.
I'm just wanted
I
to.
have one final little story, and then we can do some Q&A. So I'm just obviously here visiting my family, and all 4 of my grandparents are still alive, which is mind-blowing, to be honest. And I was talking to my grandma, who has a bit of dementia, and I've obviously told her that I'm autistic quite a few times in the last 6 odd years that I've known, but she never remembers, which is fine. So I was having lunch with her yesterday again, and I told her again what I do and my diagnoses, and she's like, oh, does being diagnosed help you cope? And I thought, what does she mean help you cope? Does she mean help me cope with being autistic or help me cope with the world that is not accepting me. I think she might have meant help with being autistic and ADHD, which immediately made me slightly defensive, but that's okay. And I said to her, I'm like, Grandma, it's mostly helped me explain to other people what my needs are, which I could do before. I just didn't have quite the language to make them take it seriously, I guess. And it's helped me create environments for myself that actually support my needs, whether they're my sensory needs, my communication needs, my executive function needs. It's taken a lot of pressures that were on me off because I've been able to articulate that. And anyway, she was like, oh, that's great. That's great. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not, those labels didn't help me, deal with my autism. No, they helped me understand that there's nothing wrong with being autistic or ADHD. And actually, it's the world that needs to understand us better and help accept our differences, because I don't love the superpower narrative personally, but our differences in diversity, there's a meaning behind it. There is an importance to having diversity in humankind, okay? And we need the world to understand that we just need a little extra support, and that's okay. So let's open up for questions, and hopefully you liked my morning ramblings from Australia.
Loved it. Absolutely. Well, and I was saying in the comments that I love ChatGPT too. Really, I've used it for so long, and I do use the paid version. Somebody had asked that in the comments. I also use the paid version. I think, like you said, it's like $20 a month or something, but it holds all the memory of all of the information. And so it's so nice to be able to say, oh, and especially for this event, what's the next high post I need to do? Can you write me up the next speaker post? Write me up the next. And hopefully everybody was okay with, that their bios weren't like word for word that they sent me, because I threw it into ChatGPT and it made this beautiful, post for every single person. And I thought that they all sounded lovely. And,
Totally.
I was in
I loved how they were broken out with the emojis. People cringe about ChatGPT using the emojis. They're like, a post to ChatGPT if it's a lot of emojis. I'm like, but I always used emojis, and I love that it uses emojis because I'm dyslexic and I need the visual and space.
I can't say that enough, because seriously, the same exact thing. I was in a business group and somebody was saying, oh, if it has emojis, I don't even want to read it. And I thought, are you kidding me? If it has, I can't even look up that many emojis. Are you thank you, ChatGPT, for accessing the emojis I've always wanted to use, because and now I feel like I get to do it on a different level that I never did before. So I love it. And I
actually, that reminds me, Sarah. Another thing, because there's those people that want everything to look professional. Don't even get me started. LinkedIn's my biggest platform, and it makes me sick. But something I use ChatGPT for personally and professionally as well is sometimes I'll throw documents or posts in there and literally tell it to either summarize it, break it down, put it in plain English or easy read. That's really, really helpful to do as well, you can upload a document or an image. So good. I forgot to say that in my presentation.
And be careful when you do, because even when it does recreate, like I, have it do some graphics once in a while. Sometimes the graphics aren't on point. I think there's still some work to be done there, but that's fine. Like we can go and do our own graphics in Canva and all these other places. But I usually tell it, don't use any words or letters, just create a graphic for me without any things like that. But, it's so nice. And for the longest, during this, it's learned a lot. It's learned not to use puzzle pieces during this whole session.
Nice.
I was like, please replace puzzle pieces with infinity symbols. And, it took a little bit
so deeply, because I love puzzles, and to not be able to use puzzle pieces because of what it represents is so upsetting. But we're not a puzzle piece.
Yeah. And I think that and you understand exactly that hope that we want to represent everyone in the most respectful way possible, and to create anything that causes anybody to be uncomfortable would never be any intentions of any, of me, or I know anybody that I know that we would bring today. So, I think that it's so important to understand, just as individual as each person is, so is their journey, and so is their understanding and their mindset of where they're at. Their perception of where they're at is so different from the next, and different from everyone around you, even your own family members. So just something to always, be proud of just yourself, and work on how you can always be the better version of you, rather than worrying, about, I mean, we're pushing for the change. Don't worry. We're definitely not going to be stopping that.
Yeah. And
but
that's the
all
other
of our
thing, like, with
allies,
pride, obviously, we're very proud of our neurodivergence and our kiddos and everything, but pride is also something that is hard for a lot of people depending on where they are in their journey. So I really aim for like that self-acceptance neutrality. So like when we're talking about our traits, rather than perfectionism is an example I use to death because it's my favorite. But people like in the eating disorder world, they demonize perfectionism. They think it's like the worst thing ever. And so when I did my international speech, the first thing I said is like, why are y'all demonizing perfectionism? Like it's my best trait. It's also like gives me a lot of grief, but it also has made me achieve a lot in my life. So when we look at all traits, to try to bring that to the neutral lens rather than making them like awesome superpowers or deficits focused. A lot of people will talk about strengths based, but I'm PDA, so don't love the pressure of the strengths. But in that neutral, it is also from a self-advocacy lens, it's a lot easier to talk about our differences from a neutral lens.
Yeah.
Rather than needing to sell them as a superpower, which a lot of corporates try to do with like hire autistic people because they're, they're amazing at solving problems and thinking outside of the box and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, actually, you should hire us just because we're cool, like every other person. And we have strengths and weaknesses and like every other person. And you just maybe need to support our challenges a little bit more, but you'll benefit from that and not exploit it.
100%. No, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so honored and glad that you came and chose to come on your holiday. I'm so glad you have that ocean view, though. Wish I could see that. So
let's see if you can see. I don't know if you're
gonna see the ocean.
Can you see the ocean?
Love it. I love it.
Yeah.
I see. I love it. And I'm just hope that you have a wonderful rest of your holiday. Get the proper rest that you need and deserve. And yeah, thank you so much for sharing your time today. And it's wonderful. Everybody that doesn't already follow Annie Crowe, please go and follow all of her pages. Neuro Access Network, go and join and be a part of.
Mostly on Instagram and LinkedIn, but I'm also on YouTube and Facebook and sometimes TikTok, but have not really TikTok.
Yeah, I was on TikTok at the beginning, but I've kind of phased off too, and I don't know.
I'm an Instagram person.
I need to get better at doing that too. Well, thank you again so much for your time today.
Thanks for having me.
And yes, we'll be checking in with you soon, and we'll catch up.
Good. Awesome. Thanks, bye, Sarah. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Ciao.
Wow, such an incredible day today. I am just blown away by the amount of, love and support that we have. Looks like let me send a message to one of our next presenter really quick so that he can get in to the summit here and then he'll be right up. But we have a couple other panel members that are here, and I'm just so happy to have you guys here. Sending him the message. Thanks for your patience, letting me get through that. Sometimes we have to just roll with the punches when it comes to the technology stuff, and I've been trying to make sure that everybody has updates. It looks like about 4 hours in to LinkedIn, it shut off live on LinkedIn. And then about 8 hours in, just about 15 minutes ago, it shut off on Facebook. So they must have some sort of time limits that I am not aware of. So next year we'll plan differently when we stream everything, but everything is still live on YouTube, and everything is of course still live on StreamYard, which is where most people are coming to see the summit. So we still have everybody here. It looks like our next guest is here. I'll just wait for him to settle in for a minute and get him ready. Jimmy, did you have any slides you needed to bring up or anything? Oop. Hey.
Hey.
Did you have any slides or anything? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I should have brought you up and asked you.
I have slides, but they don't really need to be up. But if you want them, I can.
Whatever you'd like to do. If you'd ever like to, if you want to present them, you can just hit that present button underneath and pull up any slides or video of whatever you wanted to share. And then I will let you get started and tell us a little bit about yourself. And then we'll move through the line and bring everybody back up. Hopefully everyone will stay. Thank you for those who are here waiting patiently.
Yeah, sorry, technology hates me.
Oh, it's okay. You know, that's what we were just saying. Like, it never can be perfect. We expect some things to happen that we need to just kind of, be patient and work through. So thank you. Thanks for our audience members for being here and being so supportive of our speakers today.
And yes, I am standing. I finally got boxes on top of underneath my computer to stand. I got tired of being trapped in my chair. I'm like, I'm gonna go crazy. Oh, okay. I'm a little bit crazy.
That's all right. We're glad to have you. Well, I'm going to let you go ahead and get started, and I'll see you in about 15 minutes.
Thank you. So today I'm going to be talking to you about why I advocate what I advocate for, and what made me become a podcaster, a live stream host, and an autism advocate. But before that, well, let's if this works. Hey, it works. So, like I said, my name is Jimmy Clare. I'm a professional keynote speaker, autism advocate, live stream host, and am I missing the title? Yeah, just go with it. And an autism advocate. And I might have just said that multiple times. Just go with it. Just go with it. It's Friday. Just go with it. Short intro about me. I overcame 8 years of bullying, 9 ear surgeries, and it took me 8 years. Finally I've been running my business called Crazy Fitness Guy for 8 years. I'm either 8 good years or 8 crazy years, whichever order you want to fill that in. So I was here on this platform, I think even last year or the year before that, or many years. I lost count. Time flies when you have fun. So I'm going to have a recap. So the recap of what I spoke about last time, interesting enough, is, well, I'm getting ahead of myself, so my apologies. So what I spoke about last time is the dangers of healthcare and and people with extra challenges. Well, I'm currently, interestingly enough, I'm in the same predicament. I'm in the predicament that I talked about last year or the year before that, and now I'm fighting my insurance company because they won't pay for my therapy that I need and I find helpful, etc. They want me to use their own doctors, and interestingly enough, I found a lot of red flags in their network. Who could have foreseen that? It's like I can predict the future. Can I find the winning lottery numbers? Oh, damn. I only wish I could get $1 billion, damn it. That'd be great. So basically what's going on, there's a lack of misunderstanding between me and the insurance companies. So now I'm fighting them, and I'm sure I have some big wanted poster on their wall, and they're throwing dart holes in my poster, which well, I now have a shirt that says insurance companies either want you fully healthy or they want you fully dead. And I wish I had that on the slide right now because that would have been really, really great. But I decided not to, but no, I wish I did. So now I want to get into today's topic. So did you know that individuals with autism are affected by mental health? Well, according to the Autism Parenting magazine, the 20% people who are not autistic, 20% people that are not autistic, only 20% are likely to develop autism, mental depression in some time in their life. Those with autism happens to be 60% more likely to develop depression in their lifetime. Just think about that. That's a 40% difference. And the reason why, because there's a lot of stigmas, there's not enough affordable resources and support. And then you have somebody like RFK Jr. says it's a disease. I'm sorry, is that a little too soon about RFK Jr.? Well, he's been on my news feed one too many times this week, so pardon me for throwing him under the bus, but well, he called me I'm a diseased lunatic and I can't pay taxes and I can't do anything. And yet here I am speaking on stage virtually. Interesting. And interesting enough about me, my parents were worried about me not being able to talk growing up. And yet here I am at 31 years old and my parents wish I would shut the hell up. Well, guess what? I get paid to speak. Holy crap. Man, I wish I had this job a lot sooner because I like talking. So my journey of what I do, I'm a professional keynote speaker, podcaster, live stream host, an autism advocate. I talk to people. I motivate people. I talk about people. I talk a lot about a lot of different things. My bread and butter about mental health and autism, fitness, my mental health journey. I've struggled with depression on and off in my life, and last year happened to be let's just say last year I went through 7 weeks of hell. I was in denial that I was in depression again because, I don't know why I was in denial. The only other big wave of depression, I had like smaller waves, but the other big wave was back when I was in middle school, elementary school, and high school, getting bullied for 8+ years. And I knew I was in a rough spot because I just hated everything. Well, except for hanging out with my friends and going home from school. But last year, it's like, oh, there's no way I was in depression again. And yet I was, but I was denied. It's like, what? I felt like the Tin Man from Wizard of Oz. And that's when I know when there was a problem. Because it's like, yeah, this is what it feels like to be the Tin Man from Wizard of Oz. I should get the hell out of here. So I got into depression because of isolation, coming back from Japan, because I was sick for 31 days, etc. But what I talk about is to motivate people to live healthier lifestyles, because during the pandemic, a lot of my friends who have extra challenges, they all, let's just say, a lot of them gained extra weight, and then they're like, and it's like, oh, because I had to go to the gym, and I was like, I haven't been into a gym in 8 years. I work out at home. I work out karate, but karate's not a gym, it's a dojo. So difference. So basically I help motivate people live healthier lifestyles by presenting on stages, virtually, in person, etc., inspire. And it's not just about motivation. I talk about discipline, how fitness has pretty much saved my life countless times over and over and over again. It's my way to de-stress and me not become the Incredible Hulk or the Tin Man from Wizard of Oz. But it doesn't always work that way. So my mission is very simple and yet powerful. For me, I created a company called Crazy Fitness Guy. My mission for Crazy Fitness Guy is to take people's unique stories and challenges and showcase them in a positive light, unlike Autism Speaks. Autism Speaks, fun fact, and I'm throwing them under the bus because now they just seem to be getting on board of pretending to disagree with RFK Jr., which I think is funny because for a long time, their first thing was they were the first organization who says we need to cure autism because this is a disease. And now history is repeating itself. Ironic, huh? Sorry, I'm keep throwing him under the bus, but just go with it. So I want to take people's unique stories, showcase them on my podcast. The podcast has nothing to do with me. Okay, I relate to the guest, and I showcase a little bit of me in each episode, but the guest is the star of the show. Not about me. I've only had maybe 1 or 2 episodes that I done by myself, and the rest of them are with just guests. I don't like talking to myself or to a brick wall. Have you ever tried talking to a brick wall? It's not fun. It does not answer you. And if it starts answering you, you may need a loony bin. Just a little bit. So I believe that everybody needs to embrace their unique challenges and strengths, and we need to get to a point where maybe like autism is not basically let's just say overall, in general, I wanted to create a place where I bridge the gap between the people with extra challenges and non-extra challenges and be the bridge together on a virtual platform. So what I do and how I do it, I go on stages virtually, in person and whatnot. I speak to masses of audience, etc. And that's what I like to do in a podcast and guest on other people's show. And I like what I do. I love what I do. And it's not the ending, it's only the beginning. There's a lot more to come for Crazy Fitness Guy in the future. It's been listened to almost 5,000 total downloads. And I've also basically got, let's just say, I also won Speaker of the Year award for resilience. So I'm making a movement out of it, and I hope one day there's going to be a day, like National Crazy Fitness Guy Day. That'd be cool.
Good luck with that. I think that's a great thing to work towards. That's for sure. I like it. Thank you so much, Jimmy. I appreciate you taking the time to be here this evening. I know you're over on the East Coast, and I know it's probably getting later there for you. So thank you so much for your time and everything.
Are you suggesting I'm old?
No, I'm old, and it's only 5:15 here, so I think I'm getting tired for the time that it is already there. No, I'm just joking. We do have our next guest up. Everybody's kind of back to back here so that we can bring you all back together in a moment. So, Jimmy, I'm going to put you back in the backstage and bring up Carole. We'll see you in just a minute, okay? Hi, Carole. How you doing?
I'm here.
Yay, you're here.
Hey, how are ya?
I'm doing so good. Thank you so much.
Yes. So we're gonna start out with a awesome, Sarah. Hey, so I'm gonna be performing a number for all of you guys, and then I've decided to leave my bio in the comments, and yeah, a little bit about me before I go on. My name's Carole Reneman. I am part of a network called the Utah Speakers Network. I have autism as well, and most of my life has been advocating for people with disabilities. After losing everything, being in a marriage for a year and a half, I lost everything, and through hard work, I was able to gain everything back. From being homeless, and then just being able to regain who I was, and now on a success mission or journey. I am a missionary for the LDS Church, and so yeah. So I'm going to be doing this is Go the Distance, and then I'll be getting into my PowerPoint. So just gonna leave that right there. And yeah. Oh, one sec. All right. See if I can. Yep. And that's my information to get a hold of me. So, all right. Let us start trying to figure out how to use this. 1 second. Hey, Sarah, can you start the video? Are you able to? Actually. Hold on.
Sorry, I'm trying on my end too. Give me just a second. Oops. Did you get it? It sounded like it was playing for a second. Hopefully we still, Carole, are you still with us? Technology. Hopefully he's still on. There we go. Just being a little glitchy. Getting anything yet? Oh my gosh. I'm not sure if it's picking up on anyone else's feed because it's a little glitchy on this end, but it's okay. We have some time, so Oh, darn it. Looks like we may have lost him. You might need to log back in. Ryan, I know that you are up in just a few minutes and you've been waiting so patiently. And I'm just so grateful to you, and I can't wait to hear what your story, and I'll be clapping loudly so that you can have a good hello when you come up. Hopefully, if we don't hear back from Carole in the next minute or so, I might just have you come on, Ryan, and then we'll just have him go up after you so that you don't have to keep waiting and you can keep go ahead and let the show continue, right? Yeah, we'll just give him one more minute here, but thank you guys. I mean, sometimes technology just isn't our friend. We should trust it with everything, yet you can't really trust it at all. So it's just the way it is. But we are really glad that we have wonderful advocates that come and spend, time telling us about their stories. I know that especially for parents, it's so important that they can see and have a sense of hope for their child, especially in a new diagnosis setting where sometimes they might be just a little bit fearful of what the future might look like. So, well, 1 minute has passed. Sorry, Carole, that's all you get. But Ryan, I'm going to welcome you onto the stage now. Hello.
Say hi, Ryan.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks for waiting so patiently back there.
Welcome. Welcome.
It's such a pleasure to have you here.
Hi.
Are you ready to get started?
Yes, I'm ready to hear you. I'm ready to get started.
Okay, I'm going to take myself off the screen and I'm going to let you go.
All right. Believe in yourself, because that's the place to start. Thank you for inviting me to talk to you about my journey. It's an honor and privilege to be with you. As an individual with autism, I want to share with you my background and where I am today. I also hope to give you some insight into how I think. I am 30 years old. I grew up in Marlborough, Massachusetts, graduated from Marlborough High School in 2014, and attended a program called Salem State University. I presently live independently in an apartment in Salem, Massachusetts. I have some help from life coaches with cooking, cleaning, and organizing myself. The house is owned and operated by Northeast Star. I've lived there for over 8 years and it's been awesome. I hang out and sometimes have dinner with my other housemates. Recently, I traveled with one of my housemates, Cheyenne, to Disney World. Our life coach Gigi came with us. It was a really cool trip, and we're planning our next trip for next year. We hope to go to Paris. I presently work at a clinic called Project Child in Peabody. This is an OT clinic, and I am responsible for cleaning and putting away the equipment. I also work in an after-school program called Campfire. I like both jobs and believe that my bosses accept me as they should. I work 3 days a week and attend a program called 3L Place in Somerville, Massachusetts the other 2 days. I highly value the time I spend at 3L Place. I made friends and do activities in the community. Most of my peers at 3L Place also have autism, and this is reassuring to me. I am working on my challenges, which include anxiety and stress. I love to run, ski, and paddleboard. I've run 18 half marathons and presently doing my 19th for this May. I run weekly with Achilles International Boston and absolutely love it. We meet in Boston every Tuesday and Saturday. I participate in Special Olympics and on the Show Shooting Stars ski team. I'm on 2 other Special Olympics teams, track and field and sailing teams. The finals for all the sports are always a lot of fun. Winning a gold medal is a great feeling. I love to travel and went to Israel 3 times. The motto is everyone belongs. I was bar mitzvah at Mount Masada. The only thing I don't like is kosher food. I love the friendships I develop with people from all over the world. I also do hiking activities with a program called Waypoint Adventures. Because I have autism, my brain is wired differently. When I'm in an environment that's confusing, I get nervous and anxious. When this happens, my behavior can be bizarre. I may jump around or say random words. I also may repeat thoughts. This type of behavior is soothing to me. I also like certain topics like names and cartoons. This gives me order in my world. I love Arthur the Aardvark, Looney Tunes, and this is part of who I am. I love wearing cartoon t-shirts and funky socks. This makes me feel good. Sometimes people with autism don't like to be social. However, I love to be social and connect with people. Having meaningful relationships is very important to me. I hope to meet a girl who likes cartoons, names, and running. I want the same in my life as my peers. I believe that we all deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. I hope to become a strong leader and advocate in the disability world. I recently have become a self-advocate and have testified at the State House. My goal is to become more familiar with legislation that impacts me as an individual with a disability. I feel strong when I participate in a process that will help others who are part of the disability world. Like Arthur the Aardvark, I've always been cool with myself, and so should you. I have enjoyed sharing my journey with you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Ryan, it's so great to meet you finally. And have another friend here. Her name is Amy, and she is also a host. So we're hosting this together. What did you like about his story, Amy? I know you just caught some of it when you came on there.
It's so great to hear your thoughts and how, the meaningful life that, you have and the work that you do. It's so exciting to hear about that and how much you enjoy it. I loved
That's so nice of you, Amy.
Thank you. Thanks. Well, it's so nice to hear your story, and for you, I really appreciate that you're sharing with all of us. That's so valuable.
All right.
Yeah, you have a comment from the comment section, Ryan. Cindy Tower, I think it's pronounced Lowen. It says, "Go Ryan!" Yeah, we're rooting for you too. I think that so happy that we got to invite you and to hear your story. This is my first time meeting you, and I hope we can stay in touch and I can learn more about you in the future.
Thanks, sir. All right, thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ryan, and thanks for waiting and being so patient.
All right.
Great to meet you.
Have a good weekend. Enjoy your weekend, girls.
Thank you.
Bye. You too. Well, so wonderful advocates that we get to hear from. I know Carl was having some problems with the internet before, but he is back on, so I'm going to put him back up. Hopefully, go for it again. Let's see. Hopefully, this will work out this time. Carl, that darn internet.
Hi, Carl.
All right. Hi, guys.
How are you?
Hi, Amy. Hi,
Hi.
Sarah. Hey, so doing good. How are you, Amy?
I'm very well, thank
Awesome,
you.
awesome. Hey, so a little bit about me. Cool.
Okay,
Awesome.
I'm gonna
Hey,
let-
so a little bit about me. I'm a singer and performer. I've been an advocate for people with disabilities for a very long time. I was married for a year and a half, losing everything. Finally seeking help. I was able to get back on my feet. Just serving a mission now for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You know, it's been a blessing. I currently serve over at the Whittington Employment Center for my mission. So I'm going to be starting off with a song, and then I'm going to be getting into my PowerPoint.
Darn it. I think that video might be what's causing him the problem. Next time I'm just going to tell him, just sing it. Just sing it. He's got an amazing, like, you will not believe this guy's voice. Like, whoa. And so I'm just going to be like, acapella, my friend.
Yeah. I used to play piano. It's too bad I don't have the music.
Oh, right. We should have just told him we brought our own piano player, Carl. Oh, absolutely. No, hopefully, and I think that the video probably was just too much bandwidth, and it kicked him out probably. So, we'll just wait for him to come back on. Bless his heart. He's being just so patient and you know, getting back on and doing all of this. So technology can be so frustrating.
Exactly. So helpful and yet so frustrating.
Yes, yeah. But you know, here at the SG Childs events, there's never anything that can go so wrong that we can't get right back up and just keep going. So, you know, we last year, I think towards the end of the event, the StreamYard link ended. Before the event, I had to remake another StreamYard link, email it to everyone. So this year, I learned my lesson to set the time of the event past the time that we're going to be ending.
That's very
so lessons learned, right? Carl, I am bringing you back up because you just got back on. I was just telling Amy, I think your video is what is causing overload. So I'm going to make you, you know, you're just going to have to sing a cappella because I know you can do it.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me get the words here. 1 second, guys.
You're so great. Don't feel pressured or anything. I mean, all of us just are so understand this so much. And you even have somebody saying they're so proud of you, Carole. Audra Stevens said she's so proud of you.
Well, Audra, a story about Audra. Man, sorry. I'm getting kind of emotional here. A gentleman, and I was homeless, actually helped save my life. Losing everything. And just having her as a support, and as well as my parents and the other people I'm with. They've really changed my life around. Having a judge who had mercy and has been able to either, no matter what for me, has helped me grow, not as a person, but as an advocate. And so I'm very grateful to her, to my parents, for my host dad, Eddie and Bonnie. So,
you're great.
Thank you. And my mom, of course, is on there as well.
Lots of gratitude.
With us. So, okay. Can you guys? Okay, here we go. I have often dreamed of a far-off place where a hero's welcome will be waiting for me, where the crowd would cheer when they see my face, and a voice keeps saying, "This is where I'm meant to be. I'll be there someday. I can go the distance. I will find my way. If I can be strong, I know every mile would be worth my while. When I go the distance, I'll be right where I belong. Down an unknown road to embrace my fate. Though the road may wander, it will lead me to you. And 1,000 years would be worth the wait. It might take a lifetime, but somehow I'll see through, and I won't look back. I can go the distance, and I'll stay on track. No, I won't accept defeat. It's an uphill slope, but I won't lose hope till I go the distance and my journey is complete. But to look beyond the glory is the hardest part. For a hero's strength is measured by his heart. Like a shooting star, I will go the distance. I will search the world. I will face its harms. I don't care how far. I can go the distance till I find my heroes welcome waiting in your arms. So, overcoming challenges, becoming the best you can be. There are 4 categories I want to discuss. Threats and weaknesses. What is threatening you and holding you back from your goal? What weakness are you finding that is holding you back and that needs to be addressed? And then we have strength and opportunities. Now, if we combine these 4 together, how can we make the most out of how we live our life? How can we become the better us? I believe it's finding the weakness, no matter what it is, and then finding your strength and your opportunities and putting that together, and then making a goal and taking action on this goal. Remember, we have to have the mindset of growth. Believe your abilities. Believe in your abilities. You can develop it through dedication and hard work. Embrace challenges as opportunities to learn and to grow. This is very important to being very successful, because when you embrace your challenges and when you fall, it's learning and picking yourself back up and moving forward. And then, as well as positive self-talk, what are we saying to ourselves that are positive? I mean, are we giving ourselves affirmations? If not, perhaps we should be. And perhaps we should be telling ourselves, this is possible and I can do it. No matter who you are, it is possible and you can do it. Ask, where do you want to be? And once you find out where you want to be, make a goal and take action. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just put in to action the steps I have given you, you will be successful. You can overcome challenges. You can overcome obstacles. Myself, I have autism. However, being an author, being an actor and singer, I have found that sometimes it will be hard. But moving forward, never give up. Moving forward is the answer. Thank you.
Wonderful. Oh, Carole, that was so beautiful. I know we have some comments in the comment section, so I want to make sure to bring those up and bring up Amy too, because Amy is a piano teacher, and we were joking, we're discussing while you were out that if she only knew and she had the music and the piano, we could have just set that up, you know?
Yeah. Could have had an accompany.
Right? Alicia says
you're incredible, Carole. Oh, I just wanted to say I had goosebumps, Carole. You just have an incredible voice.
Absolutely.
So much,
yeah. And Alicia says you're amazing and your passion and inspiration. Thanks for being brave to share. Stories are impactful.
Thank you.
And here's
Amy's
goosebumps.
Yeah. Thank you, Amy. It means a lot.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing.
And I was just wondering how many tissues everybody went through, because I know I used a bunch. So it was amazing. And I'm just so grateful that you share such a beautiful talent with us today. And, you know, even with the struggle of getting on, like Alicia said, you're so brave, and you just none of that stopped you. You didn't run away and say, I can't do this. You know, you just showed up and said, here's me at my best self. And you really are. So we're just so proud of you.
I'd like to give a shout out to my mom for being there. I hope she's here. I haven't seen her, but and there's Audra and Michael. Yeah, you know, and of course Eddie and Bonnie have been a huge part of my life. So thank you, Sarah, for having me.
Yes, thanks, Carole. So great.
Thank you, Amy, for being there.
Thank you. Such an honor to meet you.
Thank you.
Just wonderful advocates we get to share this space with. Oh, it's just so incredible. And like I was saying earlier, that every year we're bringing new people, you know, and I think that is so beautiful that we can just see so many different and share so many stories. Debbie just wanted to let Carole know that Debbie said, I am here. And thank you, Debbie. You obviously have just poured your heart into, oh my gosh, here I am. All up.
Well, the support
is
just incredible.
Yeah. And Audra says, that's my Aussie.
Oh,
So thankful to be one of the people that is lucky enough to support you.
oh my
That's so
gosh.
beautiful. Thank
Oh,
you.
this is
This is
really just
such a
like
beautiful space.
my heart is so full. Like this
I
is
know.
just incredible.
And she just said she's so proud of you, Carole.
Oh.
So I know that you're still in the back so you can hear that. And I love that you can. Love that you got to see that. Harry James O'Kelly. Oh, thanks. Yeah. She's like, pull it together, Sarah. Put it away. Put it away. You can cry later, girl. Hold on to it for 15 more minutes. Oh, she knows me better than most. That's so funny. Well, and we're so lucky to have just such amazing group of support. Thank you, Amy, for supporting us on this end and coming and helping me fill in these space. It's so great. It just creates this amazing energy when we have this ability to kind of bounce back and forth off each other.
Yeah. Oh, and I love this. Like just seeing so many people come in, and you have such a great rapport with everyone. So it's just, oh my gosh, it's just a wonderful feeling, a good, happy feeling inside, just seeing everyone here today. It's just, wow, such an inspiring event. You're a rock star, Sarah. This is incredible.
Thank you. Well, I'm really glad that you're getting to see it for firsthand and be a part of it, because talking about it is one thing, but really when you're in it and you're seeing it and you're in all of the fields and you're seeing the comment section and all of the support for all of the speakers and the interaction, it's not just a day where people came on and blah, blah, blah. Like it was real value and real emotions and real stories. And so helpful, like so many different types of resources to take away from today.
Oh, it's just incredible.
Yeah. I just love that I get to do this. This was really born out of an idea from me and my husband just deciding what we would name with 1 in 44. And that was the 1 in 44 tour. And then it became a thing. And here we are 6 summits later.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yes. Oh my gosh. That's incredible. Like you have done so much amazing work, and this is just phenomenal. I am so grateful to be part of this.
And I'm so excited too, because, you were on earlier, but for people that, didn't get to see that and don't know who you are, tell us a little bit about yourself and kind of what you're working on and doing right now.
Oh, sure. Well, I'm an autistic mother of 3 autistic children, and I kind of, like a lot of parents, got swept into advocacy because, I want to do what's right for my children and fight for them and create more awareness and accessibility. So I'm really passionate about digital accessibility, particularly, and assistive technology, because my daughter has, she's a part-time AAC user. So that has revolutionized the way that she engages with the world and her own, communication, but also how she learns. It facilitates her learning. So I currently homeschool, but I am starting a school for neurodivergent children where they can be supported with the best education that they can have that fits their brain, and not just kind of in an assembly line and just in a cookie cutter environment. So I'm really excited about Crowe Academy getting started in September.
Yeah, a labor of love, right? And
definitely.
I'm sure it will, be such a rewarding place for not only your children, but others who are able to thrive in an environment that's set up for them. And that's something special that you can offer, doing something on a scale that, that you're able to do it on like that.
We're
I'm so grateful for so many people to show up today. Such amazing content. Alicia said she shared the link with her BCBA and the dental hygienist, as well as families we know. I love that.
Yeah.
And this is my sister-in-law from another marriage that I love them so deeply. Like I never bless my ex-husband's heart, I've never spoken to him ever for like 35 years, but I've been in touch with his sisters all along. So
great. Oh, I love that. I love that. That's fantastic.
yeah. Oh, great. And Harry said, and I need to hook you two up as well. That sounds great, and you should connect about the 2 week community.
Oh, I would love that.
Absolutely,
yes,
absolutely. And Harry has so many connections. If I were to point out anyone that's like my doppelganger of energy, it would be Harry James O'Kelly. But he probably has more, if I tell you. Oh, it's so exciting. So exciting to have, support and people show up in your life. And
yeah. Oh, it makes all the difference. I recently moved back to Maryland, where I'm from, because, being part of a community just is what every family needs, but especially when, you have extra challenges. That community support is life-changing.
Absolutely. We're sending love right back at you, Harry. Thank you. And, Harry was a co-host in previous events as well. So I hope she knows she can always just jump over to the other side anytime. But I know she has the links. I might have to send those. Our next guest is back. And so I'm going to just bring him up because we had a couple of cancellations this evening. Excuse me, but I didn't want to alarm or upset anyone, anything. So I just kind of rolled through everything. But I just wanted to let everyone know that the guests that couldn't come did have some family things come up for them. And I never want anyone to feel like this is somewhere they need to feel pressured or that, so I just let them know, don't think twice about it. We'll fill this time with meaningful discussion for you. So our thoughts go to Haley and Mike today, who weren't able to make it, but we love you guys. We support you. We see your advocacy work, and we're just so proud of you.
Yes. Yes.
And Chris is back in the backstage, and he is also coming from Dr. Chris is also coming from Australia. So I want to bring him up so we can chat with him too, and I can introduce him to you, Amy.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Hi, Chris.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Fabulously. Yeah. Oh, I love the accent. Just keep talking. Just keep talking. Yeah. Good place for that.
Yeah.
Well, we're so excited to have you here. And even though we're starting a couple minutes early, do you have any slides or anything that you wanted to put up?
I do.
Just press that present button, and then you can upload your slides or however presentation, whatever works best for you. And then as soon as I see them, I will remove Amy and I and pop those up onto the screen for you.
How's that?
See you back here in just a few minutes.
Am I sharing the correct screen? Hello, sorry.
You good? There you go. Can you see your screen? I don't know if you could see your slides.
I can. I can't see anything. So that's sharing the right screen though.
Autism disclosure isn't simple, is what it says.
Yeah, cool. And there's no script. Okay.
And if you need me to go to the next slide or anything, just you can call out to me. Otherwise, you should be able to toggle over it and go to the next slide if you need to.
Yep, no, that's okay. I shared the screen instead of the slides.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I'll see you back here in just a minute.
Okay. So yeah, thank you for being here today. So my name is Chris Edwards. I'm an autism researcher with Aspect, which is Autism Spectrum Australia. We have a small little research team focused on co-producing research with the autistic community. So I just wanted to share some findings from a series of studies we've done around autistic adults' experiences of disclosure. So that sort of decision of whether to share you are autistic or not. So I'll be talking about 3 related studies talking about exposure, and then share some practical resources we created at the end. So this slide is just a very brief summary of autism disclosure in the research. So I'm making that choice to disclose but the research is really complicated about this decision. We know the positives can lead to that understanding, acceptance, support, accommodations, that person-centered care, but then the negatives can be that discrimination, misunderstanding, the judgment, the bullying. But then not disclosing, or when people try to, I guess, fit in with that non-autistic world, we know that can lead to psychological distress, stress, anxiety. So it can almost be that double bind in many cases where you can disclose and then people judge you because of the label, or you don't disclose, but then they judge you for your behavior anyway. So it can almost be that lose-lose situation. So this is just a very brief summary of our disclosure research we've done at Aspect. So we did 3 studies. The first one looked at thousands of social media posts on Reddit and Twitter. The second one looked at different aspects of a person's identity. And then the third one, we followed a group of 30-something autistic adults over a couple of months and collected their experiences as they happened, sort of in the, in the moment, rather than just reflections later on. So this is just the first study. It's been published in the Autism Journal and it's available for free. So looking at social media data. So why did we look at social media data? It's that direct access to lived experience on an international scale. So we had thousands of posts all across the world. It took weeks to go through the data. There was honestly too much data from doing this. There are ethical considerations with social media data, so that's why we looked at Reddit and Twitter, because they are as public as it gets and people are made aware that they are public when registering. And it allows conversations to happen naturally. So there's there's no involvement from the researcher probing what you want people to respond to. And the fact that many autistic people are more comfortable communicating online. So we looked at over 3,000 posts over 3 years from Reddit and Twitter when they were talking about disclosure. We use this method called reflexive thematic analysis. So it's this structured way of looking for patterns or themes across a lot of text. It's like piecing together a big story. We start by pulling out little chunks and you group them into these common themes that are coming out. And so of these 3,000 posts, this is sort of the main story that we found in that data. So the first theme was that society doesn't understand autism. Autistic people describe this widespread misunderstanding, stigma, stereotypes. They talked about losing jobs, being disbelieved by professionals, even losing friendships after disclosing. And this wasn't just about individuals. Many people talked about how autism is portrayed in the media, or how autism was misunderstood in systems like healthcare and education. The second theme was really just that people, they weren't asking for special treatment. They just wanted respect, dignity, and the right to privacy. They were talking that disclosure should be their choice. They shouldn't be pressured to disclose to be treated like a human being or to get basic accommodations. People also shared how it hurt them when others shared they were autistic without their consent, like employees telling the boss that their colleague is autistic without their consent. The third theme talked about how autistic representation can lead us forward. So this was one of the more hopeful themes, when autistic professionals like autistic doctors, autistic teachers, autistic therapists, when they shared they were autistic with their clients or the students, it was that quite validating experience, and people wanted more of that. And they also talked about how public figures and advocates who were openly autistic were helping to challenge some of these negative stereotypes and build that sense of community. And that the more leaders and people that can disclose out in the community, it makes it easier for others that come in the future. And the final theme from this data was about shifting the burden. So this was mainly from Twitter users. So it was just a clear message that organizations, systems, society stop putting the pressure on autistic people to explain themselves. It's about how workplaces, services, communities just should become more inclusive by default, so that disclosure isn't actually necessary to treat people like human beings. So these themes showed that emotional weight of disclosure, how the context, the history, those power dynamics shape each decision. So the second study talked about different parts of an autistic person's identity and their autism disclosure. And this one's published in Autism in Adulthood. So autistic identity is when a person feels that connection to others who are autistic or that larger autistic community. And supporting it can reduce anxiety, depression, can help with self-esteem, can help with that shared sense of connection. So, and we know there is this association between an autistic identity and autism disclosure, but we don't know about other parts of a person's identity, like their sexual identity, their gender identity, ethnic identity, religious identity. So we looked at these different parts and whether they related to autism disclosure as well. So we asked questions in an online survey about autism disclosure, about their positive, negative experiences, and how important these different parts of their identity were to them. So this screen is just a brief summary of these autism disclosure experiences across different groups. So there's the positive in blue, the negative in yellow, and the green for the mix. It was a positive, negative. So it's not too surprising that there are these mix of experiences. But I want to highlight that a negative disclosure experience, even one is too many, because one, with your co-workers, that could be your loss of job. So that while there can be few, they can be life-changing. And I just wanted to highlight in particular how problematic co-workers and employment can be for autism disclosure, having the most negative experiences by quite a bit. And when looking at the identities in our study, so we found autistic identity, how important that was, led to people being more likely to disclose they were autistic. But also we found sexual identity as the only other identity that stood out as influencing autism disclosure. So the people who their sexual identity was more important in their lives, they were more likely to disclose that they were autistic as well. And this isn't to say that the other parts of a person's identity don't influence autism disclosure. It just means that we didn't find it in our small sample, so more research is needed there. And the final study, it followed a group of 36 autistic adults over 2 months, using little diary reflections in a smartphone. And this one's published in Autism in Adulthood. So we designed this short survey that could be answered on a smartphone, but they could tell us when they had this disclosure opportunity. So when they had that moment, should I, shouldn't I, what should I do in this situation? And we wanted to know about both of those experiences. Because I guess in the research, no one is really looking at these non-disclosure experiences. So these moments where, somebody was rude to me, I've thought about, should I disclose or not? No, it's not worth my time. Nobody's really looking at those experiences. So this is just a summary again of those positive in green and red for those negative experiences. So filtered by context, so healthcare, workplace, retail, education. So again, there are those mix of positive and negative across contexts. So there is really that no clear pattern across people, across contexts, other than workplace standing out as that really common experience where autistic adults are thinking about disclosure. And in particular, you can see that red the red column for workplace being quite high compared to the others, those negative experiences in the workplace. So workplace is really an area that needs a lot of work around autism disclosure. So we also looked at the stories people told us using that same technique to look at the key story that was coming across their responses. So the first thing, people told us that they were thinking about these internal motivators. So when considering disclosure, they reflected on why they would disclose, whether there might be something to gain, or I guess what is the meaning behind it. They thought about, what's in it for me? Am I hoping to gain accommodations? Am I hoping to advocate? And if there isn't, if they can't think of a reason to disclose, then it was okay not to disclose. The second theme talked about the people and the environment. So talked about people reading the room, thinking about who was around, whether they felt safe, whether they felt safe with the people or safe in the environment. And some avoided disclosing in these public places where they feared that there would be that negative reaction. Otherwise, people talked about disclosing when they felt they could trust the person, when they had that shared understanding with the person they were talking to. The third theme talked about those internal resources that are needed to disclose, how it takes time to then explain that follow-up. It requires energy to have that conversation in the first place, how it actually requires knowing how to disclose and how the following conversation could go. Theme 4 talked about the wide range of reactions. So not surprising, there was quite a lot of negative reactions, quite a lot of positive, and then the more neutral ones in between. And it's really just showing that there are these varied experiences across contexts, across people. And finally, and probably the most important one, is that people talked about learning from their experiences. So whether the experience was positive, neutral, negative, it's important that they were reflecting on that experience. So what could I do differently next time? What have I learned from this experience so that, that they're doing better things moving forward with those life experiences. And this study and these findings in particular inform the disclosure guides that our research team created at the end. So what do these findings mean? Autism disclosure is complex. There are a range of benefits, a range of risks, and each situation, each interaction requires that careful consideration of weighing up the positives and the negatives, what could happen. Many autistic adults experience that lack of understanding across society and face stigma, discriminatory responses, and this can hurt our well-being, our mental health. We know autistic identity is important, but this also showed us that sexual identity also influences those autism disclosures as well. And that society really doesn't understand autism, particularly healthcare professionals, educators, employers, colleagues. It's just, there is so much that needs to be done across all of these contexts where we spend so much of our lives. And that there is that strategic decision-making process to consider. Who is present? Do you feel safe with the people or safe in the environment? What are you hoping to gain? Do you have the time, the energy, the resources? And I guess this the final point is that responsibility needs to lie with society. It's not about the autistic person. Okay, well, it is partly about the autistic person figuring out that decision-making process for them, but we need more responsibility on society to create those safer environments in the first place where disclosure can be a comfortable, positive experience if people choose to. So just following the research, we created a series of resource guides that are available for free on Aspect's website. So a guide for autistic people, a guide for really anybody, and then sort of an easy English, plain English version of the disclosure guide for autistic people. And this is just the front page of that guide for autistic people, where it walks through the decision. So, do I feel safe to disclose? Do I have a motivational reason to disclose? Do I have time, energy, emotional capacity to disclose? And am I prepared if there's that negative response? And if you're going through this process and any of these questions are no, it's okay not to disclose, because it is that personal choice. It is your choice. And regardless of the experience, it's thinking about, what can I learn from this experience? Just looking at the time, I'll just wrap up there.
Chris, thank you so much. The work you're doing is so important. Amy, sorry, I'm bringing you up too. Hogging all the space. No, it's so important. And I wanted to share a comment that came up in the comment section, because I know that Harry James O'Kelly works so closely with the College Autism Network. And so she was just wondering, or she says she'll hope you'll share your findings with the College Autism Network, as well as Stanford Neurodiversity Project. So that might be something, you can find out about over here in the States.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the College Autism Network, but I can have a look. But we have presented for the Stanford Neurodiversity Project on one of our mental health projects before.
Wow.
And Chris just went over and put some things over in the comments. So those studies are over there. You can go over there to look at those research and the guides that he shared with us, and wonderful resources, and such an interesting topic too. And I love that we were able to cover this aspect of it, because hey, Chris Edwards at aspect.org. Look at that. That was perfect timing. Great topic to discover and really be curious about.
Yeah. These are such well-done studies. I'm blown away. Like, this is just incredible. And the information is so valuable and helpful to so many people.
Absolutely. Well, it has been so wonderful to have your time here today, Chris, and I appreciate you coming early in the morning for you over in Australia today. What time is it now for you?
It's 10:15. Poor Annie was earlier than me.
I guess so. I guess she was, wasn't she? That's so great. But you are in the future. You are in the next day. I think that's just the most exciting thing ever. I'm kind of a nerd about that. Time frames. Oh goodness.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, and keep up all the good work you're doing. And we'll definitely be following that journey, and love to hear more about when things change in the future and new information comes out.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris.
This has just been such an incredible event, and looks like I didn't get an update, but I see that our last presenter is actually in the backstage. He said that he wasn't able to make it earlier today, but it looks like maybe something worked out, and so I'm going to pop him up here so we can give him a couple minutes to finish out for us this evening. Okay, Mike, if you're ready to go, ready to bring you up here, and it looks like he might be traveling.
Ooh.
Which is what he does.
Traveling. I've been working, but I am parked, so I can do this, and then I'll go back to work after.
I love it. And driving is a part of the mission you're gonna talk about today. So what a perfect place to be but in your car. So Amy and I are gonna let you get to it. We'll talk to you back here in just a minute.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mike DeMauro. I am from Orlando, Florida. I'm originally from Agawam, Massachusetts. And what makes me special is that I am an RVer with autism. I'm an Uber Eats driver with autism. And I'm trying to deliver Uber Eats in all 50 states. I have delivered in 38 states plus Washington, D.C. so far, and trying to get the remaining 12 done. And it's been a struggle for me to try to get all of them done. I'm trying to reach out to organizations and everything else. And it's like, it's driving me nuts that they don't want to support me and everything else. I was able to go on a trip with my mom and dad last year. In September, we did Washington, Oregon, California, and then Nevada, Arizona, and then to Kansas and Missouri. And then I had a conference in Oklahoma City in November, so I was able to do Arkansas and Oklahoma. So, I mean, and I was interviewed for the hurricane that came through Orlando while I was at the Bloom Fiesta in New Mexico in October on KOB Channel 4. And that you can get every interview and all that on my website. Just go on linktree.com/Mike Tomorrow. You'll see everything about me on that website. And I don't know. What else do you guys want me to talk about? I don't have a presentation with me because I'm not near the computer. And I know I only have a short presentation. So that's why I was like trying to figure out what else we need to talk about.
You're great. I love it. I'm so glad that you came. And you know what? I'll bring Amy back up here and we'll just have a conversation with you and we'll just go from there. So that's the best way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amy, this is Mike. Mike, this is Amy.
Mike.
And
It's great.
Mike, you have a comment in the comment section already. It's Harry James O'Kelly who says, woo woo, we love me some Mike. You need to get out to Hollywood and deliver some Uber Eats to her, sir.
Ooh, there you go.
I went to Hollywood back in September.
Oh, wow.
And I did it. I had a pickup in Beverly Hills, I think, and I had to deliver in Los Angeles.
Oh, wow.
I did a few in Los Angeles area.
That's wonderful.
And I'm wearing my Disneyland shirt, by the way, too, which is out that.
Love that.
Place.
Absolutely. So tell me what states you're working on. Where do we need to get you to?
We need to get to Utah, of course, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, Colorado, Nebraska, North and South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa, Alaska, and Hawaii.
Wow. Okay. And when you go to Alaska and Hawaii, are you going to use a rental car?
Yes. If I go to a conference, I would use a rental car.
That's great.
Because the fact is, I only have a few days, and it's like, how am I supposed to get up and get back? But luckily enough, when I was on the road with my mom and dad last year, they were already doing a cross-country road trip, and I just flew into Seattle, met up with them, and I was able to do a few deliveries in each of the states that we went to along the way. So I'm happy about that. And then I was able to fly back from St. Louis in October. So I spent 7 weeks with them, adding 9 new states then. Or no, 7 states. And then I had to go back 2 or 3 weeks later up to Dallas. And then I went over to Arkansas, Oklahoma, and then I flew back from Dallas. And that's when I use a rental car.
And Chris is wondering, he said, can I ask the reason or motivation behind the Uber Eats in every state? Yeah, tell us why this started.
I have always wanted to do Uber Eats in all 50. Well, no, I have always wanted to go to all 50 states. And then I needed a job in order for me to live where I live to help pay for the rent, obviously, because the rent is not enough with Social Security. So I got the Uber, and then I was on my way up to Massachusetts for my cousin's wedding back in 2019. And I was asking other people online, were they able to do Uber out of state? Some of them said yes. And then when I crossed into New Jersey from Philadelphia, I stopped at a red light. I turned on the Uber app just for giggles to see if I would get any requests or whatever. And a few minutes later, I got a request out of the state of Florida. in New Jersey. So, I mean, that's where it started. And I have been delivering all over the state of Florida, too. When I go out for the RV show in Tampa or go down to the Keys to see my parents or wherever else in the state.
That's great. And do you, when you go to presentations and do these kinds of things, are there places that you're going to and doing presentations also and telling people about the mission?
Yes, I do. When I did my speech last year in Oklahoma, I let them know. And then the year before, I had a conference in Michigan, and I had a poster that talks about driving with autism, and I tell them about the mission there. And I try to create business cards and hand them out to all the RVers, full-time RVers, and the ones that are content creators. And then I also give them out to people with autism and their families. And I try to give them out to everyone that I can so that I could try to get my brand out there to everyone.
That's so important. And I know that, last year you were on the 1 in 36 mix, I think, from last year as well. And I know that when Harry had heard your story, she probably reached out to you. If she didn't, I know I'm sure she did, probably, because she's just like that. She does that.
I think she did, but I lost in touch with all the contacts that she had given me.
Oh, well, that's good for her to know. Harry, you got your work cut out for you. No, she's so good. She's the connector of connectors. So if there's somebody she thinks that you could meet with that would improve both of your lives, she will make it happen. I'll tell you what. So
yeah,
we love us some Harry James O'Kelly.
That's so exciting.
And while we're gonna throw up I'm gonna have to be better doing this all day tomorrow, but our sponsors for today, who helped put all of these wonderful speakers together, help the platform run and everything. So we have some great sponsors, and I know Harry was one of them. That's why I was bringing it up, so we can give the O'Kelly Lab a big shout out.
Yay!
Come on, O'Kelly Lab!
Woohoo! Shout out O'Kelly Labs! Love that.
Hey,
Absolutely.
I'm looking for sponsors on my podcast. Why not?
There you go. Well, she says she's watching you. Oh, there she is. Love it. Thanks, Harry. And she's such a great supporter. And one of our other panel members, Jimmy, is still back in the backstage. And let's bring him up and join him to the party. We'll just, add anyone else want to add to the party. I know that if anyone else is back there still, if they would like to join or not. But please give me a thumbs up if you do.
I was feeling lonely.
Oh, man, I'm so glad you came to join us. And Jimmy, tell me, you're on the East Coast, correct?
Yeah, the boring East
where
Coast.
Where are you at?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. And Mike, have you done Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good. I love it. Well, what do you think about this, Jimmy? What do you think about him delivering to all the 50 states? What an exciting goal.
Yeah, especially if he's going to Hawaii, he's taking me with him because
I mean, everybody wants to take them with them.
I mean, I kid you not. Last year, pretty much I think I knew 7 or 8 people who went to Hawaii, all on different dates. But it's and you all forget about me? What the heck? I was I'm sorry, I forgot your invite.
It's intentional.
Right? Well, the Hawaii, Daniel Zimmerman and Martin Sling's dad, who's another advocate, will be on tomorrow. They just did an autism show Hawaii. And I got to be an online speaker. I didn't get to go to Hawaii, but I really wanted to. But oh man, I wish I could have been there for that. So just great to see we're getting representation in all of the right places.
Yes, absolutely. It's very exciting.
Love that. This has been such an exciting journey and event for us all to be a part of. And Mike, I'm so glad that you made it. And thanks for coming and joining us and filling us in on the goals and what you're working on. I'm sure everybody will make sure to go and follow you and help you reach those goals.
Yeah, and listen to my podcast too.
Yeah,
absolutely. All the podcasters, we got all the podcasters on right now. Jimmy and Mike, you guys don't even know, but Amy and I are co-hosting a new podcast together called Wired Differently, the Neurodiversity Podcast. No, your Neurodiversity Network. I better let Amy do it.
Neurodivergent show. That's what it is.
Thank you.
Can I be the first
my
guest,
God.
please? Please.
Well, you know, we already started our guests and it's going great. And
so much fun.
Yeah, it's being produced in the back. So we're waiting for that to come out by that wonderful team that's working on that. So excited to just kind of bring all the information to everyone. So go watch Mike's Mission, go watch Crazy Fitness Guy and listen to his podcast. Come join the SJ Child show. And of course, come and listen to Wired Differently, because you can't get any more amazing information than all of this we've just shared with you guys.
And I promise you, when you listen to the show, you will not become very crazy. Just slightly.
You won't become crazy. You'll
I'm already gone crazy, so
there, okay.
that ship has sailed.
No, you're funny. Well, it's just been so much fun to have you guys here. Thank you for finishing out the night with us. We're going to log off here now. It is well past dinner time for probably everyone on the East Coast. Right. It's getting to dinner time right now for me. Plus, I really need to go outside and get some fresh air. So I'm going to say goodnight. And Mike and Jimmy, thank you so much for sticking around and sharing with us and, you know, being here to enjoy all this. We really appreciate it.
Real quick, Amy, do you want to come on my podcast, please?
I would love to. That would be fantastic.
Awesome.
Go send her a message in Messenger for sure. Amy, thank you so much for showing up to support me. And I love you. I love this new friendship we're creating. And
so great. Oh,
it is.
Like you said, we're sisters. We're soul sisters, and it's just like
true.
Amazing. We just mesh immediately, and it's fantastic.
Absolutely.
I'm so happy that you invited me to be here. Like, this is just an incredible experience. And
yeah,
I hope you feel as happy as everybody else does, because
thank you.
Amazing, and you are such an amazing person.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, I love it. I just, you know, I do this. For me, this is just so much fun. This is such a place to find just people that I connect with, people that understand me, that understand my life. And you don't get that every day in the world. So please take advantage of when you can be parts of these types of events and opportunities and things. So good night, everyone. We'll see you back here bright and early. 9 a.m. Mountain Time for everyone. I know that's not America's time, as my great friend Jeff would say, but nonetheless.
Get some good rest, Sarah. We'll be ready tomorrow.
We'll be ready for tomorrow, and we'll see you guys then. Good night.
Bye.